The story of medieval Greece truly begins with the transition from the Roman Empire to the Byzantine Empire, a process that unfolded gradually over the course of several centuries. To understand the medieval period in Greece, we must first explore the fall of the Western Roman Empire, which culminated in 476 CE, and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire, which became known as Byzantium, centered around its capital, Constantinople. The Roman Empire had, for centuries, been the dominant force in the Mediterranean world. Greece, as a Roman province, had been integrated into this vast political and economic structure. But by the 3rd and 4th centuries, the empire faced increasing pressure from both internal problems and external invasions. The division of the Roman Empire into Eastern and Western halves in 285 CE by Emperor Diocletian was a crucial turning point. While this decision was made for administrative efficiency, it also laid the groundwork for the distinct identities that would later emerge in the two regions. By the 4th century, the Western Roman Empire was crumbling under the weight of barbarian invasions, economic instability, and political fragmentation. The Eastern Roman Empire, on the other hand, enjoyed relative stability. Its wealthier economy, centered around key cities such as Alexandria, Antioch, and Constantinople, allowed it to withstand many of the challenges that brought down the West. Constantine I's decision to move the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium in 330 CE marked a watershed moment. Byzantium was renamed Constantinople, and this city would become the heart of what we now call the Byzantine Empire, even though its inhabitants referred to themselves as Romans and considered their empire to be the continuation of the Roman legacy. Constantinople's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia gave it immense strategic importance. It controlled key trade routes between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, ensuring the wealth and prosperity of the empire. The city itself was a marvel of engineering, with massive walls that would withstand sieges for over 1,000 years. The Greeks were instrumental in the development of this new imperial capital, contributing their language, culture, and intellectual traditions to the fabric of Byzantine society. As the Western Roman Empire disintegrated, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, grew stronger. It was during this time that the Greek-speaking world, particularly the territories of Greece itself, became fully integrated into the Byzantine political and cultural structure. Greek replaced Latin as the official language of the empire, and Hellenistic culture, already widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, became dominant in the Byzantine court, administration, and intellectual life. The shift from a predominantly Roman to a predominantly Greek cultural orientation did not happen overnight. The transformation was gradual and complex, influenced by both internal and external pressures. In the early years of Byzantium, many still considered themselves part of the Roman Empire, maintaining Roman laws and traditions. However, the increasing emphasis on Greek language and culture, along with the spread of Christianity as the empire's official religion, led to a unique Byzantine identity that was distinct from that of the old Roman Empire. In this period, Greece itself underwent significant changes. Although Greece had been a province of the Roman Empire for centuries, it retained its cultural distinctiveness. The ancient cities of Athens, Corinth, and Thessalonica, though no longer the centers of intellectual and political life that they had been in antiquity, still played important roles in the Byzantine world. Athens, in particular, remained a center of philosophical and theological learning, with its famous academies continuing to function even after the rise of Christianity. However, the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the growing focus on Constantinople meant that Greece's cities, while important, were somewhat peripheral to the main political developments of the empire. The early centuries of Byzantium were marked by both stability and change. Greece, which had been part of the Eastern Roman Empire since its inception, saw a slow but steady transformation as it adapted to the new realities of Byzantine rule. Byzantine emperors, many of whom were Greek-speaking, worked to consolidate their control over the empire's territories, including Greece. This was not always an easy task, as the region was vulnerable to invasions from barbarian groups, including the Goths, Vandals, and Huns. Byzantine military strategies in Greece reflected the broader challenges faced by the empire. Fortifications were built, and local militias were organized to defend against incursions. Despite the empire's strength, the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE sent shockwaves throughout the Mediterranean world. Although the Byzantine Empire continued to thrive, it was increasingly isolated, facing new threats on its borders. Greece, with its strategic location, became a crucial part of the Byzantine defense system. The survival of the Byzantine Empire during this turbulent period was due in large part to the leadership of its emperors. Figures like Emperor Justinian I, who ruled from 527 to 565 CE, played a critical role in shaping the early medieval period in Greece. Justinian's reign is remembered for his ambitious efforts to restore the Roman Empire to its former glory. His military campaigns to reconquer parts of the Western Roman Empire, including Italy, North Africa, and Spain, were initially successful, though they ultimately overextended the empire's resources. Justinian is also remembered for his comprehensive legal reforms, which culminated in the publication of the Corpus Juris Civilis, or body of civil law. This legal code was based on Roman law but incorporated new principles and regulations that reflected the changing realities of the Byzantine state. The Corpus Juris Civilis would go on to have a profound influence not only in Byzantium but also in later European legal traditions. For Greece, Justinian's legal reforms ensured that Roman law remained the foundation of Byzantine governance, even as the empire evolved into a more distinctly Greek state. In addition to his legal and military accomplishments, Justinian also embarked on a massive building program, the most famous example of which is the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. This architectural masterpiece, with its massive dome and intricate mosaics, symbolized the fusion of Roman engineering and Greek artistry that defined Byzantium. Throughout the empire, including in Greece, Justinian's building projects left a lasting mark. Churches, fortifications, and public works were constructed, many of which remain standing today as a testament to the grandeur of the Byzantine Empire. Despite these achievements, Justinian's reign also saw significant challenges, particularly in the Greek territories. In 541 to 542 CE, the Byzantine Empire was struck by the plague of Justinian, a devastating pandemic that killed millions of people. Greece, like much of the empire, was heavily impacted. The population decline caused by the plague weakened the empire's economy and military capacity, and recovery was slow. In the years that followed, the empire faced increasing pressure from barbarian groups, including the Slavs and Avars, who launched raids into Greek territory. The Slavic migrations in the 6th and 7th centuries marked a significant turning point in the history of medieval Greece. As these peoples moved southward into the Balkans, they established settlements in the Greek countryside. This process, known as the Slavicization of the Balkans, had a profound impact on the demographics and culture of Greece. Byzantine control over large parts of the Greek mainland weakened as Slavic communities took root. Although the empire retained control of key coastal cities, such as Thessalonica and Corinth, the Byzantine response to the Slavic migrations was a mixture of military campaigns and diplomatic efforts to integrate the new populations into the empire's structure. In conclusion, the fall of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Byzantine Empire were transformative events that shaped the early medieval period in Greece. The establishment of Constantinople as the imperial capital, the spread of Christianity, and the gradual shift from Latin to Greek as the dominant language of the empire all contributed to the development of a uniquely Byzantine identity. For Greece, this period was one of both continuity and change, as the region adapted to its new role within the Byzantine world while preserving its ancient cultural heritage. In the early medieval period, one of the most defining moments in Byzantine and Greek history occurred during the reign of Emperor Justinian I, from 527 to 565 CE. His reign is often regarded as the height of the Byzantine Empire's power, characterized by ambitious military campaigns, sweeping legal reforms, and a cultural renaissance. Justinian's impact on Greece, both during his reign and in the centuries that followed, was profound. This chapter delves deep into Justinian's policies and actions, examining how they shaped the Byzantine Empire and, by extension, medieval Greece. When Justinian ascended the throne in 527 CE, the Byzantine Empire had already been distinguished from its Western Roman counterpart by a Greek cultural dominance, even though Latin was still the official language of administration. Justinian, however, was committed to restoring the Roman Empire's territorial glory. He envisioned a reunified Roman Empire, one that would once again control the Mediterranean basin. Greece, lying in the eastern half of the empire, was naturally affected by this vision and the emperor's desire for expansion and reform. Justinian's military ambitions were extraordinary. Early in his reign, he embarked on a series of campaigns aimed at reclaiming the territories lost to barbarian kingdoms after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. His general, Belisarius, conducted successful campaigns in North Africa, defeating the Vandals in 533 CE, and later in Italy, where he sought to recover lands held by the Ostrogoths. These campaigns, known as the Gothic Wars, were part of Justinian's grand strategy to rebuild the Roman Empire. While these wars were being waged far from Greece, their impact on Greek territories was considerable. First, the military campaigns required vast financial resources, much of which was drawn from the eastern provinces, including Greece. The empire heavily taxed its territories to fund Justinian's military efforts. Greek cities, which had experienced relative economic stability during the early Byzantine period, felt the strain of this increased taxation. As the empire poured money into its war efforts, the Greek peasantry and urban middle classes bore the brunt of the financial burden. Additionally, the Gothic Wars caused instability in the broader Mediterranean world, disrupting trade routes that connected Greece with Italy, North Africa, and the Western Mediterranean. The constant warfare and the shifting borders meant that traditional trade networks, which had allowed Greek merchants to thrive, became far less predictable. Coastal cities like Thessalonica and Corinth continued to serve as important trade hubs, but they were increasingly vulnerable to disruption. The impact of Justinian's military campaigns on Greece was not limited to economic hardships. The emperor's wars required not just money but also manpower. Greek territories were a significant source of recruits for the Byzantine military. Justinian's reign coincided with a shift in military organization across the empire. Previously, much of the military force had been concentrated in Constantinople or along the borders, but now the empire developed a more localized defense system. Greek provinces, being close to the heart of the empire, were required to contribute both soldiers and supplies to support Justinian's wars of reconquest. This led to the further militarization of certain regions within Greece. Fortifications were built and expanded in key areas, as the empire sought to protect its territories from both internal unrest and external threats. Although Greece itself was not a primary battlefield during Justinian's wars, it became an essential part of the broader Byzantine military strategy. Coastal regions were fortified to prevent potential raids by Slavs, Avars, and other groups that were beginning to press against the empire's northern borders. Beyond his military ambitions, Justinian's reign is perhaps best known for his legal reforms. The emperor sought to codify Roman law, a project that culminated in the publication of the Corpus Juris Civilis, or body of civil law, between 529 and 534 CE. This monumental work, compiled by the Juris Tribonian, consisted of 4 parts: the Codex Justinianus, a collection of imperial edicts; the Digest, a compilation of legal writings; the Institutes, a textbook for law students; and the Novels, new laws issued during Justinian's reign. The impact of Justinian's legal reforms on Greece and the broader Byzantine world was profound. Roman law had long been the foundation of the empire's legal system, but by Justinian's time, it had become increasingly complex and fragmented. The codification of laws under Justinian brought clarity and consistency to the Byzantine legal system. The Corpus Juris Civilis provided a legal framework that would govern Byzantine society for centuries, influencing everything from property rights to criminal justice. For Greece, the implementation of Justinian's legal code helped to integrate the region more fully into the Byzantine state. While Greek-speaking and culturally distinct, Greece remained legally and administratively connected to the wider empire through these legal reforms. The clarity of the legal code allowed for more effective governance, helping to stabilize a region that had faced periodic invasions and internal unrest. Religion also played a central role in Justinian's vision for the empire, and his reign had a significant impact on the religious landscape of Greece. Justinian was a devout Christian and viewed himself as the protector of orthodoxy. His reign saw the construction of numerous churches and religious buildings across the empire, including in Greece. The most famous example of his architectural patronage is the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, completed in 537 CE, but his influence extended throughout the Byzantine territories. In Greece, Justinian's church-building program reinforced the region's connection to the Orthodox Christian faith. Christian communities had already been established in Greece since the early centuries of the Roman Empire, but under Justinian, the Orthodox Church became an even more integral part of daily life. Churches were constructed in major cities, and religious art, such as mosaics and frescoes, flourished under imperial patronage. This period marked the solidification of Orthodox Christianity as the dominant faith in Greece, a position it would hold for centuries. The emperor's religious policies also extended to doctrinal matters. Justinian was deeply involved in theological debates, particularly regarding the nature of Christ. These debates often caused friction within the empire, and Justinian's efforts to enforce religious unity were not always successful. The Chalcedonian Creed, which affirmed the dual nature of Christ, both human and divine, was a point of contention among different Christian sects, including in Greece. While Justinian sought to unify the empire under Orthodox Christianity, divisions within the church would continue to cause tension throughout the Byzantine period. In addition to religious reforms, Justinian's reign saw a cultural renaissance in the Greek-speaking world. Byzantine culture during this period was a synthesis of Roman legal and administrative traditions, Greek intellectual heritage, and Christian theology. The reign of Justinian, often called the First Byzantine Renaissance, witnessed a revival of classical Greek learning, particularly in the fields of philosophy, law, and theology. Greek intellectuals, many of whom were based in cities like Athens and Thessalonica, continued to engage with the works of ancient philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle. However, these classical traditions were now being reinterpreted through a Christian lens. This blending of Greek philosophy and Christian theology became a hallmark of Byzantine intellectual life, and Justinian himself was an active participant in this process. The emperor closed the pagan Academy of Athens in 529 CE, signaling the end of pagan philosophical schools and solidifying the dominance of Christian education in the empire. Despite the cultural and intellectual achievements of Justinian's reign, his policies also had significant drawbacks. The heavy taxation required to fund his military campaigns and building projects placed immense pressure on the empire's economy. Greece, like other parts of the empire, suffered from the financial strain of Justinian's ambitions. The emperor's efforts to restore the Roman Empire were ultimately unsustainable, and after his death in 565 CE, many of the territories he had conquered were lost. Moreover, the outbreak of the plague of Justinian in 541 CE devastated the Byzantine Empire, including Greece. This pandemic, often compared to the Black Death of the 14th century, killed millions of people and caused widespread economic disruption. The population decline weakened the empire's ability to defend its borders, and recovery was slow. Greece, with its relatively small population, was particularly vulnerable to the effects of the plague. The demographic and economic damage caused by the plague would have long-lasting consequences for the region. In conclusion, the reign of Justinian I was a period of both triumph and challenge for medieval Greece. His military campaigns, legal reforms, and cultural patronage reshaped the Byzantine Empire and left a lasting legacy in Greece. However, the heavy financial burdens of his wars and the devastation of the plague also weakened the empire, setting the stage for new challenges in the centuries to come. Greece, as a key part of the Byzantine world, experienced both the benefits and the hardships of Justinian's ambitious reign. As the Byzantine Empire moved into the late 6th and early 7th centuries, a series of dramatic changes began to unfold in the Greek territories. These changes were largely the result of mass migrations and invasions that swept across the Balkans, bringing new peoples, new cultures, and new challenges to the Byzantine state. Among the most significant of these were the Slavic invasions, which had a profound and lasting impact on Greece. This chapter will examine the causes, course, and consequences of the Slavic migrations into Greek lands, as well as the Byzantine response to this crisis. The Slavic peoples originated in the forests and steppes north of the Danube River, an area that had long been outside the reach of the Roman Empire. During the 6th century, the Slavs began migrating southward into the Balkans, driven by a combination of population pressure, climate changes, and the weakening of Byzantine defenses along the northern borders. Their movements were part of a larger pattern of migrations during this period, which also included groups like the Avars, Gepids, and Lombards, all of whom sought new lands in the wake of the crumbling Western Roman Empire. For the Byzantine Empire, the Slavic invasions were an existential threat. The empire had long maintained a series of fortified cities and military garrisons along the northern frontier to guard against such incursions, but in the late 6th century, these defenses began to falter. The reason for this was twofold. First, the empire had been weakened by Justinian's wars of reconquest, which had drained its resources and overextended its military. And second, the outbreak of the plague of Justinian in 541 CE had decimated the population, leaving large swathes of territory vulnerable to attack. By the end of the 6th century, Slavic groups had begun to raid deep into Byzantine territory. These raids initially took the form of hit-and-run attacks, with Slavic war bands pillaging villages and towns before retreating north of the Danube. However, as the century progressed, the Slavs became more organized and began to settle in the lands they had previously raided. The Balkans, including Greece, were particularly affected by this wave of migration, as Byzantine control over the region weakened and the Slavs established permanent settlements. The Greek mainland, with its fertile valleys and strategic location, was an attractive target for the Slavic settlers. By the early 7th century, large portions of the Greek countryside had fallen under Slavic control. This process of settlement was not uniform. Some areas, particularly in the coastal regions and around major cities like Thessalonica, remained under Byzantine rule, while others became dominated by Slavic communities. The Slavs brought with them their own language, customs, and religious practices, creating a patchwork of cultures across the Greek mainland. The impact of the Slavic migrations on the Greek population was profound. In some regions, the native Greek population was displaced or assimilated into the new Slavic communities. In others, particularly in the cities and coastal regions, Greek culture remained dominant, though it was influenced by the presence of Slavic settlers. This blending of cultures created a unique social dynamic in medieval Greece, where Byzantine, Slavic, and indigenous Greek traditions coexisted and interacted. The Byzantine Empire, while weakened, did not abandon Greece to the Slavs without a fight. The empire's response to the Slavic migrations was multifaceted, involving both military and diplomatic efforts to regain control of the region. Emperor Maurice R. 582–602 launched a series of campaigns aimed at driving the Slavs and their allies, the Avars, out of the Balkans. These campaigns met with limited success, as the Slavs proved difficult to dislodge from their new settlements. Moreover, Maurice's reign ended in a coup, and the empire descended into a period of internal instability, further complicating efforts to deal with the Slavic threat. In the early 7th century, under the reign of Emperor Heraclius, r. 610–641, the Byzantine Empire was forced to contend not only with the Slavic invasions but also with a new and even more dangerous enemy, the Persian Empire. The Byzantine-Persian Wars, which raged throughout the first half of the 7th century, diverted much of the empire's military resources away from the Balkans, allowing the Slavs to consolidate their hold on Greek lands. By the time Heraclius secured a peace with Persia in 628 CE, much of the Greek mainland had been effectively lost to Byzantine control. However, the story of Byzantine Greece during this period is not one of total collapse. Even as Slavic settlements spread across the mainland, the Byzantine Empire retained control over key coastal cities and islands. Thessalonica, the second largest city in the empire, remained a Byzantine stronghold throughout the Slavic invasions. The city, protected by its formidable walls and its strategic location on the Aegean coast, successfully resisted multiple Slavic sieges. Thessalonica became a beacon of Byzantine authority in a region increasingly dominated by Slavic settlers. In addition to military resistance, the Byzantine Empire also sought to integrate the Slavs into its political and religious structures. This policy of assimilation was part of a broader Byzantine strategy of managing the empire's diverse populations. In the late 7th century, the Byzantine emperors began encouraging the conversion of the Slavs to Christianity, using the Orthodox Church as a tool of both spiritual and political integration. The establishment of Christian missionary activity among the Slavs was a key part of this process. The most famous example of this missionary effort would come later, in the 9th century, with the work of Saints Cyril and Methodius, who developed the Glagolitic script and helped to spread Christianity among the Slavic peoples. By the 8th century, the Slavs had become a permanent part of the social and political fabric of Greece. While the early years of Slavic settlement were marked by conflict and displacement, over time, a more stable relationship developed between the Slavic settlers and the Byzantine state. Many Slavs were integrated into the Byzantine military and administrative structures, serving as soldiers and officials in exchange for land and protection. This process of assimilation was not always smooth, and tensions between Slavic and Greek communities persisted, but by the 9th century, the Slavs in Greece had largely been brought under Byzantine control. One of the most significant consequences of the Slavic migrations was the transformation of the Greek countryside. The large-scale settlement of Slavic peoples in rural areas led to the decline of many ancient cities and towns, which had already been weakened by centuries of warfare, plague, and economic decline. In their place, new Slavic villages and communities emerged, with a focus on agriculture and local governance. This shift from an urban-based society to a more rural and agrarian one would have long-lasting effects on the social and economic structure of medieval Greece. Culturally, the Slavic migrations introduced new elements to Greek society. Slavic language and customs mingled with Byzantine traditions, creating a distinctive cultural blend that persisted in many parts of the Greek mainland. Over time, as the Slavs were Christianized and integrated into the Byzantine Empire, this cultural blending became more pronounced. In some regions, Slavic place names and folk traditions survived well into the later medieval period, a testament to the enduring influence of the Slavic presence in Greece. At the same time, the Byzantine Empire's hold on Greece was far from complete. Throughout the 7th and 8th centuries, the empire faced a series of additional challenges, including the rise of Islam and the Arab invasions, which posed a new and existential threat to the Byzantine state. The empire's focus shifted increasingly to the defense of its eastern provinces, particularly Anatolia, leaving Greece as a secondary concern. This period of relative neglect allowed the Slavs to further entrench themselves in the Greek mainland, even as Byzantine authority persisted in the coastal regions and islands. In conclusion, the Slavic invasions and migrations of the 6th and 7th centuries were a transformative event in the history of medieval Greece. While the Byzantine Empire managed to retain control over key cities and regions, much of the Greek mainland was fundamentally altered by the arrival of the Slavs. The creation of new Slavic settlements, the decline of ancient urban centers, and the blending of Slavic and Byzantine cultures all contributed to the reshaping of Greece during this period. By the end of the 8th century, the Greek world had been irrevocably changed, setting the stage for the next phase in its medieval history. As the Byzantine Empire transitioned into the 8th and 9th centuries, it faced numerous challenges, both internal and external. In the wake of the Slavic invasions and the early Arab expansion, the empire had lost substantial territories in the Balkans, Anatolia, and the Near East. Greece, which had been heavily impacted by the Slavic migrations of the 6th and 7th centuries, was a fragmented region, with much of its countryside under Slavic control, while its coastal cities and islands remained in Byzantine hands. However, by the early 8th century, the Byzantine Empire, under the leadership of a series of capable emperors, began to recover and reassert its authority over Greece. This chapter delves into the Byzantine reconquest of Greece and the establishment of the theme system, a crucial military and administrative reform that helped stabilize and rebuild the empire. The 7th century had been a time of crisis for the Byzantine Empire. The empire had been severely weakened by constant warfare, first with the Persian Empire and then with the rapidly expanding Arab Caliphate. The Arab conquests had stripped Byzantium of its wealthiest provinces, including Egypt, Syria, and Palestine. These losses put immense pressure on the remaining territories, including Greece, which had to bear the brunt of military campaigns and serve as a defensive bulwark against further invasions. Yet, despite these challenges, Byzantium did not collapse. Instead, it adapted. One of the most significant reforms during this period of recovery was the creation of the theme system, known in Greek as Theta Mu Alpha or Thema. which would come to play a critical role in the governance and defense of the empire, particularly in regions like Greece. The theme system was an innovative combination of military and civil administration designed to decentralize the empire's power and provide more effective local governance. It allowed for the defense of vast territories that had been weakened by invasions and internal disorder. The exact origins of the theme system are still debated among historians, but it is widely believed to have taken shape in the late 7th and early 8th centuries under the reign of Emperor Heraclius, r. 610 to 641, and his successors. The basic principle of the theme system was the division of the empire into several military districts, or themes, each governed by a military commander known as a strategos. In these districts, land was granted to soldiers in exchange for their service in the military. These soldier farmers, known as strateides, were responsible not only for working the land but also for defending the territory. This arrangement helped to decentralize the military, ensuring that each theme could defend itself against invaders without relying on a distant imperial army. For Greece, the establishment of the theme system marked a crucial turning point in its medieval history. By the early 8th century, Greece was divided into several themes, the most important of which were the theme of Hellas, covering much of central and southern Greece, the theme of Thessalonica, and the theme of the Peloponnese. These themes provided the administrative and military framework through which the Byzantine Empire began to reassert control over the Slavic populations that had settled in the Greek countryside. The theme system was not just a military innovation, it also had important social and economic consequences. The distribution of land to soldiers helped to stabilize the rural economy, which had been devastated by years of invasion and depopulation. The creation of self-sufficient military communities allowed for the gradual recovery of agricultural production, which in turn provided the empire with the resources it needed to support its armies and administration. In Greece, where large parts of the countryside had fallen into disrepair following the Slavic migrations, the theme system played a crucial role in revitalizing the region. One of the primary goals of the theme system in Greece was the re-establishment of Byzantine control over the Slavic populations that had settled in the region. By the early 8th century, much of the Greek mainland had been settled by Slavic tribes, who lived in semi-autonomous communities outside the direct control of the Byzantine state. These communities, known as Sclavinii, were largely rural and agricultural, but they posed a potential threat to the stability of the region, particularly if they aligned with external enemies of the empire, such as the Bulgars or Arabs. The Byzantine strategy for dealing with the Sclavinii was twofold: military force and assimilation. In the 8th and 9th centuries, a series of military campaigns were launched by Byzantine emperors to bring the Slavs under imperial control. These campaigns were often brutal, with the Byzantine army conducting raids on Slavic settlements, destroying their fortifications, and forcing them to pay tribute to the empire. At the same time, the empire sought to assimilate the Slavs through a combination of diplomacy and religious conversion. Christianity played a key role in the assimilation of the Slavic population in Greece. The Byzantine emperors, particularly during the reign of Emperor Constantine v. r. 741 to 775, encouraged the conversion of the Slavs to Orthodox Christianity as a means of integrating them into the Byzantine state. Missionary efforts were sent into the Slavic communities, and churches were built in newly conquered areas. Over time, many Slavs adopted Christianity, and as they did, they became more closely tied to the Byzantine state. This process of conversion and assimilation was slow and uneven, but by the 9th century, large portions of the Slavic population in Greece had been brought under Byzantine control. Another significant development during this period was the strengthening of the Byzantine navy. Greece, with its extensive coastline and numerous islands, was particularly vulnerable to attacks by sea. Throughout the 7th and 8th centuries, the Byzantine navy played a crucial role in defending the Aegean and Ionian seas from Arab raiders, who frequently launched attacks on the empire's coastal cities and islands. The Aegean Islands, in particular, were strategically important, serving as key naval bases that allowed the Byzantines to control the sea routes between Constantinople and the western Mediterranean. In the 8th century, the Byzantine navy was reorganized under the command of the dromgarios of the fleet, and new ships, known as dromons, were built to patrol the seas. The dromons were fast, maneuverable ships equipped with Greek fire, a highly flammable liquid that could be sprayed at enemy vessels to devastating effect. The effectiveness of the Byzantine navy, combined with the fortification of coastal cities like Thessalonica and Athens, helped to secure the Aegean region and protect the empire's vital trade routes. During the 8th and 9th centuries, the Byzantine Empire also faced a major internal crisis, the iconoclast controversy. This religious and political conflict, which erupted in the early 8th century and lasted for over a century, had a profound impact on Byzantine society, including in Greece. The controversy revolved around the use of religious images, or icons, in Christian worship. Iconoclasts, who believed that the veneration of icons was a form of idolatry, sought to ban the use of images in churches and destroy existing icons. Iconodules, on the other hand, defended the use of icons, arguing that they were a legitimate expression of Christian faith. The iconoclast controversy deeply divided the Byzantine Empire, with emperors taking different sides of the debate. Emperor Leo III, r. 717 to 741, initiated the first wave of iconoclasm in 726 CE, issuing an edict that prohibited the use of religious images. This sparked widespread unrest, particularly in regions like Greece, where the veneration of icons was deeply rooted in local religious practices. Monasteries, which were centers of icon production, became hotbeds of resistance to imperial iconoclast policies. In Greece, many monasteries and churches were looted or destroyed by imperial forces during the height of the controversy. Despite the political and religious turmoil caused by iconoclasm, Greece remained an integral part of the Byzantine Empire during this period. The region's strategic importance, particularly its coastal cities and naval bases, ensured that it received attention from the central government, even as the empire faced multiple crises. By the end of the iconoclast controversy in 843 CE, the veneration of icons was restored, and the Byzantine state began to stabilize under the rule of the Macedonian dynasty. In the aftermath of the iconoclast controversy, the Byzantine Empire experienced a period of cultural and military revival, often referred to as the Byzantine Renaissance. This revival had a significant impact on Greece, as the empire's renewed strength allowed it to reclaim control over the remaining Slavic populations and rebuild its cities and infrastructure. The theme system, which had been instrumental in preserving the empire during its time of crisis, continued to function as the backbone of Byzantine governance, ensuring that Greece remained firmly integrated into the empire. The Byzantine reconquest of Greece, facilitated by the theme system and the empire's renewed military strength, marked a turning point in the region's medieval history. By the 9th century, Greece had been largely reintegrated into the Byzantine state, its cities revitalized, and its population, both Greek and Slavic, brought under the control of the imperial administration. This period of recovery and consolidation would lay the groundwork for the cultural and intellectual flourishing of the Byzantine Empire in the centuries to come. As the 9th century progressed, the Byzantine Empire entered a period of cultural, military, and intellectual resurgence, often referred to as the Byzantine Renaissance. This revival was spearheaded by the Macedonian dynasty, which came to power in 867 CE under Emperor Basil I. The Macedonian emperors presided over a period of expansion, reform, and cultural flourishing that left a lasting impact on the empire, particularly in Greece. The Byzantine Renaissance transformed medieval Greece, restoring its cities, reinvigorating its culture, and solidifying its position within the broader Byzantine state. This chapter explores the various facets of the Byzantine Renaissance, from military conquests and administrative reforms to cultural achievements and religious developments, all of which shaped the trajectory of Greece during the Middle Ages. The rise of the Macedonian dynasty in the late 9th century marked a turning point for the Byzantine Empire. After several centuries of crisis, characterized by external invasions, internal turmoil, and the religious strife of the iconoclast controversy, the empire was finally able to regain its footing. The early Macedonian emperors, particularly Basil I, are 867 to 886, and his son Leo VI are 886 to 912, focused on consolidating the empire's territories, reforming its military and administrative structures, and promoting cultural and religious unity. One of the most significant achievements of the Macedonian emperors was the reconquest of lands that had been lost during the previous centuries of decline. Under the Macedonian dynasty, the Byzantine Empire expanded its borders, reclaiming territories in the Balkans, Anatolia, and even parts of Italy. For Greece, this period of expansion was crucial, as it allowed the Byzantine state to fully reassert control over the Greek mainland and the surrounding islands. The successful reconquest of these territories was made possible by the continued effectiveness of the theme system, which remained the backbone of Byzantine military and administrative organization. The themes in Greece, such as the theme of Hellas, the theme of the Peloponnese, and the theme of Thessalonica, continued to serve as the primary units of governance and defense. However, under the Macedonian emperors, the theme system was refined and adapted to meet the changing needs of the empire. The emperors sought to strengthen the themes by increasing the size of local armies and improving the administrative oversight of the strategoi, the military governors who were responsible for both civilian and military affairs within their respective themes. In Greece, this meant a more robust military presence, particularly in coastal areas that were vulnerable to raids by pirates and Arab fleets. The Byzantine navy also played a crucial role in securing Greece's coastlines during this period. Throughout the 9th and 10th centuries, the Aegean Sea was a vital artery for trade and military movement, and control over this region was essential for the empire's prosperity. The Byzantine emperors invested heavily in the navy, building new fleets and fortifying key naval bases in Greece, such as those on the islands of Crete and Euboea. By the late 10th century, the Byzantine navy had successfully driven back many of the Arab pirate groups that had terrorized the Aegean, ensuring that Greece's coastal cities and trade routes were secure. Culturally, the Byzantine Renaissance was a period of extraordinary intellectual and artistic achievement, and Greece played a central role in this revival. The Macedonian emperors were great patrons of the arts, and their reigns saw the flourishing of Byzantine literature, theology, and philosophy. The revival of classical learning was one of the hallmarks of the Byzantine Renaissance, as scholars in Constantinople and across the empire rediscovered and reinterpreted the works of ancient Greek philosophers, scientists, and poets. In Greece, this revival of classical culture was particularly significant. The ancient cities of Athens and Thessalonica, which had long been centers of learning and intellectual life, experienced a resurgence during the Macedonian dynasty. Though Athens had declined in importance since the classical period, it remained a symbol of Hellenic culture and philosophy. The philosophical schools of Athens, which had been shuttered during the reign of Emperor Justinian I in the 6th century, were revitalized during the Byzantine Renaissance. Byzantine scholars, many of whom were based in Greece, studied the works of Plato, Aristotle, and other ancient thinkers, blending classical philosophy with Christian theology in ways that would shape Byzantine intellectual life for centuries to come. Monasticism also flourished during this period, particularly in Greece. The monastic communities of Mount Athos, which had been established in the 9th century, became important centers of religious scholarship and spiritual life. Mount Athos, located on a rugged peninsula in northern Greece, became the heart of Orthodox monasticism in the Byzantine world. Its monks were renowned for their asceticism, theological learning, and dedication to the preservation of Byzantine culture and Orthodox Christianity. The monasteries of Mount Athos played a crucial role in the cultural and religious life of medieval Greece. They were not only places of worship and contemplation, but also centers of manuscript production and preservation. The monks of Mount Athos copied and illuminated religious texts, preserving both Christian and classical works that might otherwise have been lost. These manuscripts were often sent to other parts of the empire, ensuring that the intellectual and religious achievements of the Byzantine Renaissance were disseminated throughout the Byzantine world. The relationship between the Byzantine state and the Orthodox Church was central to the Byzantine Renaissance. The Macedonian emperors were devout Christians, and their reigns were marked by efforts to strengthen the unity of the empire through religious reform and the promotion of Orthodox Christianity. In Greece, this religious revival was evident in the construction of new churches and monasteries, as well as the restoration of older religious sites that had fallen into disrepair during the previous centuries of conflict. One of the most significant architectural achievements of the Byzantine Renaissance in Greece was the construction of the Church of Hosios Lukis in Boeotia, central Greece. This monastery, dedicated to Saint Luke the Younger, was built in the late 10th century and is considered one of the finest examples of Byzantine architecture in Greece. The church's elaborate mosaics and frescoes reflect the artistic and religious ideals of the Macedonian Renaissance, with their vibrant depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. Hosios Lukis became a major pilgrimage site, attracting visitors from across the Byzantine Empire. Another important religious site from this period is the Daphne Monastery near Athens, which also dates to the late 10th century. Like Hosios Lukis, the Daphne Monastery is renowned for its exquisite mosaics, which showcase the high level of artistic achievement reached during the Byzantine Renaissance. The monasteries of Greece, along with the churches in its cities, were a testament to the wealth, piety, and cultural vibrancy of this era. The reign of Emperor Basil II, r. 976 to 1025, is often seen as the pinnacle of the Macedonian Renaissance. Basil II, known as the Bulgar Slayer for his military victories over the Bulgarian Empire, was one of the most successful emperors in Byzantine history. Under his rule, the empire reached its greatest territorial extent since the days of Justinian I. Basil's military campaigns in the Balkans, Anatolia, and the Caucasus secured the empire's borders and brought new wealth and resources into the Byzantine state. For Greece, Basil II's reign was a period of stability and prosperity. The theme system continued to function effectively, and the empire's military successes ensured that Greece was well protected from external threats. The flourishing of trade, particularly in the Aegean and Ionian seas, contributed to the economic growth of Greek cities like Thessalonica, Corinth, and Athens. The wealth generated by this trade helped to fund the construction of new churches, monasteries, and public buildings, further enhancing the cultural landscape of Greece. Despite the successes of the Macedonian dynasty, the Byzantine Renaissance was not without its challenges. The empire remained vulnerable to external threats, particularly from the rising power of the Bulgarians in the north and the Arabs in the east. Internal tensions also persisted, particularly between the central government in Constantinople and the local elites in the provinces, including Greece. The wealth and power of the Byzantine aristocracy, which had grown during the Macedonian dynasty, sometimes clashed with the interests of the imperial government, leading to periodic unrest. Nonetheless, the Byzantine Renaissance under the Macedonian dynasty was a golden age for the Byzantine Empire and for Greece. The revival of classical learning, the flourishing of Orthodox Christianity, and the expansion of Byzantine political and military power all contributed to the transformation of Greece during the medieval period. By the early 11th century, Greece had been fully integrated into the Byzantine state, its cities and countryside revitalized, and its cultural and intellectual life reinvigorated. In conclusion, the Byzantine Renaissance under the Macedonian dynasty was a period of extraordinary achievement for both the empire and Greece. The military successes of the Macedonian emperors, combined with their patronage of the arts and religion, helped to restore Greece's cities, secure its borders, and promote the flourishing of Orthodox Christianity. The monasteries of Mount Athos, the churches of Hosios Lukis and Daphne, and the intellectual revival in cities like Athens and Thessalonica all stand as enduring legacies of this remarkable period in Byzantine history. As the Byzantine Empire entered the 11th century, the stability and prosperity achieved under the Macedonian dynasty began to unravel. This period marked the beginning of a slow but steady decline, with both internal and external factors contributing to the weakening of the empire. For Greece, this decline meant a gradual erosion of Byzantine control and the emergence of new threats from both the north and the east. This chapter will explore the reasons behind the Byzantine Empire's decline, the impact on Greece, and the rise of new powers that would challenge Byzantine supremacy in the region. The seeds of the Byzantine Empire's decline were sown during the later years of the Macedonian dynasty. Despite the successes of emperors like Basil II, the empire had expanded its borders to their greatest extent in centuries, but this expansion brought with it new challenges. The vast territories conquered by the Byzantines, particularly in the Balkans, required substantial resources to defend and administer. At the same time, the empire faced growing tensions between the central government in Constantinople and the local aristocracy in the provinces, including Greece. One of the key problems that emerged during this period was the increasing power of the landed aristocracy. In the 10th and 11th centuries, wealthy landowners in the provinces began to accumulate vast estates, often at the expense of small farmers and the military strategies who had been the backbone of the theme system. As these large estates grew, the power of the central government to collect taxes and enforce its authority in the provinces weakened. In Greece, this led to the decline of the theme system as the local aristocracy, rather than the central government, began to dominate both the economy and local politics. The weakening of the theme system had serious consequences for Byzantine Greece. Without the effective organization and defense provided by the themes, the Byzantine military's ability to respond to external threats diminished. This was particularly problematic as new enemies began to appear on the empire's borders. In the Balkans, the collapse of the First Bulgarian Empire in 1018 CE after Basil II's campaigns brought temporary relief, but new powers soon arose to challenge Byzantine dominance. Chief among these was the Normans, a warrior people from northern France who had established themselves in southern Italy and were beginning to look toward Greece and the Byzantine heartlands. The Norman threat to Greece became particularly acute in the mid-11th century. By this time, the Normans had consolidated their control over southern Italy and launched a series of invasions into Byzantine territories in the Western Balkans. In 1081 CE, the Norman leader Robert Guiscard crossed the Adriatic Sea with a large army, aiming to conquer the Byzantine-held regions of Greece. The Normans landed on the western coast of Greece and quickly captured key cities, including the important port of Dyrrhachium, modern-day Durrës in Albania. The Byzantine response to the Norman invasion was led by the newly crowned Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, r. 1081 to 1118. Alexios, a capable and energetic ruler, inherited an empire in crisis. In addition to the Norman threat, Byzantium was facing attacks from the Seljuk Turks in the east and internal instability caused by the growing power of the aristocracy. Alexios realized that the empire could no longer rely on the traditional theme system to defend its territories, as the system had been severely weakened by centuries of neglect and the erosion of central authority. To address these challenges, Alexios undertook a series of military and administrative reforms that would reshape the Byzantine state. One of his key strategies was to forge alliances with Western powers, particularly the Venetians, who controlled a powerful navy and had significant commercial interests in the eastern Mediterranean. In exchange for trading privileges, Alexios secured Venetian naval support against the Normans, which proved crucial in defending Greece. The first major engagement between the Normans and the Byzantines took place at the Battle of Dyrrhachium in 1081 CE. The Normans, under Robert Guiscard and his son Bohemond, initially gained the upper hand, inflicting a crushing defeat on the Byzantine army. However, Alexios did not give up. He regrouped his forces, formed alliances with local Balkan rulers, and launched a counteroffensive. With Venetian naval support, the Byzantines were eventually able to push the Normans out of Greece, though the victory came at a great cost. The Norman threat would resurface again in the following decades, but for the time being, Greece remained under Byzantine control. While Alexios I was successful in defending Greece from the Normans, the empire's eastern front was in even greater danger. Since the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks, a nomadic people from Central Asia, had been expanding into Byzantine territories in Anatolia. The pivotal moment came in 1071 CE, when the Byzantines suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Manzikert. Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes was captured, and much of Anatolia fell into the hands of the Seljuks. This defeat marked the beginning of the end of Byzantine dominance in Asia Minor, which had long been the empire's heartland and a key source of wealth, manpower, and resources. For Greece, the loss of Anatolia was a disaster. Not only did it deprive the empire of vital resources, but it also shifted the empire's focus westward, leaving Greece more exposed to future invasions. The loss of Anatolia also accelerated the decline of the theme system, as many of the soldiers who had defended Byzantine territories in Asia Minor were displaced or killed in the aftermath of the Battle of Manzikert. The Seljuk threat to Byzantium, combined with the Norman invasions in the west, prompted Alexios I to seek external help. In 1095 CE, Alexios sent envoys to the Pope in Rome, requesting military assistance from the Western Christian kingdoms. This plea for help would eventually lead to the First Crusade, a major event that would reshape the political landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean and have lasting consequences for Byzantine Greece. The arrival of the Crusaders in the late 11th century was both a blessing and a curse for the Byzantine Empire. On the one hand, the Crusaders helped the Byzantines reclaim some of their lost territories in Anatolia, particularly the coastal regions. However, the presence of large numbers of Western European knights in Byzantine territories also created tensions between the Byzantines and the Crusaders. These tensions would eventually erupt into open conflict during the Fourth Crusade, leading to the sack of Constantinople in 1204 and the fragmentation of the Byzantine Empire. The First Crusade, launched in 1096 CE, saw large numbers of Western European knights and soldiers pass through Greece on their way to the Holy Land. Initially, the Byzantines welcomed the Crusaders as allies against the Seljuks, but relations between the two sides quickly soured. The Western knights, many of whom were unfamiliar with Byzantine customs and politics, clashed with local Greek populations as they made their way across the empire. In Greece, the Crusaders often acted as occupiers, seizing food, supplies, and lodging from local communities. Despite these tensions, Alexios I was able to manage the situation effectively, using diplomacy to maintain control over the Crusaders and prevent them from causing too much damage in Greece. The First Crusade ultimately succeeded in capturing Jerusalem from the Muslims, and the Byzantines regained some of their lost territory in Anatolia, though this was only a temporary reprieve. By the early 12th century, Greece had largely recovered from the Norman invasions and the disruptions caused by the First Crusade. Under the Komnenos dynasty, particularly during the reigns of Alexios I, John II Komnenos r. 1118 to 1143, and Manuel I Komnenos r. 1143 to 1180, the Byzantine Empire experienced a period of relative stability and military success. The Komnenian emperors undertook extensive military campaigns to defend the empire's borders, rebuild its infrastructure, and strengthen its economy. In Greece, this period saw the construction of new fortifications, the revitalization of trade, and the continued flourishing of monasticism and Orthodox Christianity. However, the stability achieved under the Komnenian emperors was fragile. By the late 12th century, new internal and external challenges began to undermine Byzantine control over Greece. The growing power of Western European states, particularly the Norman Kingdom of Sicily and the Italian maritime republics of Venice and Genoa, posed a new threat to Byzantine dominance in the Mediterranean. In Greece, Venetian merchants gained increasing influence over local economies, particularly in the Aegean Islands, where they established trading posts and naval bases. Internally, the Byzantine Empire was plagued by political instability and factionalism. The central government in Constantinople struggled to maintain control over the provinces, as local aristocrats and military commanders vied for power. In Greece, this led to the rise of semi-independent regional lords, who operated with little oversight from the imperial government. This decentralization of power weakened the Byzantine state and left Greece vulnerable to external attacks. The most significant threat to Byzantine Greece in the late 12th century came from the Normans, who once again launched an invasion of Byzantine territories. In 1185 CE, the Normans, now under the leadership of William II of Sicily, captured Thessalonica, the second largest city in the Byzantine Empire. The sack of Thessalonica was a devastating blow to Byzantine prestige and marked the beginning of a new period of instability in Greece. In conclusion, the decline of the Byzantine Empire in the 11th and 12th centuries had profound consequences for Greece. The erosion of central authority, the rise of new external threats, and the growing influence of Western European powers all contributed to the weakening of Byzantine control over the region. While the Komnenian emperors were able to temporarily stabilize the empire, the underlying challenges remained unresolved. As the 12th century drew to a close, Greece would face even greater challenges, as the Fourth Crusade loomed on the horizon. The 13th century brought one of the most catastrophic events in the history of the Byzantine Empire, the Fourth Crusade. This chapter delves deeply into the lead-up to this momentous event, its immediate aftermath, and how it reshaped Greece, leading to the fragmentation of Byzantine control over the region. The sacking of Constantinople in 1204 not only marked a significant turning point for the empire but also dramatically altered the political, social, and economic landscape of Greece. The origins of the Fourth Crusade lay in the complex and often tense relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Latin Christian states of Western Europe. The First Crusade, which began in 1096, had initially been seen as a cooperative effort between Byzantium and Western Christendom to repel the Seljuk Turks from Asia Minor and reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim control. However, relations between the Crusaders and Byzantines quickly soured as Western European armies marched through Byzantine territories, often acting more like occupiers than allies. These tensions were further exacerbated by deep religious and cultural differences between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. By the late 12th century, these tensions had reached a breaking point. The sack of Thessalonica by the Normans in 1185, combined with growing Venetian influence in Byzantine trade, strained the already fragile relations between Byzantium and the Western European powers. Venice, in particular, had become a dominant player in the Eastern Mediterranean, controlling much of the commerce that passed through Byzantine ports. The Venetians had secured extensive trading privileges from the Byzantine emperors in exchange for naval support, and their merchants held a near monopoly on trade in the Aegean Sea. This commercial dominance fueled resentment among the Byzantine aristocracy and merchants, who saw their own economic interests undermined by foreign traders. As the 13th century approached, the Byzantine Empire was already in a weakened state. The internal strife that had plagued the empire since the late 11th century continued, with powerful aristocratic families vying for control over the imperial throne. Emperors were frequently deposed or assassinated, leading to a period of instability that left the empire vulnerable to external threats. In 1195, Emperor Isaac II Angelos was deposed and blinded by his brother, Alexios III Angelos, who seized the throne. Alexios III proved to be an ineffective ruler, more interested in securing his own power than in defending the empire from its many enemies. It was in this context of political instability and external threats that the Fourth Crusade was launched. Originally, the crusade had been called by Pope Innocent III in 1202 with the goal of reclaiming Jerusalem from Muslim control. However, the Crusaders, heavily indebted to Venice for providing ships and supplies, found themselves diverted to Constantinople instead. Venice, under the leadership of Doge Enrico Dandolo, had its own agenda: the weakening of Byzantium, which would allow Venice to further dominate Mediterranean trade. The Crusaders agreed to help Alexios IV Angelos, the son of the deposed Isaac II, reclaim the throne in exchange for financial and military support from the Byzantines. In 1203, the Crusaders arrived at Constantinople and laid siege to the city. Despite initial resistance, Alexios III fled the city, and Alexios IV was installed as co-emperor alongside his blinded father. However, Alexios IV was unable to fulfill his promises to the Crusaders, particularly the large sums of money he had pledged. As tensions mounted between the Crusaders and the Byzantine population, violence erupted. In 1204, the Crusaders, frustrated by their inability to collect the promised rewards, decided to sack Constantinople. The sack of Constantinople in April 1204 was one of the most brutal and destructive events in medieval history. The Crusaders looted the city, destroying or stealing countless treasures, relics, and works of art. Churches, including the Hagia Sophia, were desecrated, and the city's inhabitants were subjected to horrific violence. The Byzantine Empire, already weakened by internal divisions, was left in ruins. The empire's capital, which had stood as one of the greatest cities in the world for nearly 1,000 years, was devastated. The sacking of Constantinople had profound and far-reaching consequences for the Byzantine Empire and Greece. In the aftermath of the sack, the Byzantine Empire was fragmented into several successor states, each vying for legitimacy and control over the remaining Byzantine territories. The Latin Empire, established by the Crusaders in Constantinople, claimed the remnants of the Byzantine throne, but its authority was limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. Meanwhile, several Greek-led Byzantine successor states emerged, the most important of which were the Empire of Nicaea, the Despotate of Epirus, and the Empire of Trebizond. Greece itself was divided among the Latin Crusaders, the Venetians, and local Byzantine rulers. The Crusaders, having conquered Constantinople, turned their attention to the rest of the Byzantine Empire, including Greece. The southern part of Greece, particularly the Peloponnese and central Greece, became the primary target of Latin conquest. In 1205, a group of crusaders led by Boniface of Montferrat marched into Greece, capturing the city of Thebes and later Athens. Boniface established the Kingdom of Thessalonica, a short-lived crusader state that dominated northern Greece. Meanwhile, much of southern Greece, including the Peloponnese, was divided among various Latin lords who established the Principality of Achaia. The Principality of Achaia became one of the most important Latin states in Greece, and its rulers maintained a strong presence in the region for much of the 13th century. The Latin lords, many of whom came from noble families in France and Italy, imposed their feudal system on the Greek population, establishing a new social order based on Western European models of lordship and vassalage. The Venetians, who had played a pivotal role in the Fourth Crusade, also carved out a significant share of Byzantine territory for themselves. Venice had long sought to dominate trade in the eastern Mediterranean, and the collapse of Byzantine authority after 1204 allowed the Venetians to realize this ambition. Venice seized control of key ports and islands in the Aegean, including Crete, Euboea, and several Cycladic islands. The Venetians established their own colonies and trading posts in these regions, turning Greece into a crucial hub for Venetian maritime commerce. Venice's control over the Aegean would last for centuries, and the Venetian presence would leave a lasting mark on Greek culture and society. Despite the Latin conquest of much of Greece, resistance persisted among the local Byzantine population. The Despotate of Epirus, founded by Michael I Komnenos Doukas, a relative of the Byzantine imperial family, emerged as a center of Byzantine resistance in western Greece and Albania. The Despotate of Epirus sought to restore Byzantine authority in the region and reclaim lands lost to the Latins. Over the course of the 13th century, Epirus would engage in frequent conflicts with both the Latin states and the Empire of Nicaea, another Byzantine successor state based in western Anatolia. The Empire of Nicaea, under the leadership of emperors like Theodore I Lascaris and John III Doukas Vatatzes, emerged as the most powerful of the Byzantine successor states. Nicaea became the focal point for efforts to reclaim Constantinople and restore the Byzantine Empire. Although Nicaea was far from Greece, its influence extended into the region as the empire sought to rebuild its strength and recover lost territories. In the Peloponnese and central Greece, local Greek lords maintained a degree of autonomy, often allying with either the Despotate of Epirus or the Empire of Nicaea in their struggles against the Latin rulers. The Latin occupation of Greece fundamentally changed the region's social and political structure. The imposition of feudalism by the Latin lords created a new class hierarchy, with Latin nobles at the top and Greek peasants and serfs at the bottom. Many Greek landowners lost their estates to Latin lords, who redistributed the land among their vassals. The Catholic Church also established a presence in Greece, with Latin bishops and clergy replacing Orthodox leaders in many areas. However, the Greek Orthodox Church remained resilient, particularly in rural areas, where the population continued to practice their faith in secret or under the protection of sympathetic Greek lords. Economically, the Latin occupation had mixed results for Greece. On the one hand, the Venetians and other Western European powers brought increased trade and commerce to the region, particularly in the Aegean islands and coastal cities. Venice's control over key ports like Candia, modern Heraklion, on Crete and Negroponte, modern Chalkis, on Euboea turned these areas into bustling trade hubs, linking Greece to the wider Mediterranean economy. On the other hand, the heavy taxation imposed by Latin lords and the feudal system's exploitation of the Greek peasantry led to widespread poverty and discontent in many rural areas. The division of Greece into Latin and Byzantine successor states created a fractured political landscape, with frequent conflicts between rival powers. The Despotate of Epirus, the Latin Principality of Achaia, and the Venetian colonies all vied for control over Greece, while the Empire of Nicaea sought to reunify the Byzantine territories and retake Constantinople. This fragmentation would continue throughout the 13th century, leaving Greece in a state of constant flux and instability. In conclusion, the Fourth Crusade and the sack of Constantinople in 1204 marked the beginning of a new and tumultuous era for Greece. The fragmentation of Byzantine authority and the establishment of Latin and Venetian states in Greece fundamentally altered the region's political, social, and economic landscape. While the Latin lords imposed their feudal system and the Venetians dominated trade, the Byzantine Greek population continued to resist and seek a restoration of their former empire. The complex interplay of Latin and Byzantine powers would shape the history of Greece for the remainder of the 13th century, setting the stage for future conflicts and struggles for dominance in the region. The first half of the 13th century was a period of fragmentation and instability for Greece and the Byzantine world as a whole. The Fourth Crusade had shattered the Byzantine Empire, leaving it divided between Latin and Venetian rulers, as well as various Byzantine successor states. However, out of this chaotic landscape emerged a powerful movement for restoration, led by the Empire of Nicaea. This chapter will explore how the Byzantine Greeks, particularly under the leadership of the Nicaean emperors, worked toward the eventual restoration of Constantinople in 1261, the reunification of Byzantine territories, and the recovery of Greek lands from Latin rule. In the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade, the Latin Empire, established by the Crusaders in Constantinople, ruled over the city and its surrounding areas. However, the Latin Empire was a weak and fragile state, lacking the resources and manpower to fully control the vast territories it claimed. At the same time, the Greek-speaking population of the former Byzantine Empire refused to accept Latin rule, particularly in the heartland of Asia Minor and in Greece itself. Several Byzantine successor states emerged in the wake of the Fourth Crusade, each vying to reclaim the imperial legacy of Byzantium. The most significant of these successor states was the Empire of Nicaea, founded in 1204 by Theodore I Lascaris, a member of the Byzantine imperial family. Nicaea, located in western Anatolia, became the center of Byzantine resistance against the Latin occupation of Constantinople. Over the course of the 13th century, the emperors of Nicaea worked tirelessly to consolidate their power, reclaim lost territories, and prepare for the eventual reconquest of Constantinople. While the Empire of Nicaea was the most powerful of the Greek states, it was not the only one. The Despotate of Epirus, founded by Michael I Komnenos Doukas, established itself in western Greece and Albania. Epirus sought to reclaim Byzantine lands in the Balkans and played a key role in resisting Latin rule in northern Greece. Meanwhile, the Empire of Trebizond, based on the Black Sea coast, also claimed the Byzantine imperial mantle, though its influence was more limited. These Byzantine successor states competed with one another for legitimacy and control, but they were united in their desire to overthrow the Latin Empire and restore Byzantine authority. For the Nicaean emperors, reclaiming Constantinople was the ultimate goal, but before they could do so, they needed to stabilize their own realm and secure alliances with neighboring powers. The early 13th century was a period of intense diplomatic and military activity, as Nicaea sought to expand its influence both in Asia Minor and in the Balkans. Theodore I Lascaris and his successors engaged in a series of campaigns to push back the Seljuk Turks in Anatolia and to challenge the Latin and Venetian rulers in Greece. In Greece, the situation was complex. The Latin states, particularly the Principality of Achaea in the Peloponnese and the Kingdom of Thessalonica in northern Greece, were powerful and well-entrenched. The Latin rulers had established a feudal system based on Western European models, with Latin lords ruling over Greek peasants. However, Latin control over Greece was far from absolute. The Despotate of Epirus, under the leadership of Theodore Komnenos Doukas, had expanded its influence into central Greece and parts of Thessaly, challenging the Latin rulers for control of the region. The rivalry between the Despotate of Epirus and the Empire of Nicaea came to a head in the 1220s, as both states sought to assert their claim to the Byzantine imperial legacy. In 1224, Theodore Komnenos Doukas of Epirus achieved a major victory by capturing Thessalonica from the Latin rulers, proclaiming himself emperor of the Greeks. However, this victory was short-lived. Theodore's ambitions soon brought him into conflict with John III Doukas Vatatzes, the emperor of Nicaea, who had emerged as one of the most capable rulers of the 13th century. John III Vatatzes, r. 1222 to 1254, played a crucial role in the restoration of Byzantine power. A shrewd diplomat and capable military leader, John III worked to secure Nicaea's position both in Asia Minor and in the Balkans. He built alliances with key Western powers, including the Holy Roman Empire, and pursued a policy of reconciliation with the papacy in an attempt to prevent further Crusader interventions. At the same time, John III strengthened the Nicaean economy, encouraging agricultural production and trade, particularly in the rich lands of Western Anatolia. John III's efforts to expand Nicaean influence in Greece were met with mixed success. While the Despotate of Epirus remained a formidable rival, John III was able to secure key victories against the Latin rulers in the Aegean. The Nicaean navy, supported by a network of loyal Aegean island lords, helped to disrupt Latin control over the islands and coastal regions of Greece. By the end of John III's reign, Nicaea had established itself as the dominant Greek state, and the stage was set for the final push to reclaim Constantinople. John III's successor, Theodore II Lascaris, continued his father's policies, but it was under Michael VIII Palaiologos, r. 1259–1282, that the Byzantine dream of restoring Constantinople was finally realized. Michael VIII came to power in 1259 after a series of political intrigues and swiftly turned his attention to the reconquest of the Byzantine capital. The Latin Empire, by this time, had grown even weaker, plagued by internal divisions and external threats from neighboring powers. In 1261, the opportunity presented itself. The Latin Empire, under Emperor Baldwin II, was struggling to maintain control over Constantinople, and its military forces were stretched thin. Michael VIII struck a deal with the Genoese, offering them trading privileges and naval support in exchange for their assistance in recapturing the city. In July 1261, the Byzantine general Alexios Strategopoulos led a small force into Constantinople while the bulk of the Latin army was away on campaign. The city, poorly defended and weakened by years of neglect, fell to the Byzantines with little resistance. The recapture of Constantinople in 1261 was a momentous event. Michael VIII entered the city in triumph, re-establishing the Byzantine Empire and restoring Orthodox Christianity to its rightful place in the imperial capital. The Latin Empire collapsed, and Baldwin II fled into exile. For the first time in nearly 60 years, Constantinople was once again a Byzantine city, and Michael VIII was crowned as emperor in the Hagia Sophia. The restoration of Constantinople marked the beginning of the Palaiologan dynasty, which would rule the Byzantine Empire for the next 2 centuries. However, while the recovery of the capital was a significant achievement, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self. The empire's territories had been drastically reduced, and much of Greece remained under Latin or Venetian control. The Principality of Achaea, the Duchy of Athens, and other Latin states continued to dominate large parts of the Greek mainland, while Venice maintained its grip on key ports and islands in the Aegean. For Greece, the restoration of Constantinople did not immediately bring about reunification. The Latin lords and Venetian merchants who had established themselves in the region during the 13th century remained a powerful presence, and the Byzantine emperors, now based in a weakened and economically fragile Constantinople, lacked the resources to fully reclaim these territories. Nevertheless, the Palaiologan emperors made efforts to extend their influence over Greece, particularly through diplomatic marriages, alliances, and occasional military campaigns. One of Michael VIII's key strategies was to secure alliances with the Western European powers in order to neutralize the Latin threat in Greece. He negotiated with the Pope and even agreed to a short-lived union of the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches in 1274 at the Council of Lyon, hoping to gain Western support for the reconquest of Greece. However, this union was deeply unpopular among the Orthodox clergy and laity, who saw it as a betrayal of their faith, and it ultimately collapsed. Despite these efforts, the Latin states in Greece proved resilient. The Principality of Achaea, in particular, continued to thrive under the rule of powerful Latin lords, who maintained control over much of the Peloponnese. The Byzantine emperors attempted several military campaigns to reclaim these territories, but they were often hampered by the empire's limited resources and the growing influence of Venice and other Western powers in the region. By the late 13th century, Venice had solidified its control over key parts of the Aegean, including the islands of Crete, Euboea, and Corfu. These islands became important centers of Venetian trade and military power, and Venice established a network of fortresses and naval bases to protect its interests in the region. The Venetian presence in the Aegean would endure for centuries, long after the fall of the Byzantine Empire itself. In conclusion, the restoration of Constantinople in 1261 was a pivotal moment in the history of the Byzantine Empire in Greece. While it marked the end of the Latin occupation of the imperial capital, it did not lead to the full reunification of Byzantine territories, particularly in Greece. The Latin and Venetian states in Greece remained powerful, and the Byzantine emperors, weakened by years of internal and external challenges, struggled to reclaim their former lands. Nevertheless, the Paleologan emperors continued to assert their influence in Greece, setting the stage for future conflicts between the Byzantine, Latin, and Venetian powers in the region. The restoration of Constantinople in 1261 under Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos was a moment of triumph for the Byzantine Empire, but it marked the beginning of a long, painful decline for both the empire and Greece. The Byzantine state that emerged from the wreckage of the Fourth Crusade was no longer the powerful, centralized empire of the Macedonian or Komnenian dynasties. Instead, it was a fragile, fragmented state, beset by external enemies and internal strife. For Greece, this period was defined by constant warfare, shifting allegiances, and the slow but steady encroachment of new powers, most notably the Ottoman Turks. This chapter explores the late Paleologan period, from the mid-13th century to the fall of Constantinople in 1453. During this time, Greece experienced profound changes as Byzantine control weakened and new forces, both Latin and Turkish, began to assert dominance over the region. The once powerful Byzantine Empire became increasingly irrelevant in the broader geopolitical landscape, and Greece, divided between various Latin, Venetian, and Byzantine lords, became a battleground for competing interests. After the recapture of Constantinople in 1261, Michael VIII Palaiologos, r. 1259 to 1282, sought to rebuild the Byzantine Empire, but his efforts were hindered by a series of profound challenges. The empire's resources were stretched thin, and much of the former Byzantine territory remained under Latin or Venetian control. In Greece, the Principality of Achaia continued to dominate the Peloponnese, while the Duchy of Athens held sway over central Greece. Venice, meanwhile, retained control over key islands such as Crete and Euboea, using these territories as bases for its maritime trade and military power in the eastern Mediterranean. Michael VIII was acutely aware of the fragility of his empire and the constant threat posed by both Latin powers and the rising Seljuk and Ottoman Turks. To secure his position, he pursued a policy of diplomatic engagement with Western Europe, seeking to build alliances that would protect the empire from further Crusader invasions. His most controversial move came in 1274, when he agreed to the union of the churches at the Second Council of Lyon, a decision that sought to reunify the Eastern Orthodox Church with the Roman Catholic Church under the Pope's authority. This union, however, was deeply unpopular in Byzantium, particularly in Greece, where the Orthodox clergy and laity viewed it as a betrayal of their faith. The union was seen as a desperate political maneuver, and it led to widespread unrest, with many local bishops and monks openly resisting the emperor's policies. In Greece, monastic centers such as Mount Athos became hotbeds of resistance to the union, and the resulting divisions within the Orthodox Church further weakened Byzantine authority in the region. Despite his efforts to forge alliances with the West, Michael VIII was unable to fully secure the empire's borders. The Latin states in Greece remained a persistent threat, and in 1267, Charles of Anjou, the king of Sicily, laid claim to the Latin throne of Constantinople, posing a direct challenge to Byzantine sovereignty. Though Michael VIII successfully fended off this threat through a combination of diplomacy and military action, the constant pressure from Latin forces in Greece and the Adriatic strained the empire's resources. While Michael VIII struggled to maintain Byzantine authority, much of Greece remained outside direct imperial control. In the Peloponnese, the Principality of Achaia continued to flourish under Latin rule, and it remained one of the most important feudal states in Greece throughout the 13th and early 14th centuries. The Latin rulers of Achaia, often aligned with powerful Western European families, maintained a network of fortified cities and castles that allowed them to control much of the region. However, their dominance was increasingly challenged by local Greek lords who sought to reassert their authority in the face of Latin occupation. One of the most significant figures in this period was Nikephoros I Komnenos Doukas, ruler of the Despotate of Epirus. Epirus, which had been founded as a Byzantine successor state after the Fourth Crusade, continued to resist Latin domination in the Balkans and western Greece. Nikephoros I managed to expand his territory, making alliances with both the Byzantine Empire and the Latins when it suited his interests. The Despotate of Epirus became a key player in the shifting alliances and power struggles of the region, often acting as a buffer between the Latin states of Greece and the Byzantine Empire. In central Greece, the Duchy of Athens remained under Latin rule, controlled by a series of French and Catalan dynasties. The Catalan Company, a group of mercenaries originally hired by the Byzantines to fight against the Turks, took control of Athens in 1311 and established a brief but significant period of Catalan dominance over the region. The Catalan rulers maintained their hold over Athens until the mid-14th century, but their rule was characterized by instability and frequent clashes with local Greek populations, who sought to reclaim their lands from Latin occupiers. Venice, meanwhile, continued to expand its influence in the Aegean. The Venetian Republic, one of the most powerful maritime states of the time, used its control of key islands such as Crete, Euboea, and Corfu to dominate trade routes and assert naval power in the region. The Venetians established a colonial administration in their Greek possessions, which became vital nodes in their vast commercial network. Venetian rule was generally more stable than that of the Latin feudal states, and their colonies in Greece prospered as centers of trade and commerce. However, the Venetians were not immune to local resistance, and periodic revolts by Greek populations demonstrated the ongoing tension between the Latin rulers and their Greek subjects. While the Latin and Venetian states dominated much of Greece, a new and more formidable threat was emerging in the east: the Ottoman Turks. The Ottomans, a Turkish dynasty that had risen to power in northwestern Anatolia, began to expand rapidly in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. By the 1350s, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe, capturing the city of Gallipoli and establishing a foothold in the Balkans. This marked the beginning of a relentless Ottoman advance into Byzantine and Latin-controlled territories, including Greece. The Ottoman expansion presented an existential threat to both the Byzantine Empire and the Latin states in Greece. As the Ottomans pushed deeper into the Balkans, they captured key Byzantine and Serbian cities, further isolating Constantinople and weakening Byzantine control over its remaining territories. The fall of Adrianople in 1362 and the defeat of the Serbian Empire at the Battle of Maritsa in 1371 left Greece increasingly vulnerable to Ottoman conquest. By the late 14th century, the Byzantine Empire had been reduced to a small and beleaguered state centered around Constantinople and a few scattered territories in Greece and the Aegean. The Peloponnese, long contested between the Latin Principality of Achaea and local Greek rulers, became one of the last strongholds of Byzantine authority in Greece. The Despotate of the Morea, based in the Peloponnese, was governed by members of the Byzantine imperial family, the Palaeologi, who sought to defend the region from both Latin and Ottoman encroachment. In 1389, the Ottomans achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of Kosovo, effectively ending Serbian resistance to Ottoman rule and paving the way for further Ottoman advances into the Balkans. By the 1390s, the Ottomans had reached the borders of the Peloponnese, and the Despotate of the Morea became a vassal state of the Ottoman Empire, forced to pay tribute to the Sultan in exchange for a degree of autonomy. The Latin states in Greece fared no better. The Duchy of Athens was conquered by the Ottomans in 1456, and the Venetians found themselves increasingly isolated, their Aegean colonies under constant threat from Ottoman raids. The final blow to Byzantine Greece came in 1453 with the fall of Constantinople. After a long and bloody siege, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II captured the city, bringing an end to the Byzantine Empire. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves throughout the Christian world and marked the beginning of Ottoman dominance in southeastern Europe. For Greece, the fall of Constantinople signaled the end of nearly 1,000 years of Byzantine rule. In the years following the fall of Constantinople, the Ottomans turned their attention to consolidating their control over the rest of Greece. The Despotate of the Morea, which had remained a Byzantine outpost in the Peloponnese, was conquered by the Ottomans in 1460, effectively bringing all of mainland Greece under Ottoman rule. The Venetians, who still controlled key islands and ports in the Aegean, managed to retain their possessions for a time, but they too would eventually fall to the Ottomans in the centuries that followed. The conquest of Greece by the Ottomans brought about profound changes in the region's political, social, and religious landscape. The Latin feudal states that had dominated Greece for much of the 13th and 14th centuries were swept away, replaced by the centralized authority of the Ottoman Empire. The Greek Orthodox Church, which had been suppressed under Latin rule, was restored to a position of prominence under Ottoman governance, as the sultans allowed the Greek clergy to administer the Orthodox population in exchange for their loyalty to the empire. Economically, the Ottoman conquest disrupted many of the trade networks that had sustained the Latin and Venetian states in Greece. However, the Ottomans also integrated Greece into their vast empire, allowing Greek merchants and artisans to participate in the wider Ottoman economy. The Ottoman period would bring new challenges and opportunities for the Greek population, but it also marked the end of the medieval era in Greece and the beginning of centuries of Ottoman rule. The late Paleologan period and the final decline of the Byzantine Empire were marked by profound political, social, and cultural changes in Greece. As the Byzantine state weakened, local lords, Latin rulers, and the rising Ottoman Empire competed for control over the region. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 and the subsequent Ottoman conquest of Greece brought an end to centuries of Byzantine rule and marked the beginning of a new chapter in Greek history under Ottoman domination. The struggles and fragmentation of this period left a lasting legacy in Greece, shaping its society, culture, and identity in the centuries that followed. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 marked the beginning of a new era for Greece, as much of the region came under Ottoman control. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire had dominated the Greek world, but its final collapse left a power vacuum that the Ottoman Turks quickly filled. The Ottoman conquest of Greece was not an isolated event, but rather the culmination of decades of military campaigns, political maneuvers, and gradual erosion of Byzantine authority. In the years that followed the conquest, Greece was transformed as it became integrated into the vast Ottoman Empire. This chapter explores the early years of Ottoman rule in Greece, examining the political, social, and economic changes that shaped Greek society during this period. After the fall of Constantinople, the Ottomans wasted little time consolidating their control over the remaining Byzantine territories. Sultan Mehmed II, who had led the siege of Constantinople, earned the title Mehmed the Conqueror and set his sights on securing the rest of Greece. By 1460, the Peloponnese, long a stronghold of Byzantine rule under the despotate of the Morea, was fully conquered by the Ottoman forces. The last Byzantine rulers in the region, the Palaiologos family, were either captured or fled into exile. This marked the end of any significant Greek resistance to Ottoman rule on the mainland. The fall of the Morea was followed by the swift conquest of other key Greek territories. The Duchy of Athens, which had been under Latin control since the Fourth Crusade, fell to the Ottomans in 1456. The Greek islands, many of which were under Venetian control, proved more difficult to subdue, but the Ottomans made steady gains in the Aegean. Crete, one of the most important Venetian possessions in the region, remained under Venetian rule until 1669, but other islands like Rhodes and the Cyclades were brought under Ottoman control over the course of the 16th century. For the Greeks, the arrival of the Ottomans brought profound changes to their way of life. The Ottoman Empire was a vast, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious state, and the Greeks were just one of many subject peoples under Ottoman rule. However, the Ottomans had a pragmatic approach to governance, particularly in dealing with the diverse populations they controlled. Rather than imposing a rigid system of central administration, the Ottomans allowed a certain degree of local autonomy, particularly in religious matters. This system, known as the millet system, allowed the various religious communities within the empire to govern their own internal affairs, as long as they remained loyal to the Ottoman Sultan and paid their taxes. For the Greek Orthodox Church, the Ottoman conquest presented both challenges and opportunities. Under Latin rule, particularly in regions like the Peloponnese and the Duchy of Athens, the Orthodox Church had been marginalized, and Latin bishops often replaced Orthodox clergy. However, under the Ottoman system, the Orthodox Church was restored to a position of prominence. The Ottomans recognized the authority of the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, who became the official head of the Orthodox millet. This gave the church significant power and influence over the Greek Orthodox population, as the patriarch was responsible for collecting taxes and maintaining order within the Orthodox community. The restoration of the Orthodox Church's authority helped to preserve Greek religious and cultural identity during the Ottoman period. While the Ottomans were Muslim, they were generally tolerant of the Christian communities under their rule, as long as these communities did not challenge Ottoman authority. In fact, many Ottoman sultans saw the Orthodox Church as a useful tool for maintaining control over their Christian subjects. The Patriarchate, based in Constantinople, became a center of Greek religious and cultural life, and the Orthodox Church played a crucial role in preserving Greek traditions, education, and language during the centuries of Ottoman rule. Despite the relative tolerance of the Ottoman system, life for the average Greek under Ottoman rule was far from easy. The Greeks were subject to heavy taxation, which was often a source of resentment. One of the most onerous taxes was the devshirme or child levy, a system in which the Ottoman authorities took Christian boys from their families and converted them to Islam. These boys were trained to serve in the Ottoman administration or military, most notably in the elite Janissary Corps, the Sultan's personal guard. While some of these boys rose to prominent positions within the Ottoman state, the devshirme was a traumatic experience for many Greek families, who saw their sons taken away and raised in a foreign Muslim culture. Economically, Ottoman rule brought significant changes to Greece. Under the Byzantines and the Latins, much of Greece had been a patchwork of feudal estates, with land owned by the aristocracy or the church. The Ottomans, however, implemented a more centralized system of land ownership. Large estates, known as timars, were granted to Ottoman officials and military officers in exchange for their service to the empire. These timar holders, or sipahis, were responsible for collecting taxes and maintaining order in their regions. For the Greek peasantry, this system meant that they remained tied to the land, working as tenant farmers under Ottoman landlords. Trade and commerce also changed under Ottoman rule. The Ottomans controlled the major trade routes between Europe and Asia, and Greece, with its strategic location in the eastern Mediterranean, became an important hub for Ottoman trade. Greek merchants, many of whom had experience in maritime trade under the Venetians, continued to play a key role in the commercial life of the empire. In cities like Thessalonica, Greek merchants engaged in trade with both Western Europe and the Ottoman heartlands. The Venetians and other European powers also maintained a presence in the region, particularly in the Aegean, where they controlled key islands and ports. However, Venetian power in Greece steadily declined over the centuries as the Ottomans tightened their grip on the region. While the Ottomans allowed a degree of local autonomy and economic freedom, they also imposed their own legal and administrative structures on Greece. The Ottomans introduced Islamic law Sharia in areas where Muslims were the dominant population, but they also maintained a parallel system of canon or secular laws, which applied to non-Muslims. Greek communities were governed according to their own customs and religious laws, but they were still subject to the overarching authority of the Ottoman administration. Throughout the Ottoman period, Greece remained a largely rural, agrarian society. The cities, particularly coastal towns and islands, played an important role in trade, but the majority of the Greek population lived in small villages, working the land as farmers. Life in these rural communities was shaped by local customs and traditions, many of which had deep roots in the Byzantine and ancient Greek past. Despite the hardships of Ottoman rule, Greek culture persisted in these rural areas, and local festivals, religious practices, and folk traditions helped to preserve a sense of Greek identity. Over time, the Greeks developed a complex relationship with their Ottoman rulers. On the one hand, the Greeks were subject to foreign domination and often resented the heavy taxation and military levies imposed by the Ottomans. On the other hand, the Ottomans provided stability and protection from external threats, particularly from Western European powers and pirates in the Mediterranean. This stability allowed Greek communities to survive and, in some cases, thrive under Ottoman rule. Greek merchants, for example, became important players in the Ottoman economy, and many Greeks rose to prominent positions within the Ottoman bureaucracy. However, Greek resistance to Ottoman rule never entirely disappeared. Throughout the early years of Ottoman domination, there were periodic revolts and uprisings, often fueled by local grievances or external support from European powers. One of the most famous early revolts occurred in the Peloponnese in 1463, when a group of Greek rebels, supported by the Kingdom of Naples and the Republic of Venice, attempted to overthrow Ottoman rule. While the revolt was ultimately crushed by the Ottomans, it demonstrated the persistence of Greek resistance and the hope for eventual liberation. The Venetians, who maintained control over Crete and other key islands in the Aegean, also played a significant role in fostering Greek resistance to the Ottomans. Venetian-Greek alliances were often formed, particularly in times of war between the Ottoman Empire and the Venetian Republic. These alliances provided temporary opportunities for Greek rebels to challenge Ottoman rule, though they rarely led to lasting success. In many cases, the Ottomans were able to reassert their control through a combination of military force and diplomatic concessions. Despite these challenges, the early years of Ottoman rule in Greece were characterized by a relatively stable coexistence between the Greeks and their Ottoman overlords. The Greeks were able to maintain their religious and cultural identity through the Orthodox Church, and many Greek communities adapted to the realities of Ottoman governance. However, the seeds of future conflict were already being sown, as Greek resistance to Ottoman domination persisted and European powers continued to vie for influence in the region. As the Ottoman Empire expanded and consolidated its control over Greece, the region became increasingly integrated into the broader Ottoman world. The Greeks, while subject to foreign rule, retained a sense of identity rooted in their Orthodox faith, their language, and their shared cultural heritage. This identity would prove to be a powerful force in the centuries to come, as Greece remained under Ottoman rule but never lost sight of its aspirations for independence. In the next chapter, we will explore the continued evolution of Greek society under Ottoman rule, examining how Greek culture, education, and religion persisted and adapted during the long centuries of Ottoman domination. We will also look at the emergence of new forms of resistance and the growing influence of external powers, setting the stage for the eventual struggle for Greek independence in the 19th century. The early years of Ottoman rule in Greece laid the foundations for a complex relationship between the conquerors and the local population. Though the Greek Orthodox Church regained a significant position of authority, the hardships imposed on the Greek people were undeniable. The Ottoman administration integrated Greek territories into its system of governance, but economic exploitation, periodic rebellions, and the rise of new Greek elites within the Ottoman bureaucracy all defined the next phase of Ottoman Greece. In this chapter, we will explore how the Greek people navigated their new reality, focusing on the daily lives of peasants, merchants, and intellectuals, as well as the evolving role of the Orthodox Church and its influence on Greek identity. For most Greeks, life under Ottoman rule revolved around agriculture. Greece, like much of the empire, remained a predominantly agrarian society, with the majority of the population working the land as tenant farmers or sharecroppers. The Ottoman system of land tenure, based on timars, land grants given to military officers in exchange for service, created a class of landowners who controlled vast estates and collected taxes from the peasants. In return, these landowners were responsible for providing military support to the Ottoman state. The burden of taxation was heavy, and Greek peasants often found themselves living at subsistence levels, struggling to pay both the Ottoman state and the local landowners. Despite these challenges, Greek rural communities remained resilient, and their traditional way of life continued. Village life in Ottoman Greece was organized around the Orthodox Church, which remained the central institution in Greek society. The church not only provided spiritual guidance but also played an important role in education, charity, and the administration of local affairs. In many cases, local priests acted as intermediaries between the Greek villagers and the Ottoman authorities, helping to mitigate some of the harshest aspects of Ottoman rule. At the same time, Greek peasants developed their own forms of resistance. Throughout the Ottoman period, there were numerous small-scale revolts and acts of defiance, often motivated by local grievances such as excessive taxation or the abuse of power by local Ottoman officials. One notable form of resistance was the cleft tradition. Clefts were bandits who operated in the mountains and remote regions of Greece, often attacking Ottoman officials and landlords. Though they were technically outlaws, the Klephts were seen by many Greeks as heroes, fighting against Ottoman oppression. Over time, Klephts would become important symbols of Greek resistance and freedom, particularly during the 19th century struggle for independence. The Klephts were not the only source of resistance to Ottoman rule. In the towns and cities of Greece, a new class of Greek merchants and intellectuals emerged during the 16th and 17th centuries. These Greeks, many of whom were involved in trade with the wider Ottoman Empire and Europe, played a key role in preserving and promoting Greek culture. The rise of Greek merchants was facilitated by the relatively open nature of Ottoman commerce. While the Ottomans controlled the major trade routes, they allowed subject peoples, including Greeks, to participate in the empire's extensive trade networks. Greek merchants were active not only in Greece but also in key Ottoman cities such as Constantinople, Smyrna, and Thessalonica, as well as in major European ports like Venice and Livorno. These merchants often became wealthy and influential, using their economic power to support Greek cultural and religious institutions. Many funded the construction of churches, schools, and libraries in their hometowns, helping to foster a new Greek cultural renaissance under Ottoman rule. The intellectual life of Greece during this period was also shaped by the Phanariotes, a powerful class of Greek elites based in the Phanar district of Constantinople. The Phanariotes rose to prominence during the 17th century as they gained important administrative positions within the Ottoman bureaucracy. Many Phanariotes served as diplomats, interpreters, and governors in Ottoman territories, often acting as intermediaries between the Ottoman state and European powers. Although they were technically Ottoman subjects, the Phanariotes maintained a strong sense of Greek identity and played a key role in the preservation of Greek culture and language. The Phanariotes, like the merchants, used their wealth and influence to support Greek cultural and educational institutions. They funded the establishment of Greek schools in Constantinople, Smyrna, and other cities, where the sons of wealthy Greek families were educated in both classical Greek literature and Western European philosophy. These schools became centers of Greek intellectual life, fostering a new generation of Greek scholars who were deeply influenced by the ideas of the European Enlightenment. The Phanariotes also maintained close ties with the Orthodox Church, which continued to play a central role in Greek identity. While the Orthodox Church benefited from the Ottoman millet system, which allowed it to govern the internal affairs of the Greek community, the Church also faced significant challenges. The Ottoman authorities kept a close watch on the Patriarchate, often interfering in ecclesiastical matters and using the appointment of patriarchs as a way to maintain control over the Greek population. The Church was also burdened with the responsibility of collecting taxes on behalf of the Ottoman state, which sometimes created tensions between the clergy and the laity. Despite these challenges, the Orthodox Church remained a powerful force in Greek society. It was the primary institution responsible for maintaining Greek cultural and religious identity, particularly in rural areas where education and literacy rates were low. The Church played a crucial role in preserving the Greek language, which was taught in religious schools and used in church services. The Church also fostered a sense of continuity with Greece's Byzantine past, promoting the idea that the Orthodox Christian faith was an essential part of Greek identity. One of the key ways in which the Church preserved Greek identity was through the celebration of feasts and festivals, many of which had roots in ancient Greek traditions. These festivals, such as Easter and the feast days of the saints, were not only religious events but also important social gatherings where Greek communities came together to celebrate their heritage. The Church's emphasis on the preservation of tradition helped to maintain a strong sense of Greek identity during the long centuries of Ottoman rule. The 18th century saw the emergence of a new intellectual movement among the Greeks, known as the Greek Enlightenment. This movement was inspired by the broader European Enlightenment, which emphasized reason, science, and the study of classical texts. Greek scholars, many of whom had been educated in the schools founded by the Phanariotes or had studied abroad in Western Europe, began to engage with the ideas of Western philosophy and political thought. Figures like Adamantios Karais, a key intellectual of the Greek Enlightenment, played a crucial role in promoting the study of classical Greek literature and the revival of Hellenism as a cultural and political ideal. The Greek Enlightenment was closely tied to the growing sense of national consciousness among the Greek people. While Greece had been under Ottoman rule for centuries, the idea of Greek independence began to take root in the minds of intellectuals, merchants, and even some members of the Orthodox clergy. The rediscovery of Greece's ancient heritage, combined with the influence of European political ideas, particularly the concepts of liberty and national sovereignty, helped to fuel a growing desire for political freedom. This rising sense of Greek national identity was not limited to the intellectual elite. By the late 18th century, the ideas of the Greek Enlightenment had begun to spread to the wider population, particularly through the efforts of secret societies like the Phylikiateria, which sought to organize Greek resistance to Ottoman rule. These societies, often founded by Greek merchants and intellectuals, played a crucial role in laying the groundwork for the Greek War of Independence, which would break out in the early 19th century. In conclusion, the early centuries of Ottoman rule in Greece were marked by both continuity and change. While the Greeks were subject to foreign domination, they were able to preserve their religious, cultural, and linguistic identity through the Orthodox Church and the efforts of the Greek elite. The rise of the Greek merchant class, the Phanariotes, and the Greek Enlightenment helped to foster a new sense of national consciousness, which would ultimately lead to the struggle for independence. In the next chapter, we will explore the build-up to the Greek War of Independence, examining how internal resistance and external influences combined to ignite a revolutionary movement that would reshape the future of Greece. The seeds of the Greek War of Independence were sown long before the first shots were fired in 1821. Centuries of Ottoman domination, combined with the cultural and intellectual revival that began in the 18th century, created a unique set of circumstances that fueled the rise of Greek nationalism. This chapter will explore in depth the intellectual, political, and social forces that led to the Greek War of Independence, examining the role of secret societies, the influence of European political thought, and the pivotal events that shaped the revolutionary movement. We will also look at the internal divisions within Greek society and how external powers, particularly in Europe, played a crucial role in supporting the Greek cause. By the late 18th century, Greece had been under Ottoman rule for over 3 centuries. While the Greeks had retained a degree of cultural and religious autonomy through the Orthodox Church, the economic and social burdens of Ottoman rule were increasingly felt. Heavy taxation, the forced conscription of young Greek boys into the Ottoman military through the Devshirme system, and the control of key economic assets by Ottoman officials and landlords created widespread resentment among the Greek population. This resentment was particularly strong in rural areas, where Greek peasants often lived at subsistence levels, paying exorbitant taxes to both the Ottoman state and local landlords. At the same time, a new Greek elite was emerging, particularly in the cities and coastal regions. This elite, composed of wealthy merchants, shipowners, and intellectuals, was heavily influenced by the European Enlightenment and the political ideas that had taken root in Western Europe, particularly in France. The French Revolution of 1789 had a profound impact on the Greek intellectual class, many of whom saw parallels between the French struggle for liberty and their own desire to throw off the yoke of Ottoman rule. The ideals of liberty, equality, and national sovereignty, which were central to the French Revolution, resonated deeply with the Greek-educated class, particularly those who had studied in European universities or were engaged in commerce with Western Europe. The Greek Enlightenment, which flourished in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, played a crucial role in shaping the ideological foundation of the independence movement. Greek intellectuals such as Adamantios Korais, a key figure in the Greek Enlightenment, promoted the study of classical Greek literature and the revival of Hellenism as a cultural and political ideal. Korais and others argued that the modern Greeks were the rightful heirs of the ancient Greeks, and that they should strive to reclaim their independence and revive the glories of classical Greece. This emphasis on Hellenism helped to foster a growing sense of national identity among the Greek people, particularly among the educated elite. The spread of these ideas was facilitated by the rise of Greek schools and printing presses, many of which were funded by wealthy Greek merchants and intellectuals. These schools, located in key cities such as Constantinople, Smyrna, and Vienna, became centers of Greek intellectual life, where students were taught not only religious subjects but also classical Greek philosophy, history, and the ideas of the European Enlightenment. The Greek diaspora, particularly in cities like Odessa, Trieste, and Vienna, played a key role in supporting these educational institutions and promoting the cause of Greek independence. While the intellectual class laid the ideological groundwork for the independence movement, the actual organization of the revolution was carried out by secret societies, the most important of which was the Philiki Society of Friends. Founded in 1814 in the Russian port city of Odessa by 3 Greek merchants, the Philiki was a clandestine organization dedicated to the liberation of Greece from Ottoman rule. Its members, who included wealthy merchants, intellectuals, military officers, and clergy, swore oaths of secrecy and pledged to work toward the overthrow of the Ottoman Empire. The Philiki operated in secret, recruiting members from across the Greek world and establishing a network of supporters both inside and outside the Ottoman Empire. By the early 1820s, the society had grown significantly with chapters in Greece, the Balkans, Russia, and Western Europe. The society's leadership, known as the hegemon, included prominent Greek revolutionaries such as Alexandros Ypsilantis, a former officer in the Russian army, and Emmanuel Xanthos, one of the society's founders. The Philiki believed that the time was ripe for a revolt against the Ottomans, particularly given the weakening of Ottoman authority in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars and the growing involvement of European powers in Ottoman affairs. The society sought to coordinate a series of uprisings across Greece and the Balkans, with the hope that these would lead to a general insurrection against Ottoman rule. The Philiki also looked to Russia for support, believing that the Orthodox Christian Russian Empire would come to the aid of its fellow Orthodox Christians in Greece. However, the plan for a coordinated uprising faced several challenges. First, Greek society was deeply divided along regional, social, and economic lines. The Greek population was spread across a wide geographic area, including the Greek mainland, the islands, and the diaspora communities in Europe and the Ottoman Empire. Each region had its own local leaders, interests, and grievances, and uniting these disparate groups under a single revolutionary banner was no easy task. Moreover, there were significant differences between the Klefts, the mountain bandits who had long resisted Ottoman rule, the wealthy merchants and intellectuals, and the Phanariotes, the Greek elites who served in the Ottoman bureaucracy. The second challenge was the sheer military power of the Ottoman Empire. Although the empire was in decline, it remained a formidable force with a large and well-trained army, including the elite Janissary Corps. The Ottomans also had the support of local Muslim populations in the Balkans and Greece, many of whom were landowners or administrators with a vested interest in maintaining Ottoman rule. Any Greek uprising would likely face brutal repression, as the Ottomans had demonstrated in their suppression of previous revolts. Despite these challenges, the leaders of the Philiki pressed forward with their plans. In 1821, Alexandros Ypsilantis launched the first phase of the revolution in the Danubian principalities, modern-day Romania and Moldova, hoping to inspire a general uprising across the Balkans. Ypsilantis crossed into the Principality of Moldavia with a small force of Greek volunteers and issued a proclamation calling on all Greeks and other Christians to rise up against the Ottomans. However, his attempt to spark a broader rebellion failed. The local population did not rally to his cause, and Ypsilantis' forces were quickly defeated by the Ottoman army. Ypsilantis himself was forced to flee to Austria, where he was arrested and imprisoned. While Ypsilantis' campaign in the Danubian principalities was a failure, the Greek revolutionaries in the Peloponnese were more successful. In March 1821, a series of uprisings broke out in the Peloponnese, led by local Kleft leaders, wealthy landowners, and members of the Philiki. One of the most important leaders of the Peloponnesian revolt was Theodoros Kolokotronis, a former Kleft who had fought in the British Army during the Napoleonic Wars. Kolokotronis quickly emerged as one of the key military leaders of the Greek Revolution, organizing the guerrilla forces that would fight against the Ottoman army. The revolution spread rapidly across the Peloponnese, and by April 1821, the Greek rebels had captured several key cities, including Kalamata and Tripolitsa. The capture of Tripolitsa, the Ottoman administrative center in the Peloponnese, was a major victory for the Greek forces, who massacred the Ottoman garrison and the Muslim population of the city. This brutal act of retribution set the tone for the rest of the war, which would be marked by atrocities committed by both sides. As the revolution spread, other regions of Greece joined the struggle. In April 1821, the people of central Greece rose in revolt, and by the summer, the islands of the Aegean, particularly Hydra, Spetses, and Sara, had also joined the fight. The Greek navy, made up primarily of merchant ships from the Aegean islands, played a crucial role in the early stages of the revolution, disrupting Ottoman supply lines and supporting the Greek forces on the mainland. The Greek sailors, many of whom were experienced in naval warfare from their time in the service of the Ottoman or European navies, quickly proved to be a formidable force. However, the initial successes of the revolution were followed by significant setbacks. The Ottoman Empire, though caught off guard by the scale of the rebellion, quickly mobilized its forces. The Ottoman army, reinforced by Egyptian troops under the command of Ibrahim Pasha, launched a series of counteroffensives that nearly crushed the revolution. In 1822, the Ottoman forces retook Tripolitza and much of the Peloponnese, while Ibrahim Pasha's Egyptian army launched devastating campaigns against the Greek rebels in both the Peloponnese and Crete. The Greek revolutionaries, despite their early victories, were plagued by internal divisions. The Greek leadership was divided between rival factions, including the aristocratic landowners, the cleft leaders, and the intellectuals of the Philiketeria. These divisions led to a series of civil wars within the revolutionary movement, weakening the Greek cause at a critical moment. The internal strife among the Greeks allowed the Ottomans and Egyptians to regain the upper hand, and by 1825, the revolution was in serious jeopardy. In the face of these setbacks, the Greek revolutionaries turned to the European powers for support. Throughout the war, the Greeks had hoped that Russia, Britain, and France would intervene on their behalf, both because of shared religious ties with Orthodox Russia and because of the widespread sympathy for the Greek cause in Western Europe. The European Philhellenic movement, which celebrated the ancient Greek heritage and saw the Greek struggle as a fight for liberty and civilization, gained momentum during the revolution. Prominent intellectuals, including Lord Byron, traveled to Greece to support the cause, and many European volunteers joined the Greek forces. Finally, in 1827, the tide of the war began to turn in favor of the Greeks, thanks in large part to European intervention. Britain, France, and Russia, concerned about the stability of the Ottoman Empire and sympathetic to the Greek cause, decided to intervene militarily. In October 1827, a combined British, French, and Russian fleet destroyed the Ottoman Egyptian fleet at the Battle of Navarino, a decisive naval engagement that crippled the Ottoman Empire's ability to resupply its forces in Greece. This victory, combined with continued pressure from the Greek guerrilla forces, forced the Ottomans to the negotiating table. In 1829, the Ottoman Empire, facing defeat on multiple fronts, agreed to the Treaty of Adrianople, which recognized Greek independence. The new Greek state, though small and limited to the southern mainland and a few islands, was finally free after nearly 4 centuries of Ottoman rule. The Greek War of Independence was a long and brutal struggle, marked by internal divisions and external interventions, but it ultimately succeeded in establishing Greece as an independent nation. The successful conclusion of the Greek War of Independence in 1829 marked the birth of modern Greece as an independent state. However, the challenges facing the newly liberated nation were immense. The revolution had left Greece devastated, with much of its infrastructure destroyed, its economy in ruins, and its population deeply divided. Moreover, Greece's newfound independence came with strings attached. European powers, particularly Britain, France, and Russia, played a crucial role in determining the political structure of the new state. This chapter delves deeply into the immediate aftermath of the war, focusing on the political, economic, and social challenges that faced the fledgling Greek state, the role of the European powers in shaping Greece's future, and the long-lasting impact of the struggle for independence on the Greek national consciousness. Following the Treaty of Adrianople in 1829, which formally ended hostilities between Greece and the Ottoman Empire, Greece was recognized as an independent state. However, the boundaries of this new state were limited. The Greek territory included only the southern part of the mainland, stretching from the Peloponnese to a line running roughly from Arta in the west to Volos in the east, and a few of the Aegean islands. Key regions with significant Greek populations, such as Crete, Thessaly, Epirus, and Macedonia, remained under Ottoman control. This territorial limitation was one of the many issues that would shape Greece's political aspirations and foreign policy in the decades to come, as the concept of megali idea, the idea of reclaiming all territories inhabited by Greeks, became central to Greek nationalism. One of the most pressing challenges for the new state was the establishment of a stable government. The internal divisions that had plagued the revolutionary movement during the war persisted after independence. The Greek political landscape was fragmented into rival factions, each with its own vision for the future of the country. The key factions included the aristocratic landowners, who had controlled much of the rural economy before the revolution, the cleft leaders, many of whom had become regional warlords during the conflict, and the intellectuals and merchants who had been inspired by the ideas of the Enlightenment and wanted to build a modern, liberal state. At the heart of the political struggle was the question of leadership. The Greek revolutionaries had never established a unified command structure during the war, and this lack of central authority persisted into the post-war period. Initially, the Greeks turned to Ioannis Kapodistrias, a former diplomat who had served as the foreign minister of Russia and had played a key role in securing European support for Greek independence. Kapodistrias was elected as the first head of state of Greece in 1827, and he assumed the title of Governor Kyvernitis of Greece. Kapodistrias was a man of vision and ambition, and he sought to transform Greece into a modern, centralized state. He believed that Greece needed a strong government to overcome the divisions that had plagued the revolution and to rebuild the country from the ground up. Upon taking office, Kapodistrias focused on a series of reforms aimed at creating a functioning state apparatus. He established ministries for finance, justice, and education, and worked to build a professional civil service that could effectively administer the new state. One of Kapodistrias' most ambitious projects was the creation of a national army. During the War of Independence, the Greek forces had largely consisted of irregular guerrilla bands, such as the Klefts, who were loyal to local leaders rather than a central government. Kapodistrias sought to professionalize the army and bring it under the control of the state. He also worked to modernize Greece's infrastructure, building roads, bridges, and schools in an effort to foster economic development and national unity. However, Kapodistrias' efforts to centralize power and impose reforms were met with fierce resistance from the local elites and warlords, many of whom resented his efforts to curtail their authority. The aristocratic families and the regional cleft leaders had grown accustomed to ruling their local fiefdoms autonomously, and they viewed Kapodistrias' centralizing policies as a direct threat to their power. This resistance was particularly strong in the Peloponnese, where the traditional landowners wielded significant influence over the rural population. Kapodistrias' authoritarian approach to governance also alienated many of the liberal intellectuals and merchants who had supported the revolution. These groups had hoped for the establishment of a liberal, constitutional government based on the principles of the Enlightenment, and they were disappointed by Kapodistrias' decision to rule as an autocrat, without a constitution or representative assembly. Tensions between Kapodistrias and his political opponents escalated, leading to widespread unrest and political instability. The situation came to a head in 1831, when Kapodistrias was assassinated by members of the powerful Mavromiklis family from Mani, one of the most influential clans in the Peloponnese. The assassination plunged Greece into chaos, as various factions vied for control of the state. The power vacuum left by Kapodistrias' death led to a period of civil unrest, with local warlords and political leaders jockeying for power. It became clear that Greece needed external assistance to stabilize the situation. The European powers, who had played a key role in supporting Greek independence during the war, now stepped in to shape the future of the country. Britain, France, and Russia, the three main powers involved in the Greek question, were determined to prevent Greece from descending into anarchy. However, they also wanted to ensure that Greece did not become too closely aligned with any one of them, as each power sought to maintain its own influence in the Eastern Mediterranean. In 1832, the three powers brokered the Treaty of London, which established Greece as an independent kingdom under the protection of Britain, France, and Russia. The treaty also stipulated that Greece would be ruled by a foreign monarch, chosen by the three powers. After much deliberation, they selected Prince Otto of Bavaria, the second son of King Ludwig I of Bavaria, to become the first king of Greece. Otto, who was only 17 years old at the time, arrived in Greece in 1833 accompanied by a council of Bavarian advisors who were tasked with helping him govern the new kingdom. The selection of a foreign monarch was intended to provide Greece with a neutral and stable leadership, free from the internal divisions that had plagued the country. However, Otto's reign would prove to be fraught with difficulties. The young king faced the same challenges that had bedeviled Capodistrias: the deep political divisions within Greek society, the resistance of the local elites to centralization, and the economic devastation left by the war. One of Otto's first tasks was to consolidate the authority of the central government. Like Capodistrias, Otto sought to build a strong state with a professional bureaucracy and military. However, his reliance on Bavarian advisors and officials alienated many Greeks, who resented the foreign influence over their government. Otto's administration was widely seen as out of touch with the realities of Greek society, and the king's attempts to impose Bavarian-style reforms were often met with resistance or indifference. One of the most contentious issues during Otto's reign was the question of constitutional governance. Many Greeks, particularly the liberal intellectuals and merchants, had hoped that the new kingdom would adopt a constitution that guaranteed civil liberties and representative government. However, Otto initially refused to grant a constitution, ruling as an absolute monarch with the support of his Bavarian advisors. This decision led to growing discontent among the Greek population, and by the early 1840s, opposition to Otto's autocratic rule had reached a boiling point. In 1843, widespread unrest forced Otto to agree to the creation of a constitution. The Constitution of 1844 established a parliamentary system with a bicameral legislature, composed of the Chamber of Deputies, elected by the people, and the Senate, appointed by the king. While this marked an important step toward constitutional governance, the political system remained heavily tilted in favor of the monarchy, and Otto retained significant executive powers. Nevertheless, the Constitution of 1844 was a milestone in the development of Greek democracy, and it laid the groundwork for future political reforms. Despite these political developments, Greece remained deeply divided and economically underdeveloped. The destruction wrought by the War of Independence, combined with decades of Ottoman exploitation, had left the country impoverished and its infrastructure in shambles. Agriculture, the backbone of the Greek economy, was stagnant, and the lack of modern industry or transportation networks hampered economic recovery. The Greek government, burdened by debts to the European powers, struggled to finance its operations, and corruption was rampant. One of the most significant economic challenges facing Greece was the issue of land reform. During the Ottoman period, much of the land in Greece had been owned by large estates controlled by Ottoman officials or local Greek landlords. After the war, these estates were confiscated by the new Greek government, but the question of how to redistribute the land remained unresolved. Many peasants who had fought in the war with the hope of gaining land were disappointed when the government failed to carry out meaningful land reform. Instead, much of the land was sold to wealthy landowners or speculators, leaving the majority of the rural population as tenant farmers or laborers. The failure to address the land question contributed to ongoing social unrest in the countryside, as peasants continued to demand greater access to land and relief from high taxes. In the absence of meaningful reforms, many rural Greeks turned to banditry as a means of survival, and the countryside remained plagued by lawlessness and violence. The clef tradition, which had played a central role in the revolution, persisted into the post-war period, as bandits and local warlords continued to challenge the authority of the central government. Despite these challenges, the early decades of Greek independence also saw the emergence of a new sense of national identity. The struggle for independence, the revival of Hellenism, and the establishment of a national government all contributed to the development of modern Greek nationalism. This nationalism was deeply rooted in the idea of megali idea, the belief that Greece had a historic mission to reclaim all territories inhabited by Greeks, particularly the regions still under Ottoman control. The megali idea would become a driving force in Greek politics for much of the 19th and 20th centuries, shaping Greece's foreign policy and its relations with the Ottoman Empire and the European powers. The years following the establishment of the Greek kingdom under King Otto were marked by political turbulence, economic struggles, and a deepening desire for national expansion. encapsulated in the idea of the megali idea. The constitutional reforms of 1843 had granted Greece a degree of political stability, but the country remained a fragile state, plagued by internal divisions and external pressures. Throughout the mid-19th century, Greece grappled with questions of governance, the consolidation of its borders, and its place within the broader European geopolitical landscape. This chapter delves into the further development of the Greek state in the mid-19th century, focusing on the complex interplay of domestic politics, the role of foreign powers, and Greece's expansionist ambitions. After the adoption of the Constitution of 1844, Greece entered a new phase in its political evolution. The creation of a bicameral legislature, with an elected chamber of deputies and a Senate appointed by the king, was an important step toward constitutional government. However, the balance of power remained skewed in favor of the monarchy, and King Otto continued to wield significant authority. The political system that emerged from the 1844 Constitution was marked by a delicate balancing act between the monarchy, the parliament, and the military, with each of these institutions vying for influence. One of the most pressing issues facing Greece during this period was the question of how to reconcile the centralization of state power with the diverse regional and social forces that had shaped the country during and after the War of Independence. The Greek kingdom was still a patchwork of local interests, dominated by regional warlords, aristocrats, and the remnants of the cleft bands that had resisted Ottoman rule. Many of these local elites were reluctant to cede authority to a central government, and their resistance to reform created a constant source of tension within the young Greek state. At the same time, Greece's political landscape was shaped by the presence of three major political factions, each aligned with a different European power. These factions were known as the English Party, the French Party, and the Russian Party, reflecting the significant influence that Britain, France, and Russia continued to exert over Greek affairs. Each faction represented a different vision for Greece's future, and the competition between them often led to political gridlock and instability. The English Party, composed primarily of merchants, landowners, and urban intellectuals, favored closer ties with Britain and supported the establishment of a constitutional monarchy with liberal economic policies. The French Party, which drew its support from segments of the urban middle class and the military, looked to France as a model for political and social reform, advocating for a more centralized and interventionist state. The Russian Party, which enjoyed strong support from the rural population and the Orthodox Church, was more conservative and sought to align Greece with Russia, seeing the Orthodox Christian Empire as a natural ally in the struggle against the Ottoman Turks. These political divisions were further complicated by the growing influence of foreign powers in Greek domestic affairs. Britain, France, and Russia, the guarantors of Greek independence, continued to play a decisive role in shaping the country's political development. Greece's reliance on foreign loans, particularly from Britain, left it vulnerable to external pressures, and the country's economic difficulties often led to political interventions by the European powers. This foreign influence became a source of resentment among many Greeks, who felt that their country was not truly independent, but rather a pawn in the great powers' geopolitical games. One of the most important developments in Greek foreign policy during this period was the growing appeal of the megali idea, great idea. The vision of a greater Greece that would unite all Greek-speaking peoples and reclaim the territories that had once been part of the Byzantine Empire. This irredentist ideology, which had its roots in the Greek War of Independence, became a central feature of Greek political discourse in the mid-19th century. The megali idea was driven by a combination of nationalism, religious fervor, and historical memory, as well as the desire to liberate the large Greek populations still living under Ottoman rule, particularly in Crete, Thessaly, Epirus, Macedonia, and Asia Minor. King Otto himself became a key proponent of the megali idea, and his government made several attempts to expand Greece's borders through diplomatic and military means. However, these efforts were largely unsuccessful, as Greece lacked the military and economic resources to challenge the Ottoman Empire directly. Moreover, the European powers, particularly Britain and France, were wary of any attempts by Greece to upset the balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean, and they actively discouraged Greek expansionist ambitions. The Cretan question became a focal point for Greek irredentism during the 19th century. Crete, with its large Greek population, had been a part of the Ottoman Empire since the 17th century, but the island had a long history of resistance to Ottoman rule. Throughout the 19th century, Crete experienced a series of uprisings, often supported by Greek nationalists who saw the island as a key part of the Megali idea. The most significant of these revolts occurred in 1866 to 1869, when Cretan rebels launched a full-scale insurrection against the Ottoman authorities. The revolt garnered widespread sympathy in Greece and among the European Philhellenes, but it was ultimately crushed by the Ottomans, with little concrete support from the European powers. The failure of Greece to achieve its expansionist goals under Otto, combined with the king's increasingly autocratic rule, led to growing discontent among the Greek population. By the early 1860s, opposition to Otto's reign had reached a breaking point. The king's refusal to grant further political reforms, coupled with his inability to secure territorial gains, eroded his legitimacy in the eyes of both the political elites and the general population. Additionally, Otto's lack of an heir and his marriage to the Catholic Queen Amalia alienated large segments of the Orthodox clergy and the rural population, who viewed his rule as out of step with Greek traditions. In 1862, a series of revolts broke out across Greece, leading to Otto's eventual abdication. A group of Greek army officers, supported by a broad coalition of political factions, forced Otto to leave the country, and he was sent into exile in Bavaria. With Otto's departure, Greece once again found itself at a crossroads, facing the difficult task of selecting a new monarch and establishing a stable political system. The European powers, particularly Britain, France, and Russia, once again intervened in Greek affairs, seeking to install a monarch who would be acceptable to all sides. After much deliberation, the great powers selected Prince George of Denmark, the second son of King Christian IX of Denmark, to become the new king of Greece. George, who was only 17 years old at the time, arrived in Greece in 1863 and was crowned as King George I. Unlike Otto, George was widely viewed as a more pragmatic and flexible ruler, and his ascension to the throne marked the beginning of a new era in Greek politics. King George I immediately set about reforming the political system and consolidating his authority. In 1864, he oversaw the adoption of a new constitution, which significantly expanded the powers of the Greek parliament and established a more representative system of government. The Constitution of 1864 abolished the Senate, making the Chamber of Deputies the sole legislative body, and it introduced universal male suffrage, allowing all male citizens over the age of 21 to vote in parliamentary elections. This marked a significant step forward for Greek democracy, as it broadened political participation and gave the people a greater say in the governance of the country. Under King George I, Greece began to experience a period of relative political stability and economic growth. The new king's pragmatic approach to governance, combined with his efforts to foster closer ties with the European powers, helped to strengthen Greece's position in the region. George I's long reign, 1863 to 1913, would be marked by efforts to modernize the Greek state, improve its infrastructure, and develop its economy, though the country continued to face significant challenges, particularly in the realm of foreign policy. One of George I's key foreign policy goals was the continued pursuit of the Megali idea, and during his reign, Greece made several important territorial gains. In 1864, Britain ceded the Ionian Islands to Greece, a symbolic gesture of goodwill that strengthened George's popularity and bolstered Greek national pride. The Ionian Islands, which had been under British protection since the early 19th century, were home to a large Greek-speaking population, and their union with Greece was seen as a significant step toward the realization of the Megali idea. The pursuit of further territorial expansion, however, remained fraught with difficulties. Greece's relationship with the Ottoman Empire continued to be marked by tension, particularly over the issue of Crete. The island's Greek population remained restive, and throughout the 1870s and 1880s, Crete experienced a series of uprisings, often supported by Greek nationalists. The Cretan Revolt of 1897, which saw widespread fighting between Greek forces and the Ottoman army, nearly led to a full-scale war between Greece and the Ottoman Empire. However, the intervention of the European powers once again prevented Greece from achieving its goal of annexing Crete. Despite these setbacks, Greece's territorial ambitions were partially realized in 1881, when the Treaty of Constantinople allowed Greece to annex Thessaly and parts of Epirus. These regions, which had large Greek populations, were key targets of Greek irredentism, and their incorporation into the Greek state was seen as a major victory for the Megali idea. However, the annexation also brought new challenges, as the integration of these territories into Greece's political and economic system proved difficult. Internally, Greece continued to struggle with issues of economic development and social reform. The country's economy remained heavily dependent on agriculture, and the failure to address the land question, the redistribution of land to the rural population, remained a source of social unrest. Many Greek peasants, particularly in the newly annexed territories, continued to live in poverty, and the government's inability to carry out meaningful land reform fueled discontent in the countryside. In conclusion, the mid-19th century was a period of both progress and frustration for the Greek state. The constitutional reforms of 1844 and 1864 marked important steps toward political stability and democratic governance, while the reign of King George I provided a degree of continuity and pragmatism that had been lacking under Otto. However, the pursuit of the Megali idea, while yielding some successes, remained a source of tension both domestically and in Greece's relations with the Ottoman Empire and the European powers. The expansionist ambitions of the Greek state, combined with the challenges of economic development and social reform, would continue to shape the country's political trajectory in the decades to come. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were a transformative period in Greek history, marked by significant territorial expansion, political upheaval, and the rise of Eleftherios Venizelos, one of the most influential figures in modern Greek politics. During this time, Greece's pursuit of the Megali idea, the goal of uniting all Greek-speaking peoples and reclaiming territories once part of the Byzantine Empire, accelerated, culminating in the Balkan Wars and the territorial acquisitions that followed. This chapter delves into the complexities of Greek politics during this period, the role of Venizelos in shaping the country's future, and the impact of the Balkan Wars on Greece's territorial and national aspirations. By the late 19th century, Greece had established itself as a constitutional monarchy under King George I, and the country had made some territorial gains, including the annexation of Thessaly in 1881. However, the goal of liberating the Greek populations still living under Ottoman rule remained central to Greek foreign policy. This period saw increasing tensions between Greece and the Ottoman Empire, particularly over the status of Crete and other regions with significant Greek populations, such as Macedonia and Epirus. At the same time, Greece was undergoing significant political changes, with the rise of new political movements and the increasing importance of the Venizelist faction, named after the Cretan-born politician Eleftherios Venizelos. Venizelos emerged as a key figure in Greek politics in the early 20th century, but his rise to prominence was rooted in the long struggle for Cretan independence. Crete had been under Ottoman rule since the 17th century, but the island had a large Greek population and a long history of resistance to Ottoman authority. Throughout the 19th century, Crete experienced several uprisings, often supported by Greece, which sought to incorporate the island into the Greek state. The most significant of these revolts occurred in 1897, when the Cretan revolt prompted Greece to intervene militarily in support of the rebels. The Greco-Turkish War of 1897 was a pivotal moment in Greece's expansionist ambitions. Greece, hoping to annex Crete and possibly other territories, declared war on the Ottoman Empire, but the war ended in a humiliating defeat for Greece. The Ottoman forces, better organized and equipped, quickly routed the Greek army. However, the intervention of the great powers, Britain, France, Russia, and Italy, prevented the Ottomans from exploiting their victory to its fullest extent. Instead, the great powers imposed a diplomatic settlement that forced Greece to pay reparations, but also resulted in Crete being placed under international administration, with its eventual union with Greece seen as a future possibility. Despite the military defeat, the events of 1897 to 1898 paved the way for the emergence of Venizelos as a political leader. Born in Crete in 1864, Venizelos had been deeply involved in the Cretan independence movement from a young age. After the war, he became a key figure in the autonomous government established under the international administration of Crete. Venizelos quickly gained a reputation as a skilled negotiator and reformer, advocating for constitutional reforms and the modernization of Cretan political institutions. His leadership during this period earned him widespread respect and positioned him as a leading figure in the broader Greek nationalist movement. In 1908, taking advantage of the Young Turk Revolution in the Ottoman Empire, the Cretan Assembly unilaterally declared union with Greece. Although Greece did not formally recognize this union due to diplomatic pressures from the great powers, the move was a clear signal of Crete's growing integration with the Greek state. Venizelos' role in orchestrating this political maneuver further elevated his status, and by 1910, he was invited to Athens to take up the position of Prime Minister of Greece. Venizelos' rise to power in Greece marked a turning point in the country's political history. He brought with him a vision of national modernization and a firm commitment to the megali idea. One of his first priorities was to reform Greece's political and military institutions, which had been weakened by years of corruption and inefficiency. Upon assuming office, Venizelos undertook a series of sweeping reforms aimed at transforming Greece into a modern European state. He restructured the military, improved the country's infrastructure, and introduced new laws to streamline the bureaucracy and promote economic development. At the same time, Venizelos was acutely aware of the shifting geopolitical landscape in the Balkans. The decline of the Ottoman Empire, combined with the rise of nationalist movements throughout the region, created new opportunities for Greece to expand its territory. The Balkan League, formed in 1912, was a key component of Venizelos' foreign policy strategy. The League, composed of Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Montenegro, was an alliance of Balkan states aimed at driving the Ottoman Empire out of Europe and dividing its remaining European territories among the League members. The First Balkan War broke out in October 1912, when the Balkan League launched a coordinated attack against the Ottoman Empire. Greece, under Venizelos' leadership, played a crucial role in the conflict, both on land and at sea. The Hellenic Navy, newly modernized and strengthened under Venizelos' reforms, secured key victories in the Aegean, preventing the Ottoman fleet from resupplying its forces in Europe. Meanwhile, the Greek army, under the command of Crown Prince Constantine, achieved significant successes in Macedonia, capturing the important city of Thessaloniki in November 1912. This was a major strategic and symbolic victory for Greece, as Thessaloniki was one of the most important cities in the Balkans and had a large Greek population. The First Balkan War was a decisive victory for the Balkan League. By the end of the war in May 1913, the Ottoman Empire had lost most of its European territories, and Greece had nearly doubled in size. The Treaty of London, which formally ended the war, awarded Greece control of Macedonia, Epirus, and most of the Aegean islands, including Chios and Lesbos. The annexation of these territories was a major step toward the realization of the megali idea, and it significantly strengthened Greece's position in the region. However, the spoils of war soon led to tensions among the members of the Balkan League, particularly between Greece and Bulgaria. Both countries claimed Macedonia, and the division of the territory following the First Balkan War left Bulgaria dissatisfied with its share of the land. These tensions boiled over into the Second Balkan War, which broke out in June 1913 when Bulgaria, seeking to revise the territorial settlement, attacked both Greece and Serbia. The Second Balkan War was brief but intense. Greece, now allied with Serbia and Romania, quickly defeated Bulgaria. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in August 1913, confirmed Greece's control over most of Macedonia, including Thessaloniki, and expanded Greek territory even further. The end of the Balkan Wars left Greece as the dominant power in southern Balkan Europe. The territorial gains made during the wars were significant, with Greece's population growing by nearly 2 million and its land area increasing by more than 50%. The territorial expansion achieved during the Balkan Wars was a major victory for Venizelos and his government. Greece had made significant progress toward the realization of the megali idea, and the annexation of Macedonia and Epirus brought large Greek populations into the state. Thessaloniki, in particular, was a prized possession, not only for its strategic importance but also for its rich cultural and economic life. The city's annexation marked the culmination of decades of Greek irredentist efforts and was celebrated as a national triumph. However, the success of the Balkan Wars also brought new challenges. The incorporation of these newly annexed territories into the Greek state required significant administrative and economic efforts. The diverse populations of Macedonia, which included Greeks, Bulgarians, Slavs, Jews, and Muslims, presented challenges to national cohesion. Venizelos government worked to integrate these regions into the Greek state through land reforms, infrastructure development, and efforts to promote Greek education and culture. At the same time, the political landscape in Greece became increasingly polarized. The rivalry between Venizelos and Crown Prince Constantine, which had been simmering during the Balkan Wars, began to deepen. While Venizelos was a staunch advocate of liberalism, modernization, and alignment with the Western powers, Constantine had more conservative tendencies and favored closer ties with Germany, largely due to his marriage to Princess Sophia, the sister of the German Kaiser. This political divide would come to a head in the years leading up to World War I, when Greece found itself caught between the conflicting interests of the Entente powers, Britain, France, and Russia, and the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary. As World War I loomed, the question of Greek involvement in the conflict became a major source of contention between Venizelos and Constantine. Venizelos, viewing the war as an opportunity to further Greece's territorial ambitions and secure additional gains in Asia Minor and the Aegean, advocated for Greece to join the Entente powers. Constantine, on the other hand, was inclined to maintain neutrality or possibly side with Germany, given his familial ties to the German Kaiser. This disagreement led to a deepening political crisis, which would eventually escalate into the National Schism, a period of intense political and social division that would have far-reaching consequences for Greece in the 20th century. In conclusion, the period from 1897 to 1913 was a transformative one for Greece. Under the leadership of Eleftherios Venizelos, Greece expanded its territory significantly, achieved major military victories in the Balkan Wars, and moved closer to the realization of the Megali idea. However, the gains of this period also brought new challenges, both domestically and in terms of foreign policy. The growing tensions between Venizelos and Constantine foreshadowed the internal divisions that would shape Greece's future, particularly as the country grappled with the question of its role in World War I. In the next chapter, we will explore the National Schism, Greece's involvement in World War I, and the aftermath of the war, including the Asia Minor Campaign and the Greco-Turkish War. The period between the end of the Balkan Wars and the aftermath of World War I marked one of the most tumultuous and transformative times in modern Greek history. The ambitions of the Megali idea, the deepening political divide between Eleftherios Venizelos and King Constantine I, and Greece's involvement in both World War I and the Asia Minor Campaign set the stage for the National Schism, a period of intense internal conflict that shaped the country's political, military, and social trajectory. This chapter delves into the causes and consequences of the National Schism, Greece's entry into World War I, the post-war negotiations, and the catastrophic Asia Minor campaign that followed, resulting in one of the greatest tragedies in modern Greek history. By 1914, Greece had emerged from the Balkan Wars significantly enlarged and strengthened. The acquisition of Macedonia, Epirus, and the Aegean Islands was a major triumph for Greek nationalism, and the country had solidified its position as a regional power in the Balkans. However, the growing personal and political rivalry between Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos and King Constantine I threatened to destabilize the country just as it was embarking on this new chapter in its history. Venizelos, the charismatic leader from Crete, had become the dominant figure in Greek politics after his leadership during the Balkan Wars. A committed liberal and ardent supporter of the Megali idea, Venizelos believed that Greece's future lay in further territorial expansion, particularly in Asia Minor, where large Greek populations lived under Ottoman rule. He also saw Greece's future aligned with the Entente powers, Britain, France, and Russia, whose victory in World War I, he believed, would offer Greece the opportunity to achieve its expansionist ambitions. King Constantine I, however, took a very different view. Constantine had strong ties to Germany through his marriage to Princess Sophia, the sister of German Kaiser Wilhelm II. These familial ties, combined with his military background and education in Germany, inclined Constantine toward a pro-German stance. Moreover, Constantine believed that Greece should remain neutral in World War I, allowing the country to avoid the devastating consequences of a global conflict while maintaining its strength for future opportunities. The dispute between Venizelos and Constantine over Greece's role in World War I quickly escalated into a national crisis. Venizelos, convinced that Greece should side with the Entente, sought to involve Greece in the war on the side of the Allies as early as 1914. In 1915, when Bulgaria entered the war on the side of the Central Powers, Venizelos saw this as a direct threat to Greece and pushed for immediate military action. He invited the Entente forces to land at Salonika, modern-day Thessaloniki, a move that was meant to preempt Bulgaria and ensure that Greece would have a say in the post-war territorial settlements. However, King Constantine, determined to maintain Greek neutrality, refused to support Venizelos' plan and dismissed him as prime minister in October 1915. This move set off a political firestorm, dividing Greece into two rival factions: the Venizelists, who supported the prime minister's pro-Entente stance and called for Greek intervention in the war, and the Royalists, who backed Constantine's policy of neutrality and his closer ties to Germany. This division marked the beginning of the National Schism, a period of intense political and social polarization that would dominate Greek politics for the next decade. As the war dragged on, the rift between Venizelos and Constantine deepened. Venizelos, frustrated by his dismissal, fled to Crete, where he established a rival government with the support of the Entente powers. This provisional government of national defense, based in Salonika, effectively divided Greece into two competing administrations: Venizelos government, which was aligned with the Entente and controlled northern Greece, and Constantine's royalist government, based in Athens, which maintained a policy of neutrality but was increasingly isolated. In 1916, the situation reached a critical point when the Entente forces, concerned about Constantine's pro-German sympathies, demanded that Greece fully join the war on the side of the Allies. When Constantine refused, the Entente powers imposed a naval blockade on southern Greece, effectively cutting off supplies to the royalist-controlled areas. Tensions boiled over into violence in December 1916, when Entente troops clashed with royalist forces in Athens in what became known as the Noembriana, November events. The resulting chaos led to widespread unrest, and it became clear that the status quo could not continue. In 1917, the Entente powers forced Constantine to abdicate the throne in favor of his second son, Alexander, and Venizelos returned to power in Athens. With Venizelos back in control, Greece officially entered World War I on the side of the Entente. Greek forces fought alongside the Allies on the Macedonian front, where they played a key role in the eventual defeat of the Central Powers in the Balkans. By the end of the war in 1918, Greece had emerged as one of the victorious Allied powers, and Venizelos was in a strong position to negotiate for territorial gains at the post-war peace conferences. The Treaty of Versailles and the subsequent Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 represented the high point of Greek ambitions under the Megali idea. Venizelos, as Greece's representative at the Paris Peace Conference, skillfully lobbied the Allies for Greek territorial expansion, arguing that the collapse of the Ottoman Empire presented a unique opportunity to reunite the Greek populations of Asia Minor with the Greek state. The Treaty of Sèvres, signed in August 1920, awarded Greece significant territorial gains, including eastern Thrace and the Smyrna, modern-day Izmir, region in Asia Minor. Under the terms of the treaty, Greece was also given control of Smyrna, with the understanding that a plebiscite would be held in 5 years to determine whether the region would become a permanent part of Greece. For a brief moment, it seemed that Venizelos had achieved the Megali idea. Greece now controlled vast new territories, and its influence in the eastern Mediterranean had never been greater. However, these successes were short-lived. Even as the Treaty of Sèvres was being signed, Venizelos faced growing opposition at home. The national schism had left deep scars in Greek society, and the country remained bitterly divided between Venizelists and Royalists. The economic costs of the war, combined with the demands of administering the newly acquired territories, placed enormous strain on the Greek state. Furthermore, King Alexander's sudden death from a monkey bite in October 1920 created a political vacuum that reignited the conflict between the Venizelist and Royalist factions. In the 1920 general elections, Venizelos Liberal Party suffered a shocking defeat, and the Royalists, led by Demetrius Gonaris, returned to power. Shortly thereafter, Constantine was invited to return to the throne in a controversial plebiscite, marking the restoration of the monarchy. Venizelos, disheartened by the election results and Constantine's return, went into exile in Paris, leaving Greece under the control of his political opponents. The royalist government, now in power, inherited a precarious situation. Greece was embroiled in an increasingly dangerous conflict in Asia Minor, where the Turkish national movement, led by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, had begun to resist the implementation of the Treaty of Sèvres. Kemal, a former Ottoman general, had rejected the terms of the treaty and launched a nationalist uprising aimed at creating a new, independent Turkish state. The Greek military, which had been sent to Smyrna in 1919 to enforce the terms of the treaty, now found itself engaged in a full-scale war against Turkish forces. The Asia Minor campaign, which lasted from 1919 to 1922, would prove to be a catastrophic miscalculation for Greece. Initially, Greek forces made significant advances, capturing Smyrna and pushing deep into the interior of Asia Minor. However, the Greek military was overstretched, under-resourced, and increasingly demoralized by the political divisions at home. Moreover, the international situation had shifted. While the Allies had initially supported Greek territorial ambitions, by 1922, they had largely abandoned Greece in favor of negotiating with Mustafa Kemal's Turkish nationalists, who had gained the upper hand in the conflict. In August 1922, Turkish forces launched a counteroffensive that overwhelmed the Greek army. The Battle of Thermopylae, fought from August 26th to 30th, was the decisive moment in the war, resulting in the complete collapse of the Greek front. The Greek forces retreated in disarray, and by September 1922, Turkish troops had entered Smyrna. What followed was one of the darkest chapters in modern Greek history: the Great Fire of Smyrna and the massacre of the Greek and Armenian populations in the city. Tens of thousands of Greek civilians were killed or displaced as Turkish forces reclaimed the city, marking the end of Greek hopes for territorial expansion in Asia Minor. The defeat in Asia Minor had devastating consequences for Greece. The Treaty of Lausanne, signed in 1923, replaced the Treaty of Sèvres and marked the end of the Greco-Turkish War. Under the terms of the treaty, Greece was forced to relinquish all claims to Asia Minor and Eastern Thrace, effectively reversing the territorial gains made under the Treaty of Sèvres. The treaty also formalized the population exchange between Greece and Turkey, which saw more than 1.5 million Greeks forcibly relocated from Asia Minor to Greece and nearly 500,000 Muslims expelled from Greece to Turkey. The population exchange, though designed to create ethnically homogeneous states, caused immense human suffering and left deep scars in both countries. For Greece, the defeat in Asia Minor marked the end of the Megali idea. The dream of a greater Greece that encompassed all Greek-speaking populations was shattered, and the country was left to deal with the massive influx of refugees from Asia Minor. These refugees, many of whom arrived in Greece with nothing, placed enormous strain on the already fragile Greek economy and exacerbated social tensions. The political fallout from the defeat was also severe. King Constantine, who had been blamed for the disastrous outcome of the war, was forced to abdicate again in 1922, and Greece entered a period of political instability that would last for much of the 1920s and 1930s. In conclusion, the period from the national schism to the Asia Minor campaign was one of the most turbulent and tragic in modern Greek history. The deep political divisions between Venizelists and Royalists, Greece's involvement in World War I, and the catastrophic defeat in Asia Minor all left a lasting impact on the country. The Megali idea, which had driven Greek foreign policy for decades, was finally laid to rest, and Greece was left to rebuild in the aftermath of one of the greatest national traumas it had ever experienced. In the next chapter, we will explore the aftermath of the Asia Minor catastrophe, the political instability of the interwar period, and the rise of new political movements in Greece, including the eventual establishment of the Metaxas dictatorship in the 1930s. The aftermath of the Asia Minor catastrophe in 1922 left Greece in a state of profound political, social, and economic turmoil. The collapse of Greek ambitions in Asia Minor marked the end of the megali idea, shattering the dreams of a greater Greece that had driven Greek foreign policy for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In the wake of this national trauma, Greece faced the immense challenge of rebuilding a shattered state, integrating over 1 million refugees from Asia Minor, and navigating the political instability that followed the defeat. This chapter delves deeply into the interwar period in Greece, exploring the social and economic impact of the Asia Minor catastrophe, the political upheavals that marked the 1920s and 1930s, and the rise of authoritarianism, culminating in the Metaxas dictatorship of the late 1930s. The Treaty of Lausanne in 1923, which officially ended the Greco-Turkish War and established the new borders between Greece and Turkey, also initiated a compulsory population exchange between the two countries. More than 1.5 million Greeks from Asia Minor, Eastern Thrace, and Pontus were forced to leave their homes and resettle in Greece, while nearly 500,000 Muslims were expelled from Greece to Turkey. This population exchange, though intended to create ethnically homogeneous states, had devastating human and economic consequences for both countries. For Greece, the sudden influx of more than 1 million refugees created an unprecedented social and economic crisis. The refugees, many of whom arrived in Greece with little more than the clothes on their backs, overwhelmed the already fragile Greek economy. The majority of the refugees were from urban centers like Smyrna, and they struggled to integrate into Greece's largely rural and agrarian society. Housing, employment, and social services were woefully inadequate to meet the needs of the new arrivals, and the government, already reeling from the costs of the war, lacked the resources to provide sufficient assistance. In response to the crisis, the League of Nations provided some international aid to help Greece resettle the refugees. Refugee settlements were established in and around major cities like Athens, Thessaloniki, and Piraeus, and many refugees were given plots of land to farm in the rural areas of Macedonia and Thrace. However, the resettlement process was fraught with difficulties. The rural refugees, in particular, struggled to adapt to life as farmers, having come from urban environments. Land distribution was uneven, and many refugees found themselves living in squalid conditions, dependent on government relief. This created deep social divisions between the refugee population and the native Greeks, who viewed the newcomers with suspicion and sometimes hostility. Despite these challenges, the refugees played a crucial role in reshaping Greek society and the economy. Many of the refugees were skilled artisans, merchants, and entrepreneurs, and they brought with them new ideas, technologies, and cultural practices from Asia Minor. In urban areas like Athens and Thessaloniki, the influx of refugees contributed to the rapid growth of these cities and helped to spur the development of new industries. Refugees established new businesses, particularly in textiles, tobacco, and food production, which became important sectors of the Greek economy in the interwar period. The refugees also had a profound impact on Greek politics. The liberals, led by Eleftherios Venizelos, were generally supportive of the refugees, and many of the newcomers became staunch Venizelists, seeing in Venizelos a leader who had championed Greek expansion and their cause. This created a new political dynamic in Greece, as the refugee population became an important political constituency, influencing elections and the broader political landscape. However, the divisions between Venizelists and Royalists, which had fueled the national schism, continued to deepen during this period, exacerbated by the economic and social tensions caused by the refugee crisis. Politically, the 1920s were marked by a series of coups, counter-coups, and political instability, as Greece grappled with the fallout from the Asia Minor catastrophe. In 1922, in the immediate aftermath of the defeat, a group of military officers staged a coup, overthrowing the royalist government and forcing King Constantine I to abdicate. Constantine's son, George II, ascended to the throne, but his reign was short-lived. In 1924, following another coup, the monarchy was abolished, and Greece was declared a republic. The Second Hellenic Republic, as it came to be known, was established under a Venizelist government, and Pavlos Kounteriotis, a former admiral and Venizelist ally, was elected as the first president of the republic. However, The new republic was plagued by internal divisions and political instability from the outset. The deep fissures between Venizelists and royalists, as well as between the military and civilian authorities, made it difficult for any government to maintain power for long. The 1920s saw a series of short-lived governments, as well as continued political violence and repression. Coups and attempted coups became a regular feature of Greek political life, and the military increasingly played an outsized role in the governance of the country. The political instability of the interwar period was compounded by the broader economic challenges facing Greece. The global economic depression of the late 1920s and early 1930s had a severe impact on Greece, which was already struggling with the costs of resettling the refugees and rebuilding the economy after the war. Unemployment and poverty were widespread, particularly in the rural areas where much of the refugee population had been resettled. The collapse of global trade during the Great Depression further exacerbated Greece's economic woes, as the country's agricultural exports, particularly tobacco, suffered a sharp decline. The economic and political crises of the early 1930s led to growing disillusionment with the democratic experiment of the Second Hellenic Republic. Many Greeks, particularly those in the military and conservative political circles, began to look to authoritarian solutions to restore order and stability. This shift in sentiment paved the way for the rise of Ioannis Metaxas, a former military officer and staunch royalist who had long advocated for a strong, centralized government. Metaxas had been a prominent figure in Greek military and political life since the early 20th century. A veteran of the Balkan Wars and World War I, he had served as a royalist military officer during the National Schism and had opposed Greece's entry into World War I on the side of the Entente. By the 1930s, Metaxas had become a leading figure in the conservative and monarchist factions that sought to restore the monarchy and curtail the influence of the Venizelists. In 1935, another coup, led by pro-monarchist military officers, overthrew the Venizelist government and restored George II to the throne. The return of the monarchy marked a turning point in Greek politics, as the new king moved to consolidate power and suppress opposition. In 1936, following a period of political deadlock and rising unrest, George II appointed Metaxas as prime minister. Shortly after taking office, Metaxas declared a state of emergency, dissolved the parliament, and established an authoritarian regime known as the 4th of August regime. The Metaxas regime was characterized by its authoritarianism, nationalism, and strong emphasis on order and discipline. Metaxas sought to model his government on the fascist regimes of Italy and Germany, though his regime did not go as far in embracing the totalitarian elements of fascism. Instead, Metaxas presented himself as the savior of Greece, a leader who would restore national unity and stability after years of political chaos. He promoted a corporatist vision of the state, in which all sectors of society, labor, business, and the military would work together in harmony under the leadership of a strong central authority. One of the key pillars of the Metaxas regime was its focus on nationalism and the promotion of a unified Greek identity. Metaxas placed great emphasis on patriotism and the Hellenic cultural heritage, invoking the glories of ancient Greece as a source of national pride. The regime sought to cultivate a sense of loyalty to the state through propaganda, education reforms, and youth organizations, most notably the National Youth Organization, EON, which aimed to instill discipline and nationalistic values in Greek youth. Despite its authoritarian nature, the Metaxas regime did implement a number of significant social and economic reforms. Recognizing the widespread poverty and social unrest in Greece, Metaxas introduced new labor laws that established the 8-hour workday, minimum wages, and social insurance for workers. These reforms, though designed in part to preempt labor unrest, helped to improve the conditions of Greece's working class and were among the regime's more popular policies. Metaxas also sought to modernize Greece's military in preparation for the growing threat posed by Italy and Germany in the lead-up to World War II. By the late 1930s, Europe was on the brink of war, and the Italian fascist regime under Benito Mussolini had begun to assert its ambitions in the Balkans. In 1939, Italy invaded Albania, placing Greece directly in the path of Mussolini's expansionist plans. Metaxas, aware of the growing threat from Italy, sought to strengthen Greece's defenses and pursued a policy of neutrality, hoping to avoid being drawn into the coming conflict. However, Greece's neutrality would not last. On October 28, 1940, Mussolini issued an ultimatum to Greece, demanding that Italian forces be allowed to occupy strategic positions within the country. Metaxas' response, an emphatic oxy, no, would go down in Greek history as a defining moment of national resistance. Mussolini, enraged by Greece's defiance, launched an invasion of the country from Albania, marking the beginning of Greece's involvement in World War II. The Greco-Italian War that followed, and the subsequent German invasion of Greece in 1941, would have a profound impact on the country, leading to occupation, resistance, and another period of national struggle. In conclusion, the interwar period in Greece was a time of profound upheaval and transformation. The Asia Minor catastrophe and the refugee crisis reshaped Greek society, while the political instability of the Second Hellenic Republic laid the groundwork for the rise of authoritarianism under Ioannis Metaxas. As Greece faced the challenges of rebuilding after the trauma of war, it also found itself on the brink of another global conflict, with the Metaxas regime preparing the country for the coming storm of World War II. In the next chapter, we will explore Greece's role in World War II, the Axis occupation, and the rise of the Greek resistance movement, which would shape the country's post-war future. By the late 1930s, Greece was caught in the storm of escalating European tensions that would soon lead to the outbreak of World War II. The rise of fascist and authoritarian regimes across Europe, particularly in Italy and Germany, cast a shadow over the Balkan region. Greece, under the authoritarian regime of Ioannis Metaxas, faced growing threats from Benito Mussolini's Italy, which had ambitions to dominate the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. This chapter delves into Greece's role in World War II, focusing on the Greco-Italian War, the subsequent German invasion, the brutal Axis occupation, and the rise of the Greek resistance movement. The war years were a time of great suffering but also of immense resilience for Greece, and they would leave a profound impact on the country's post-war political landscape. As the clouds of war gathered over Europe, Greece initially attempted to maintain a policy of neutrality, as it had done during World War I. However, Greece's strategic location in the Eastern Mediterranean and its proximity to Italy's Albanian colony made it a key target in Mussolini's expansionist ambitions. In 1939, Italy invaded Albania, bringing the Italian forces directly to Greece's northern border. The tension between Greece and Italy escalated further when Italy, under Mussolini, demanded that Greece allow Italian troops to occupy strategic positions on Greek soil, effectively turning Greece into an Italian puppet state. On October 28, 1940, Mussolini issued an ultimatum to Metaxas, demanding the right to station Italian forces in Greece. This ultimatum, which came in the middle of the night, was intended to force Greece into submission without a fight. However, Metaxas, speaking on behalf of the Greek nation, famously responded with a simple but defiant word, oxy, no. This refusal marked the beginning of the Greco-Italian War, and the date, October 28th, would become a national holiday in Greece, commemorated as Oxy Day, symbolizing Greek resistance and courage. The Italian invasion of Greece began almost immediately after the ultimatum was rejected, with Italian forces launching an attack from Albania. Mussolini, confident that his army would quickly overrun Greece, expected a swift victory. However, the Greeks, despite being outnumbered and less well-equipped, mounted a fierce defense. The Greek army, bolstered by the mountainous terrain of Epirus and northern Greece, which favored defensive tactics, successfully repelled the initial Italian advances. In a surprising turn of events, the Greeks not only halted the Italian invasion but also launched a successful counteroffensive, pushing the Italian forces back into Albania by December 1940. The Greek victories in Pindus and Karitsa were celebrated across the Allied world as one of the first major defeats for the Axis powers in the war. For months, Greek forces held their ground in Albania, fighting off repeated Italian offensives and securing critical strategic points. The winter of 1940 to 1941 was particularly harsh, but the Greek army's resilience and the support of the local population contributed to the continued success of the defense against Italy. Mussolini, humiliated by the failure of his campaign, was forced to seek help from his more powerful Axis partner, Adolf Hitler's Germany. Hitler, concerned about the growing British presence in Greece, which could threaten German access to the oil fields in the Middle East and disrupt supply lines to North Africa, decided to intervene. In April 1941, Germany launched Operation Marita, a full-scale invasion of Greece, after having already invaded Yugoslavia. The combined Italian and German forces overwhelmed the Greek defenses, which were already stretched thin after months of fighting the Italians. The Battle of Greece culminated in the swift and brutal German occupation of the country, with Athens falling on April 27, 1941. Following the German invasion, Greece was divided into zones of occupation, with Germany, Italy, and Bulgaria each controlling different parts of the country. The Germans occupied the most strategic areas, including Athens, Thessaloniki, and the islands of Crete and Rhodes, while Italy controlled the central and southern parts of the mainland, including the Peloponnese. Bulgaria, which had allied with the Axis powers, was granted control over Macedonia and Thrace, regions with large Bulgarian populations. This division of the country created deep animosities between the occupying forces, and the different zones of occupation were often administered with varying degrees of brutality. The Axis occupation of Greece brought about one of the darkest periods in modern Greek history. The occupation was marked by widespread famine, repression, and violence, as the Axis powers systematically exploited Greece's resources to fuel their war efforts. The winter of 1941 to 1942 was particularly devastating, as the combined effects of the war, the occupation, and a British naval blockade of the Aegean led to a catastrophic famine in Athens and other urban centers. It is estimated that as many as 300,000 Greeks died of starvation during the occupation, while countless others suffered from malnutrition and disease. The German occupiers, in particular, implemented a policy of terror and repression against the Greek population. The Wehrmacht and SS units, tasked with maintaining control over the occupied territories, carried out brutal reprisals against Greek civilians in response to acts of resistance or sabotage. Entire villages were destroyed, and their inhabitants were executed in collective punishments for attacks on German soldiers. Some of the most infamous atrocities committed during the occupation include the massacre of Kalavrita in December 1943, in which German forces killed more than 500 men and boys and burned the village to the ground, and the Distimo massacre in June 1944, where 218 civilians were murdered by an SS unit. Despite the brutality of the occupation, the Greek people did not passively accept their fate. Almost immediately after the fall of Athens, a wide-scale resistance movement began to emerge across the country. The Greek resistance took many forms, from acts of civil disobedience to organized guerrilla warfare. One of the earliest and most symbolic acts of resistance occurred in May 1941, when two young Athenians, Manolis Glizos and Apostolos Santas, climbed the Acropolis and tore down the Nazi flag that had been hoisted by the German occupiers, replacing it with the Greek flag. This act of defiance inspired Greeks across the country to resist the occupation, no matter the cost. As the occupation deepened, the resistance movement became more organized and militarized. Two major factions emerged as the dominant forces in the Greek resistance: the National Liberation Front (EAM), which was affiliated with the Communist Party of Greece (KKE), and the Greek National Republican League (EDS), a more conservative Republican faction that was supported by the Allies, particularly Britain. AM, along with its military wing, the Greek People's Liberation Army (ELAS), quickly became the largest and most effective resistance organization, particularly in the mountainous regions of Greece, where they established liberated zones free from Axis control. The resistance fighters, known as Andartes, guerrillas, engaged in sabotage, ambushes, and attacks on Axis forces and infrastructure. They destroyed bridges, railways, and supply lines, and they carried out assassinations of Axis collaborators and informants. One of the most significant acts of sabotage was the Gorgopotamos operation in November 1942, in which a group of Greek resistance fighters, aided by British Special Operations Executive (SOE) agents, blew up a key railway bridge, disrupting German supply lines to North Africa. The success of the Greek resistance, particularly that of ELAS, drew the attention of the Allies, who began providing material support to the resistance fighters. British and American agents were parachuted into Greece to coordinate operations with the resistance and to provide training, weapons, and intelligence. The resistance became a vital part of the Allied war effort, tying down thousands of German troops that could have been deployed elsewhere in the European theater. However, the growing strength of the resistance also exacerbated internal tensions between the different factions. The rivalry between MELAS and EADS, which had initially been overshadowed by the common struggle against the Axis occupiers, began to surface as the war dragged on. MELAS, which had strong communist leanings, sought to establish a post-war socialist government in Greece, while EADS, backed by the British, was determined to prevent a communist takeover. This ideological conflict between the two groups foreshadowed the bitter civil war that would erupt in Greece after the war. By the summer of 1944, the tide of the war had turned in favor of the Allies, and German forces began to retreat from Greece. In October 1944, the Wehrmacht withdrew from Athens, and Greece was liberated after nearly 4 years of brutal occupation. However, the end of the Axis occupation did not bring peace to Greece. The country was left in ruins, its infrastructure destroyed, and its people traumatized by years of famine, repression, and violence. Moreover, the deep political divisions that had emerged during the war, particularly between the communist and anti-communist factions of the resistance, would soon plunge Greece into a new and even more destructive conflict, the Greek Civil War. In conclusion, World War II was a period of immense hardship and heroism for Greece. The country endured one of the most brutal occupations of the war, suffering from famine, mass executions, and widespread destruction. Yet, despite the suffering, the Greek people mounted a remarkable resistance effort, becoming one of the most effective and organized resistance movements in Europe. The war, however, left Greece deeply divided, setting the stage for the civil war that would follow. In the next chapter, we will explore the causes and course of the Greek Civil War, 1946 to 1949, a conflict that would shape the country's political landscape for decades to come. The end of World War II marked the liberation of Greece from Axis occupation, but the country quickly descended into a brutal and protracted civil war that would last from 1946 to 1949. The roots of the Greek Civil War were deeply embedded in the political and social divisions that had emerged during the Axis occupation, particularly the growing rivalry between the communist and anti-communist factions within the Greek resistance movement. This chapter delves deeply into the causes of the Greek Civil War, the key events and battles that shaped the conflict, and the profound impact it had on Greece's post-war political landscape. The Civil War left a legacy of division and trauma that would shape Greek politics for decades and cement Greece's role in the emerging Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States. The seeds of the Greek Civil War were sown during the Axis occupation of Greece from 1941 to 1944. During this period, two major factions emerged as the dominant forces within the Greek resistance: the National Liberation Front, EAM, and its military wing, the Greek People's Liberation Army, ELAS, which were aligned with the Communist Party of Greece, KKE, and the Greek National Republican League, EADS, a more conservative anti-communist faction that was supported by the British. MELAS, with its strong organization and popular support in the rural areas, quickly became the most powerful and effective resistance group, while EADS, though active in some regions, remained smaller and less influential. As the war progressed, tensions between the two groups deepened. MELAS, driven by its communist leadership, envisioned a post-war socialist Greece with a government that would represent the working class and peasantry, inspired by the Soviet model. On the other hand, EADS and other right-wing factions, supported by the British and the Greek monarchy, aimed to restore a more conservative and pro-Western political order after the war. These divergent visions for Greece's future set the stage for the conflict that would erupt after the country's liberation from the Axis powers. In October 1944, the German forces withdrew from Greece, and the country was liberated. However, the power vacuum left by the retreating Axis forces quickly led to clashes between the rival factions within the Greek resistance. The British, determined to prevent a communist takeover of Greece, supported the re-establishment of the Greek monarchy and the formation of a provisional government led by Georgios Papandreou, a centrist politician. The British military also intervened directly, sending troops to Greece to prevent MELAS from seizing control of the country. The first major confrontation in the emerging civil war occurred in Athens in December 1944, in what became known as the Decembriana, December events. Tensions came to a head when MELAS refused to disarm its forces and integrate them into the national army, as demanded by the Papandreou government. In response, the government, backed by British forces, attempted to disarm ELAS and consolidate its control over Athens. This move was seen by MELAS as an effort to suppress the left-wing resistance and prevent the communists from playing a role in Greece's post-war government. On December 3, 1944, a large protest organized by EAM in Athens turned violent when police opened fire on the demonstrators, killing several people. The incident sparked a wave of clashes between MELAS forces and British-backed government troops in Athens. For over a month, the two sides fought for control of the capital, with ELAS launching a series of attacks on British positions and government forces. However, the British, with their superior firepower and reinforcements, were able to suppress the ELAS forces, and by January 1945, the fighting had subsided. The Varkiza Agreement, signed in February 1945, temporarily ended the hostilities, with ELAS agreeing to disband its forces in exchange for political concessions. However, the Varkiza Agreement did little to resolve the underlying tensions that had led to the conflict. The disarmament of ELAS left many former resistance fighters bitter and disillusioned, as they felt betrayed by the government and the British, who they believed had sold out the communist movement. At the same time, right-wing militias and former collaborators with the Axis occupiers, emboldened by the government's victory, began a campaign of repression against suspected leftists, leading to widespread violence and political persecution in the countryside. This period, known as the White Terror, saw thousands of former MELAS supporters arrested, tortured, or killed by right-wing paramilitaries and government forces. The political and social unrest in the aftermath of the Varkiza Agreement set the stage for the full-scale civil war that erupted in 1946. The Communist Party of Greece, KKE, seeing that the peaceful political route was blocked by government repression and the consolidation of right-wing power, decided to take up arms once again. In March 1946, the Democratic Army of Greece, DSE, was formed, composed largely of former ELAS fighters who had gone underground after the disarmament. Led by Markos Vafiadis, the DSE launched guerrilla attacks against government forces in the rural regions of Macedonia, Thessaly, and Epirus, where communist sympathies remained strong. The civil war quickly escalated into a nationwide conflict, with the DSE fighting a guerrilla war against the Greek National Army, which was supported by Britain and later the United States. The Greek government, under the leadership of Konstantinos Tsaldaris and later Themistoklis Sifoulis, declared martial law and launched a brutal campaign to suppress the communist insurgency. The Greek National Army, bolstered by British military aid, conducted counterinsurgency operations in the mountainous regions of northern Greece, where the DSE had established strongholds. The Greek Civil War quickly became entangled in the emerging Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States. Although the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin provided limited support to the Greek communists, Stalin was reluctant to intervene directly in the conflict, as Greece fell within the Western sphere of influence agreed upon in the wartime Yalta Conference. Instead, the Greek communists received more significant backing from neighboring communist states, particularly Yugoslavia, led by Josip Broz Tito, and Albania, under Enver Hoxha. These countries provided weapons, training, and safe havens for the DSE fighters, allowing them to continue their guerrilla war against the Greek government. On the other hand, the United States, alarmed by the possibility of a communist victory in Greece, dramatically increased its support for the Greek government under the terms of the Truman Doctrine. In 1947, U.S. President Harry Truman declared that the United States would provide military and economic assistance to Greece and Turkey to prevent them from falling under communist influence. This marked the beginning of the U.S. policy of containment, aimed at stopping the spread of communism in Europe and the wider world. The Marshall Plan, launched in 1948, also provided Greece with much-needed economic aid to rebuild its war-torn economy and strengthen the government's position in the Civil War. With the backing of the United States, the Greek National Army received modern weaponry, military training, and logistical support, significantly improving its ability to counter the DSE's guerrilla tactics. The Greek government also launched a series of anti-communist purges, arresting and executing suspected communist sympathizers, and intensifying its efforts to root out the DSE's support network in the countryside. The Greek police and military forces, aided by American advisors, employed brutal tactics, including forced relocations of villagers, mass imprisonments, and the use of torture to extract information from suspected communists. The climax of the war, 1948 to 1949. By 1948, the Civil War had reached its climax. The DSE, despite its resilience and the popular support it enjoyed in some areas, was increasingly isolated. One of the major turning points came when Yugoslavia under Tito broke with the Soviet Union in 1948, during the infamous Tito-Stalin split. This had a direct impact on the Greek communists, as Yugoslavia had been their primary source of military and logistical support. With Tito no longer willing to back the Greek communists, the DSE lost its crucial supply lines and safe havens, severely weakening its ability to continue the fight. At the same time, the Greek National Army, now fully modernized and equipped with American weapons, launched a series of large-scale offensives against the DSE strongholds in northern Greece. The Battle of Grammos and the Battle of Vitsi, fought in the rugged mountains near the Albanian border in 1948 and 1949, were decisive battles that marked the final phase of the Civil War. The Greek National Army, with overwhelming firepower and air support, gradually wore down the DSE forces, who were forced to retreat into Albania. By August 1949, the DSE was on the verge of collapse. On August 29, 1949, the remnants of the DSE forces, led by Nikolaos Zachariadis, the General Secretary of the KKE, crossed the border into Albania, effectively ending the Greek Civil War. The war, which had claimed more than 150,000 lives and displaced hundreds of thousands of Greeks, had left the country in ruins, both physically and politically. The Greek Civil War left a lasting legacy of bitterness and division in Greek society. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the KKE was outlawed, and thousands of former DSE fighters, communist sympathizers, and their families were imprisoned, executed, or exiled to remote islands such as Makronesos and Gyros, where they were subjected to brutal conditions in prison camps. The Greek government, now firmly aligned with the Western Bloc, became a key ally of the United States in the Cold War, and Greece's membership in the newly formed NATO in 1952 further solidified its position as a bulwark against communism in southeastern Europe. The scars of the Civil War, however, would linger for decades. The political and social divisions between the left and right remained deeply entrenched, and Greece experienced periods of political instability, repression, and military intervention throughout the 1950s and 1960s. The deep-rooted mistrust between the communist left and the conservative right, exacerbated by the Civil War, would culminate in the 1967 military coup that established a military junta, the regime of the colonels, in Greece, which ruled the country until 1974. In conclusion, the Greek Civil War was one of the first major conflicts of the Cold War and one of the most devastating chapters in modern Greek history. The war, which was fought over conflicting visions of Greece's political future, resulted in immense loss of life, widespread destruction, and long-lasting political divisions. Greece's alignment with the Western powers, solidified by its victory in the Civil War, ensured its place in the Cold War struggle between East and West, but the war's legacy of division and repression would haunt the country for decades to come. In the next chapter, we will explore the post-war reconstruction of Greece, the political developments of the 1950s and 1960s, and the eventual rise of the military junta in 1967. The Greek Civil War, which ended in 1949, left Greece deeply scarred and divided. While the communist insurgency had been defeated, the political and social aftermath of the war would continue to shape Greek society for decades. The 1950s and 1960s were a period of reconstruction, repression, and Cold War geopolitics as Greece rebuilt itself under a firmly anti-communist regime. The Greek state, heavily supported by the United States and Western Europe, sought to modernize and stabilize, but it also fostered a culture of political repression, marginalizing leftist elements and curtailing civil liberties. This chapter examines the reconstruction of Greece after the Civil War, the political developments of the post-war period, the Cold War's influence on Greek politics, and the eventual rise of the military junta in 1967. In the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, Greece faced the daunting task of rebuilding a country devastated by years of conflict. The Greek economy had been shattered by both World War II and the Civil War, with much of its infrastructure destroyed and its agricultural production severely diminished. Large swaths of the countryside had been depopulated, either through forced relocations during the war or due to mass emigration as thousands of Greeks fled the violence and repression. To help Greece recover, the United States implemented the Marshall Plan, providing substantial economic aid to rebuild war-torn Europe, including Greece. Between 1948 and 1951, Greece received more than $700 million in aid, which was used to restore basic infrastructure, modernize agriculture, and lay the foundation for industrial development. Under the terms of the Truman Doctrine, the United States also provided military and political support to the Greek government to prevent the spread of communism. American advisors played a key role in restructuring the Greek military and police forces, ensuring that Greece remained firmly within the Western sphere of influence. This period saw the creation of a new national security apparatus, including the Greek Gendarmerie and the Greek Central Intelligence Service, KYP, which became instrumental in monitoring and suppressing left-wing activities. The government also implemented harsh measures against former communist fighters and sympathizers, many of whom were imprisoned or sent to exile on remote islands like Makronesos. Thousands of Greeks who had supported or fought for the Communist Party of Greece, KKE, were effectively cut off from public life, barred from holding government jobs or participating in political activities. The repression of the left during the early 1950s was accompanied by efforts to rebuild Greece's political institutions. In 1952, Greece held parliamentary elections, which resulted in the victory of the Greek Rally, a right-wing political party led by Marshal Alexandros Papagos, a former army officer and hero of the Greco-Italian War. Papagos' government, which was strongly backed by the United States, emphasized law and order, anti-communism, and national security. His administration also pursued a policy of economic modernization, focusing on infrastructure projects, industrialization, and expanding Greece's role in international trade. These efforts, combined with continued U.S. aid, helped Greece achieve modest economic growth during the 1950s, particularly in the areas of agriculture, textiles, and shipping. One of the key milestones of the post-war period was Greece's admission to NATO in 1952. As a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Greece became an integral part of the Western defense system against the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. Greece's strategic location in the Eastern Mediterranean made it a critical asset for NATO, particularly as tensions escalated during the Cold War. The Greek government's strong anti-communist stance aligned it closely with the United States and Western Europe, ensuring continued military and economic support from the West. Despite the relative political stability of the 1950s, Greece remained deeply divided along political lines. The Venizelos-Stroilus divide, which had shaped Greek politics since the early 20th century, continued to influence the country's political landscape. The monarchy, restored after the Civil War, remained a symbol of national unity for some, but for many Greeks, particularly those on the left, the monarchy was a relic of the past that represented foreign influence and authoritarianism. King Paul and his wife, Queen Frederica, were seen as particularly close to the United States, and their lavish lifestyle and political involvement made them controversial figures. In 1955, following the death of Papagos, Konstantin Karamanlis, a rising star in the Greek political scene, was appointed prime minister. Karamanlis, a pragmatic conservative, founded the National Radical Union, ERE, and sought to modernize Greece's economy and political institutions. His government focused on improving infrastructure, expanding education, and promoting tourism, which became an increasingly important sector of the Greek economy. Under Karamanlis, Greece experienced a period of rapid economic growth during the late 1950s and early 1960s, with GDP growth rates averaging around 6 to 7% per year. This economic boom, often referred to as the Greek economic miracle, was fueled by investments in construction, tourism, and shipping, as well as by remittances from the large Greek diaspora, particularly in the United States and Australia. However, the rapid modernization of Greece's economy was not without its challenges. The benefits of economic growth were unevenly distributed, and large segments of the population, particularly in rural areas, remained impoverished. The deep political divisions within Greek society also persisted, and the government's repressive measures against the left created a sense of alienation and discontent among many Greeks. Moreover, the issue of Cyprus, a British colony with a majority Greek population, became a major source of tension in Greek politics during the 1950s and 1960s. The Cyprus question became a flashpoint in Greek politics in the mid-1950s, as the Greek Cypriot movement for enosis, union with Greece, gained momentum. Led by Archbishop Macarius III and the AOKA, National Organization of Cypriot Fighters, the movement sought to end British rule in Cyprus and achieve unification with Greece. However, the British government, which saw Cyprus as a strategically important base in the eastern Mediterranean, was unwilling to grant the island independence or allow it to join Greece. The conflict in Cyprus escalated into a guerrilla war between AOKA fighters and British colonial forces, with Turkey also becoming involved, as it sought to protect the Turkish Cypriot minority on the island. The Cyprus conflict placed significant strain on Greece's relations with both Britain and Turkey. Karamanlis, who initially supported the enosis movement, later sought a more pragmatic solution to the Cyprus issue, advocating for a negotiated settlement that would avoid a full-scale war with Turkey. However, the situation remained volatile, and tensions between Greece and Turkey over Cyprus would continue to simmer throughout the 1960s, culminating in the Cyprus crisis of the 1970s. By the early 1960s, the political landscape in Greece began to shift once again. Georgios Papandreou, a prominent centrist politician and leader of the Center Union Party, emerged as a leading figure in the opposition to Karamanlis government. Papandreou, who had served as prime minister during World War II, called for political reforms, including the democratization of Greece's political institutions and the end of repressive measures against the left. In the 1963 elections, Papandreou's Center Union Party won a plurality of seats in the Greek parliament, and he was appointed prime minister. Papandreou's government sought to implement a series of political and social reforms aimed at liberalizing Greek society. His administration increased funding for education, expanded social services, and sought to address the inequalities that had persisted during the years of economic growth. However, Papandreou's government was also deeply critical of the monarchy, and tensions between Papandreou and King Constantine II, who had succeeded his father King Paul in 1964, quickly escalated. Papandreou's attempts to limit the political influence of the monarchy and the military were met with resistance from the king and the conservative establishment, leading to a constitutional crisis. The relationship between Papandreou and the king reached a breaking point in 1965, when a dispute over the control of the Greek military led to Papandreou's resignation. The crisis, known as the apostasia or the defection, resulted in a series of short-lived governments and widespread political unrest. Papandreou's supporters, particularly younger Greeks and leftists, took to the streets in mass demonstrations, demanding the restoration of democracy and an end to the monarchy's interference in politics. The political instability of the mid-1960s created an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear among the conservative elements of Greek society, particularly within the military. Many within the Greek officer corps, which had been purged of leftist sympathizers after the Civil War, believed that the growing political unrest and the perceived threat of communism necessitated a decisive intervention to restore order. This belief, combined with the ongoing tensions over Cyprus and Greece's precarious position in the Cold War, set the stage for a military coup. On April 21, 1967, just weeks before scheduled parliamentary elections, a group of right-wing military officers, led by Colonels Georgios Papadopoulos, Stylianos Patakos, and Nikolaos Makarizos, launched a coup d'état, seizing control of the government. The coup leaders, who became known as the colonels, justified their actions by claiming that they were saving Greece from an imminent communist takeover and a descent into anarchy. They quickly dissolved parliament, suspended the constitution, and declared martial law, effectively establishing a military dictatorship that would rule Greece for the next 7 years. The regime of the colonels, as it came to be known, was marked by its brutal repression of political dissent, widespread censorship, and the use of torture against political prisoners. Thousands of Greeks, particularly leftists, trade unionists, and intellectuals, were arrested and imprisoned, while opposition political parties were banned. The regime sought to eliminate any traces of communism or left-wing influence from Greek society, and it pursued a policy of aggressive nationalism, particularly regarding the Cyprus issue. Despite its harsh methods, the junta initially maintained the support of the United States and NATO, as it was seen as a bulwark against communism in the Eastern Mediterranean. In conclusion, the post-Civil War period in Greece was one of reconstruction, political repression, and Cold War geopolitics. The deep divisions within Greek society, combined with the pressures of the Cold War and the unresolved issue of Cyprus, created an unstable political environment that culminated in the 1967 military coup. The regime of the colonels would mark a dark chapter in modern Greek history, but it would also set the stage for the democratic movements that would emerge in the 1970s. In the next chapter, we will explore the fall of the military junta, the restoration of democracy in 1974, and Greece's transition into the European Union era. The military junta that seized power in Greece on April 21, 1967, ushered in one of the darkest periods in modern Greek history. Known as the regime of the colonels, this authoritarian government, led by Colonel Georgios Papadopoulos, established a dictatorship that suppressed political freedoms, stifled dissent, and imposed strict censorship. While the junta claimed to be saving Greece from a communist takeover and political chaos, its methods were brutal, its repression widespread, and its impact on Greek society profound. This chapter delves deeply into the rise of the junta, its rule from 1967 to 1974, the internal and external pressures that led to its downfall, and the eventual restoration of democracy in Greece, which marked the country's transition into the post-junta era and its integration into the European political landscape. The coup of April 21, 1967, caught most of Greece by surprise. In the early hours of that morning, a group of army officers, led by Colonel Georgios Papadopoulos, Colonel Stylianos Patakos, and Colonel Nikolaos Makarizos, executed a meticulously planned military takeover. Using the Lorca Plan, which was originally designed for use in the event of a communist insurrection, the colonels mobilized the Greek military to seize key government institutions, including the parliament, radio stations, and television networks, effectively cutting off communication with the outside world. They arrested hundreds of politicians, leftist activists, and intellectuals, including Georgios Papandreou and his son Andreas Papandreou, who had emerged as leaders of the Center Union Party and were seen as threats to the new regime. The colonels justified their coup by claiming that Greece was on the brink of political collapse and that only a strong, centralized government could prevent a communist revolution. They portrayed themselves as patriots who were stepping in to save the nation from chaos and to restore order. To this end, they declared martial law, suspended the constitution, and dissolved parliament. All political parties were banned, and the regime introduced a state of emergency that granted the junta sweeping powers to arrest and detain anyone suspected of opposition to the government. Colonel Papadopoulos, the chief architect of the coup, quickly emerged as the leader of the junta and its de facto head of state. Papadopoulos, who had served in the Greek army during the Axis occupation and the Greek Civil War, was a staunch anti-communist with close ties to the United States. He believed that Greece needed to be cleansed of left-wing influences and that only a military regime could achieve this goal. Under his leadership, the junta sought to reshape Greek society by imposing strict control over all aspects of public life. The regime's first priority was to eliminate any potential opposition. Thousands of political opponents, including former members of MELAS and other leftist groups, were arrested and imprisoned without trial. Many of these detainees were sent to Makronesos and Gyros, barren islands in the Aegean Sea that had previously been used as prison camps for communist sympathizers during the Civil War. There, they were subjected to brutal conditions, including torture, forced labor, and indoctrination. The junta's security forces, particularly the Greek Central Intelligence Service, KYP, and the military police, ESA, were notorious for their use of torture to extract confessions and intimidate opposition figures. Techniques such as beatings, waterboarding, and electric shocks were routinely employed against political prisoners, earning the regime international condemnation for its human rights abuses. In addition to its crackdown on political opponents, the junta imposed a strict regime of censorship on the press, the arts, and academia. Newspapers were heavily censored, and any articles critical of the regime were banned. The junta also suppressed free expression in literature, theater, and cinema, banning books and films that were deemed subversive or immoral. Even works by prominent Greek cultural figures, such as Nobel Prize-winning poet Georgios Safaris and filmmaker Theo Angelopoulos, were censored or banned. The regime sought to control not only political life but also the cultural narrative of Greece, promoting a sanitized version of Greek history that glorified the military and the monarchy while denigrating the left and its role in the resistance against the Axis occupation. The junta also attempted to win popular support by promoting a form of aggressive nationalism. The regime emphasized the continuity of Greek history from classical antiquity through Byzantium to modern times, portraying the military as the guardian of the Hellenic legacy. It introduced nationalistic education reforms aimed at indoctrinating young Greeks with a sense of loyalty to the state and the military. At the same time, the junta courted the Greek Orthodox Church, aligning itself with religious conservatism and presenting itself as the defender of Greece's Christian heritage. Papadopoulos, in particular, saw the Orthodox Church as an important ally in legitimizing the regime and used religious imagery to bolster his authority. Despite these efforts to control society, the junta was never able to secure widespread legitimacy. The regime's authoritarianism and repression alienated much of the population, especially intellectuals, students, and the urban middle class. The economy, which had seen steady growth during the 1950s and early 1960s, began to stagnate under the junta's rule. Although the colonels attempted to promote economic development through infrastructure projects and tourism, their policies lacked coherence, and the economic benefits were not widely felt. Furthermore, the regime's isolation from the international community, particularly Western Europe, hindered Greece's ability to attract foreign investment. The most significant challenge to the junta's legitimacy, however, came from the student movement, which had been growing in opposition to the regime throughout the late 1960s and early 1970s. The junta had imposed strict control over Greece's universities, dismissing professors who were deemed politically unreliable and restricting student activism. In response, many students began organizing clandestine protests and demonstrations, calling for an end to the dictatorship and the restoration of democratic rights. The student movement reached its peak in November 1973, when a group of students at the National Technical University of Athens, Polytechnic, staged a sit-in to protest the regime. The Athens Polytechnic Uprising, as it came to be known, quickly attracted widespread support, with thousands of Athenians joining the students in their calls for freedom and democracy. The junta responded to the Polytechnic Uprising with brute force. On the night of November 17, 1973, the regime ordered the army to crush the protest. A tank was sent to break through the gates of the Polytechnic, and soldiers opened fire on the demonstrators. Dozens of students were killed, and hundreds more were arrested. The violent suppression of the Polytechnic Uprising shocked the nation and further eroded the junta's legitimacy. It also drew international condemnation, particularly from Western European countries and human rights organizations. The Polytechnic Uprising exposed the deepening divisions within the junta itself. By 1973, Papadopoulos had begun to lose the support of key elements within the military, who believed that his efforts to liberalize the regime had weakened its grip on power. In an effort to broaden his base of support, Papadopoulos had initiated a process of limited political liberalization, including the drafting of a new constitution and the appointment of Spyros Markazinis as prime minister. However, these reforms were widely seen as cosmetic, and they failed to satisfy either the regime's opponents or its hardline supporters. In November 1973, just days after the Polytechnic Uprising, Papadopoulos was overthrown in a coup led by Brigadier General Demetrios Ioannidis, the hardline head of the military police, ESA. Ioannidis, who had been deeply involved in the junta's security apparatus, opposed any form of political liberalization and sought to re-establish the regime's authority through even harsher measures of repression. However, Ioannidis' rule was short-lived, and his actions would ultimately lead to the collapse of the junta. The final blow to the regime came in July 1974, when Ioannidis, in a reckless bid to bolster his control over Cyprus, backed a coup against Archbishop Macarius III, the president of Cyprus. Ioannidis sought to replace Macarius with a more pro-Greek leader, hoping to pave the way for Enosis, union with Greece. However, the coup triggered a rapid and deadly response from Turkey, which viewed any attempt to change the status quo in Cyprus as a direct threat to the Turkish Cypriot minority. On July 20, 1974, Turkey launched a full-scale invasion of northern Cyprus, occupying a significant portion of the island and creating a major international crisis. The Greek military junta, already weakened by internal divisions and popular opposition, was unable to respond effectively to the Turkish invasion. The failure to protect Cyprus from the Turkish attack, combined with growing unrest at home, led to the collapse of the regime. On July 23, 1974, the junta leaders, realizing they could no longer maintain control, handed power back to civilian authorities. Constantine Karamanlis, who had been living in exile in Paris, was invited to return to Greece to lead the transition to democracy. The fall of the junta in 1974 marked the beginning of a new era in Greek history, known as the Metapolitefsi, regime change. Karamanlis, who had been a dominant figure in Greek politics during the 1950s and early 1960s, returned to power as prime minister and oversaw the restoration of democracy. One of his first acts was to hold a national referendum on the future of the monarchy. The Greek people, by a decisive majority, voted to abolish the monarchy, ending the long-standing influence of the House of Glucksburg on Greek politics. Greece was officially declared a republic, and a new constitution was adopted in 1975, enshrining civil liberties and political freedoms that had been denied during the junta years. Karamanlis also prioritized Greece's reintegration into the European political and economic system, which had been strained during the junta period. Under his leadership, Greece applied for membership in the European Economic Community, EEC, a process that culminated in Greece's accession to the EEC in 1981. This marked a significant step in Greece's transition from an isolated military dictatorship to a fully integrated member of the European democratic community. In conclusion, the fall of the military junta in 1974 and the restoration of democracy represented a profound turning point in Greek history. The junta years had been marked by repression, censorship, and human rights abuses, but they also sparked a powerful movement for democratic change that culminated in the Metapolitefsi. The collapse of the junta, brought about by internal divisions, external pressures, and the Cyprus crisis, paved the way for Greece's return to democracy and its eventual integration into the European Union. In the next chapter, we will explore Greece's transition into the European Union era, focusing on the political, economic, and social transformations that shaped the country in the final decades of the 20th century. The fall of the military junta in 1974 marked a crucial turning point for Greece, as the country emerged from 7 years of dictatorship into an era of democratic transformation known as the Metapolitefsi, or regime change. This period saw the restoration of political freedoms, the drafting of a new constitution, the abolition of the monarchy, and Greece's gradual reintegration into European political and economic life. Over the next few decades, Greece would undergo significant political, economic, and social changes as it worked to solidify its democratic institutions and achieve greater integration with Western Europe, culminating in its accession to the European Economic Community, EEC, which later became the European Union, EU. This chapter explores the transition from dictatorship to democracy, the major political developments of the Metapolitefsi, Greece's accession to the EEC, and the political landscape of the late 20th century. When the junta collapsed in July 1974, the restoration of civilian rule in Greece was both swift and decisive. Constantine Karamanlis, the experienced conservative politician and former prime minister who had been in exile in Paris since 1963, was invited back to Greece to lead the country through the transition to democracy. Karamanlis, widely respected for his previous leadership and pragmatic approach, was seen as the ideal figure to guide Greece through this uncertain period. He returned to Greece on July 24, 1974, and was immediately appointed prime minister by the caretaker government that replaced the junta. One of Karamanlis' first priorities was to stabilize the country politically and restore public confidence in Greece's institutions. His return was greeted with widespread relief and enthusiasm by many Greeks, who saw in him a figure capable of bridging the deep divisions that had plagued the country during the junta years. Karamanlis moved quickly to dissolve the remnants of the junta's authoritarian system, including dismantling the Greek military's influence over the government and purging the security services of junta loyalists. In an effort to ensure the peaceful transition to democracy, Karamanlis also took steps to prevent retribution against former junta members, opting instead for a cautious approach that sought national reconciliation over widespread punishment. The restoration of democracy also brought renewed questions about the future of the Greek monarchy, which had played a controversial role in the country's political life for decades. King Constantine II, who had fled into exile in 1967 after a failed countercoup against the junta, remained a divisive figure. Many Greeks blamed the monarchy for contributing to the political instability that had led to the rise of the junta, while others saw the monarchy as an important symbol of continuity. Karamanlis decided that the issue should be settled by the people, and in December 1974, a national referendum was held on the future of the monarchy. The result was clear. By a decisive majority, nearly 70% of the Greek people voted to abolish the monarchy and establish Greece as a republic. Constantine II, still in exile, accepted the result, and Greece moved forward as a republic with a new political system. In 1975, a new constitution was adopted, enshrining the principles of democracy, civil liberties, and human rights. The constitution formally separated the powers of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches and established Greece as a parliamentary republic. Under the new system, the president of the republic became the head of state, but with largely ceremonial powers, while the prime minister and parliament held the real political authority. The constitution also guaranteed freedom of speech, the press, and association, and it restored many of the civil liberties that had been curtailed during the junta years. With the political framework in place, Karamanlis turned his attention to Greece's foreign policy, which had been severely damaged during the dictatorship. The junta's isolationist policies and human rights abuses had alienated Greece from much of Western Europe, and relations with key allies, particularly the United States and Britain, were strained. Karamanlis sought to rebuild Greece's international standing by pursuing a policy of European integration and strengthening ties with Western Europe. His government reaffirmed Greece's commitment to NATO, despite the deep mistrust many Greeks felt toward the alliance due to its perceived tolerance of the junta during the Cold War. Karamanlis' most significant foreign policy achievement, however, was his successful push for Greece to join the European Economic Community, EC. Greece had first applied for association with the EC in 1961, but the dictatorship had stalled further integration. Karamanlis, believing that Greece's future lay in closer economic and political ties with Western Europe, revived the application process shortly after returning to power. In 1975, Greece formally applied for full membership in the EEC, and after years of negotiations, Greece became the 10th member of the EEC in January 1981. Membership in the EC marked a major milestone for Greece, both economically and politically. Economically, Greece benefited from access to the EEC's common market, which allowed Greek products, particularly agricultural goods, to be exported more easily to other European countries. Greece also received substantial financial aid from the EEC, which helped modernize the country's infrastructure, improve its industrial base, and raise living standards. Politically, EEC membership reinforced Greece's place within the Western European democratic bloc and signaled a definitive break with the authoritarian past. For Karamanlis and his supporters, joining the EEC was seen as a guarantee of Greece's democratic future and a safeguard against the possibility of a return to military rule. Domestically, the years following the fall of the junta saw significant political developments as Greece's political landscape shifted. Karamanlis founded the New Democracy Party, ND, a center-right political party that became the dominant force in Greek politics throughout the late 1970s and early 1980s. Under Karamanlis' leadership, New Democracy pursued a policy of economic modernization, European integration, and political stability. The party won consecutive elections in 1974 and 1977, maintaining control of the government during this crucial period of transition. At the same time, the political left in Greece began to reorganize after years of repression under the junta. Andreas Papandreou, who had returned to Greece from exile following the fall of the junta, emerged as the leader of the Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASIC, a left-wing political party that sought to challenge new democracy's dominance. Papandreou, a charismatic and populist figure, called for greater social equality, national independence, and an end to what he saw as Greece's dependence on foreign powers, particularly the United States and NATO. His message resonated with many Greeks who had grown disillusioned with the political establishment and who felt that the benefits of European integration were not reaching all levels of society. PASIC's rise to prominence was emblematic of the broader political realignment taking place in Greece during the Metapolitefsi. Papandreou's platform combined elements of socialism, nationalism, and populism, appealing to both working-class Greeks and those disaffected by the perceived elitism of the traditional political parties. PASIC's slogan, Allagi, change, encapsulated the party's promise to fundamentally transform Greek society by redistributing wealth, expanding social services, and asserting Greece's sovereignty on the international stage. This message resonated particularly well with the many Greeks who had been marginalized during the years of military dictatorship and who sought a more equitable and inclusive political system. In the 1981 elections, PASIC won a landslide victory, with Andreas Papandreou becoming prime minister. Papandreou's government implemented a series of sweeping social and economic reforms aimed at addressing the inequalities that had persisted since the junta era. His administration expanded the welfare state, introducing universal health care, pensions, and unemployment benefits, as well as raising the minimum wage and providing subsidies to farmers and workers. PASIC also enacted significant labor reforms, strengthening the rights of workers and trade unions, and promoting women's rights through legislation that addressed gender equality and workplace discrimination. Internationally, Papandreou took a more assertive approach than his predecessors. While he maintained Greece's membership in the EEC, Papandreou was critical of NATO and U.S. influence in Greek affairs, calling for the removal of American military bases from Greek soil and advocating for a more independent foreign policy. He also sought to improve Greece's relations with its Balkan neighbors, including Yugoslavia and Albania, and pursued a policy of non-alignment in international affairs, positioning Greece as a bridge between East and West during the Cold War. Despite PASIC's initial popularity, Papandreou's government faced significant challenges during the 1980s. Greece's economy, though benefiting from EEC membership and government spending, struggled with rising inflation, unemployment, and a growing public debt. The expansion of the welfare state, while popular with many Greeks, placed significant strain on the government's finances, leading to concerns about fiscal sustainability. By the late 1980s, Greece was facing a debt crisis, with the government forced to borrow heavily to finance its spending programs. These economic difficulties, combined with allegations of corruption and mismanagement within the PASIC government, led to growing disillusionment with Papandreou's leadership. In the 1989 elections, New Democracy, now led by Konstantin Mitsotakis, regained power, marking a shift back to the center-right. Mitsotakis' government implemented a series of austerity measures aimed at stabilizing the economy, reducing the public debt, and restoring investor confidence. These policies were deeply unpopular with many Greeks, particularly those who had benefited from PASIC's social programs, but they were seen as necessary to ensure Greece's long-term economic stability and to fulfill the country's obligations as a member of the EEC. By the early 1990s, Greece had firmly established itself as a democratic and economically integrated member of the European community. The Metapolitefsi had brought about significant political and social transformations, with Greece transitioning from a military dictatorship to a stable parliamentary republic. However, the period also highlighted the ongoing challenges of economic modernization, social inequality, and political polarization, which would continue to shape Greek politics in the decades to come. In conclusion, the years following the fall of the junta in 1974 were a time of profound change for Greece. The Metapolitefsi marked the restoration of democracy, the abolition of the monarchy, and Greece's accession to the European Economic Community. Political leaders like Constantine Karamanlis and Andreas Papandreou played pivotal roles in shaping the country's post-junta trajectory, with their differing visions of Greece's place in Europe and the world defining much of the political discourse of the era. As Greece entered the 1990s, it faced both the opportunities and challenges of being a fully integrated member of the European political and economic system, setting the stage for the next phase in its modern history. The period from the early 1990s to the early 2000s was one of significant political, economic, and cultural transformation for Greece. The country's integration into the European Union (EU), its hosting of the 2004 Athens Olympic Games, and the gradual modernization of its economy marked a period of optimism and growth. However, beneath this progress lay underlying structural issues, especially in the economy, that would later erupt into one of the most severe financial crises in modern European history. This chapter delves into Greece's political and economic evolution during the 1990s and early 2000s, its deepening ties with the EU, the preparation and impact of the 2004 Olympics, and the roots of the Greek financial crisis that unfolded in the late 2000s. By the early 1990s, Greece had firmly established itself as a democratic republic and a key player in the European political landscape. Following its accession to the European Economic Community, EEC, in 1981, Greece had enjoyed the benefits of increased trade, investment, and financial aid from Western Europe. However, the 1980s had also been marked by economic difficulties, with the PASIC government under Andreas Papandreou expanding the welfare state and increasing public spending, which led to rising inflation and public debt. The conservative New Democracy Party, led by Konstantin Mitsotakis, had returned to power in 1989 with a mandate to stabilize the economy, reduce the deficit, and introduce market-oriented reforms. Mitsotakis' government, which lasted until 1993, focused on reducing the size of the public sector, implementing austerity measures, and liberalizing parts of the Greek economy. These policies were aimed at reducing Greece's growing public debt, which had ballooned to over 100% of GDP by the late 1980s, and at stabilizing the country's inflation rate, which had also risen sharply. The government's austerity measures were deeply unpopular with many Greeks, particularly workers and public sector employees, who saw their wages cut and their benefits reduced. Strikes and protests became common, but Mitsotakis pressed forward, believing that Greece needed to meet the economic convergence criteria to prepare for future integration into the European Monetary Union, EMU, and the adoption of the euro. One of the most significant challenges during the early 1990s was Greece's relationship with its Balkan neighbors, particularly Macedonia. The collapse of Yugoslavia in the early 1990s and the declaration of independence by the Republic of Macedonia in 1991 led to a major diplomatic dispute between Greece and the new republic over the use of the name Macedonia. Greece, which has a northern region also called Macedonia, viewed the use of the name by its neighbor as a direct threat to its territorial integrity and cultural heritage. The issue became a source of intense nationalist sentiment in Greece, with large protests and demonstrations held against the use of the name Macedonia. The Greek government, under both Mitsotakis and later Andreas Papandreou, who returned to power in 1993, imposed an economic embargo on Macedonia in 1994, demanding that the country change its name and its national symbols. This dispute, which would continue for decades, reflected the complex and often fraught relationships between Greece and its Balkan neighbors in the post-Cold War era. Domestically, Papandreou's second term in office, 1993 to 1996, saw a continuation of the economic challenges that had plagued Greece during the 1980s. Public spending remained high, and the country's debt continued to grow. Papandreou's health also began to decline, and by 1996, he was forced to resign due to illness. His successor, Kostas Simitis, who took over the leadership of PASIC in 1996, represented a new generation of Greek politicians. Simitis was a technocrat with a focus on economic modernization and European integration. He was committed to making the necessary reforms to ensure Greece's entry into the Eurozone, the group of European Union countries that would adopt the euro as their common currency. Simitis' government, which lasted from 1996 to 2004, marked a period of significant reform and modernization in Greece. One of Semitis' primary goals was to bring Greece into compliance with the Maastricht criteria, the economic and fiscal standards set by the EU for countries wishing to adopt the euro. These criteria required member states to maintain a budget deficit of no more than 3% of GDP, a public debt level of no more than 60% of GDP, and low inflation and interest rates. For Greece, meeting these criteria required a major overhaul of the country's public finances, including cuts to public spending, tax reforms, and measures to reduce inflation. The Simitis government pursued an aggressive program of privatizations, selling off state-owned enterprises in sectors like telecommunications, banking, and transportation, which helped to raise revenue and reduce the state's role in the economy. Simitis also focused on infrastructure development and improving Greece's competitiveness within the European economy. One of the most ambitious projects undertaken during this period was the construction of major public works projects, including the Athens Metro, the Ignatia Odos Highway, and the Rio Antirio Bridge, which linked the Peloponnese to mainland Greece. These infrastructure projects were part of Greece's effort to modernize its economy and improve its transportation network ahead of its full integration into the European market. In 2001, Greece officially adopted the euro as its currency, marking a major milestone in the country's European integration. The transition to the euro was seen as a significant achievement for Greece, signaling that it had successfully stabilized its economy and met the rigorous criteria for membership in the Eurozone. The adoption of the euro also brought new opportunities for investment and economic growth, as Greece became more deeply integrated into the European financial system. However, beneath the surface of this economic modernization, Greece's public finances remained precarious. While the government had made significant strides in reducing inflation and stabilizing the currency, the country's public debt remained alarmingly high. In fact, much of Greece's compliance with the Maastricht criteria had been achieved through creative accounting, with the government using financial derivatives and other mechanisms to conceal the true size of its deficit. These practices would later come under scrutiny and contribute to the financial crisis that would engulf Greece in the late 2000s. The early 2000s were a period of optimism for Greece, particularly as the country prepared to host the 2004 Summer Olympics in Athens. The Olympics were seen as an opportunity for Greece to showcase its modernization and its ability to organize a world-class sporting event. The government and the private sector invested billions of euros in building new sports facilities, upgrading infrastructure, and improving public transportation in Athens. The Athens Olympic Stadium and the surrounding Olympic complex were renovated, and new venues were built for various events. Hosting the Olympics was a point of national pride for Greece, and the government hoped that the event would boost tourism, attract foreign investment, and stimulate economic growth. In the years leading up to the Games, Greece experienced a construction boom as new hotels, roads, and public spaces were built to accommodate the influx of visitors. However, the cost of hosting the Olympics quickly spiraled out of control. The original budget for the Games, estimated at around 4.5 billion euros, ballooned to more than 9 billion euros by the time the Games were held, placing a significant strain on Greece's already precarious public finances. The 2004 Athens Olympics were a success from an organizational perspective. The Games went off smoothly, and the new infrastructure projects, including the Athens Metro and the expansion of Athens International Airport, were praised for their efficiency. However, the economic benefits of the Olympics were more short-lived than expected. Many of the new sports facilities built for the Games were underutilized after the event, and the hoped-for boost in tourism did not materialize to the extent anticipated. Moreover, the massive debt incurred to finance the Games contributed to Greece's growing fiscal problems. Politically, the 2004 elections saw the return of New Democracy to power, with Kostas Karamanlis, the nephew of former Prime Minister Konstantin Karamanlis, becoming Prime Minister. Karamanlis' government inherited an economy that appeared to be doing well on the surface but was burdened by high levels of public debt and fiscal imbalances. The government faced the challenge of managing Greece's public finances while maintaining the momentum of economic growth. Throughout the mid-2000s, Greece continued to benefit from low interest rates and access to cheap credit, which fueled consumer spending and economic expansion. However, much of this growth was driven by borrowing, both by the government and by households. Greece's public debt remained high, and the country's fiscal policies were increasingly out of step with the broader Eurozone. While other Eurozone countries, particularly Germany, were adopting more conservative fiscal policies, Greece continued to run large budget deficits, relying on foreign borrowing to finance its spending. By 2008, the global financial crisis that had begun in the United States spread to Europe, exposing the vulnerabilities in Greece's economy. The crisis led to a sharp reduction in global demand, a contraction in credit markets, and a decline in investment, all of which hit Greece particularly hard. As the Greek government struggled to manage its public debt and meet its financial obligations, it became clear that the country was facing a fiscal crisis of unprecedented proportions. The roots of the Greek financial crisis were deeply intertwined with the structural weaknesses in the country's economy and the flawed fiscal policies of previous decades. Years of deficit spending, combined with widespread tax evasion, a bloated public sector, and an inefficient bureaucracy, had left Greece with a public debt that was unsustainable. By the end of 2009, Greece's budget deficit had soared to over 12% of GDP, far exceeding the EU's limit of 3%, and its public debt had reached 300 billion euros, or 130% of GDP. The financial crisis would soon engulf Greece, leading to a series of bailouts from the EU and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, along with harsh austerity measures that would spark mass protests, political turmoil, and social unrest. The next chapter of Greek history would be defined by this crisis, which would challenge the very foundations of the country's political and economic system. In conclusion, the period from the early 1990s to the early 2000s was one of both progress and growing challenges for Greece. The country achieved significant milestones, including its accession to the Eurozone and the successful hosting of the 2004 Athens Olympics, but beneath the surface lay deep economic vulnerabilities that would come to the forefront in the global financial crisis. In the next chapter, we will explore the Greek financial crisis in detail, examining its causes, the bailout programs, and the profound impact the crisis had on Greek society and politics. The Greek financial crisis that erupted in 2009 was one of the most severe economic downturns in modern European history, leading to widespread social and political upheaval both within Greece and across the European Union. At its core, the crisis was the result of years of excessive government borrowing, fiscal mismanagement, and structural weaknesses in the Greek economy, which were exacerbated by the global financial downturn of 2008. This chapter delves deeply into the causes of the crisis, the role of the European Union and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, in providing bailout programs, the harsh austerity measures imposed on Greece, and the profound social, political, and economic consequences of the crisis. The Greek financial crisis not only reshaped the country's domestic landscape but also posed fundamental questions about the future of the Eurozone and European integration. The roots of Greece's financial crisis lay in the structural weaknesses of its economy and public sector, which had been building for decades. Since the late 1980s, successive Greek governments had engaged in high levels of deficit spending, fueled by extensive borrowing from international markets. This borrowing was used to finance large public sector expenditures, including welfare programs, public sector wages, pensions, and infrastructure projects. While these expenditures helped improve living standards and expand the Greek middle class, they also created a bloated public sector that was inefficient, heavily unionized, and resistant to reform. By the early 2000s, Greece's public debt had soared to over 100% of GDP, well above the limits set by the Maastricht Treaty for Eurozone members. The adoption of the euro in 2001 masked many of Greece's underlying fiscal problems. The euro provided Greece with access to cheap credit, as international investors viewed the country as part of the stable and prosperous Eurozone. This easy access to credit allowed the Greek government to continue borrowing at low interest rates, despite its growing public debt and persistent budget deficits. However, Greece's compliance with the Maastricht criteria for Eurozone membership had been achieved in part through creative accounting and financial maneuvers, such as using derivatives to hide the true extent of its debt. These practices, combined with widespread tax evasion and a failure to reform the country's inefficient bureaucracy, contributed to Greece's fiscal imbalances. The global financial crisis of 2008, which began in the United States with the collapse of major financial institutions and spread to Europe, exposed these vulnerabilities. As credit markets tightened and the global economy entered a recession, Greece's economic growth slowed, and its ability to borrow on international markets became severely constrained. By late 2009, it became clear that Greece was on the brink of a sovereign debt crisis. The newly elected government of George Papandreou, leader of the Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASIC, revealed that Greece's budget deficit had been underreported for years and was actually more than 12% of GDP, far above the 3% limit required by EU rules. This revelation caused panic in the financial markets, as investors lost confidence in Greece's ability to repay its debts. As Greece's fiscal crisis deepened, the country faced soaring borrowing costs, with interest rates on Greek bonds rising to unsustainable levels. Unable to finance its debt on international markets, Greece turned to the European Union and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, for assistance. The prospect of a Greek default posed a serious threat not only to the Greek economy but also to the stability of the entire Eurozone, as financial contagion could spread to other heavily indebted countries, such as Portugal, Ireland, Italy, and Spain, a group of countries often referred to by the acronym PIIGS. In May 2010, the EU and the IMF agreed to provide Greece with a €110 billion bailout package, the largest financial rescue program in European history at the time. In exchange for the bailout, Greece was required to implement a series of austerity measures and structural reforms aimed at reducing its budget deficit and restoring fiscal sustainability. These austerity measures included deep cuts to public sector wages, pensions, and social welfare programs, as well as significant tax increases and privatization of state-owned assets. The European Central Bank, ECB, under the leadership of Jean-Claude Trichet, played a key role in coordinating the bailout, alongside the European Commission and the IMF. The bailout agreement also came with strict conditions. Greece was placed under intense supervision by the so-called Troika, a tripartite committee composed of the European Commission, the ECB, and the IMF, which monitored Greece's compliance with the bailout terms. The Troika demanded deep fiscal consolidation and structural reforms, including labor market liberalization, pension system overhauls, and measures to improve tax collection. These conditions were aimed at addressing the root causes of Greece's fiscal crisis, but they also placed enormous pressure on the Greek economy, which was already in recession. The austerity measures imposed as part of the bailout program had devastating social and economic consequences for Greece. The deep cuts to public spending, combined with tax increases, plunged the country into a prolonged recession. Between 2010 and 2014, Greece's economy contracted by more than 25%, making it one of the worst economic downturns in modern European history. Unemployment soared to over 27%, with youth unemployment reaching 60% at its peak. The collapse of the labor market and the cuts to social welfare programs led to widespread poverty, with nearly one-third of the population living below the poverty line by 2013. The austerity measures also sparked widespread social unrest and political instability. As wages were slashed, pensions were cut, and public services were reduced, millions of Greeks took to the streets to protest what they saw as the unfair burden being placed on ordinary citizens to pay for the mistakes of the political and financial elite. Massive strikes, demonstrations, and violent clashes with the police became common in Athens and other major cities. Syntagma Square, in front of the Greek parliament, became the focal point for these protests, with thousands of people gathering regularly to voice their anger at the government and the Troika. The political landscape in Greece was deeply affected by the crisis. The two main political parties that had dominated Greek politics since the fall of the junta, PASIC and New Democracy, saw their support collapse as voters turned to new political movements that promised to end austerity and challenge the EU-imposed bailout terms. In particular, the coalition of the radical left, Syriza, led by the charismatic Alexis Tsipras, surged in popularity by offering an anti-austerity platform that resonated with a population that had grown disillusioned with the traditional political establishment. Syriza's rise reflected the deep polarization within Greek society, as many Greeks felt betrayed by the European Union and the IMF, which they believed were prioritizing the interests of international creditors over the well-being of the Greek people. Meanwhile, the economic crisis also fueled the rise of far-right and neo-fascist political movements, most notably the Golden Dawn Party. Golden Dawn, which had long existed on the fringes of Greek politics, gained significant support during the crisis by exploiting public anger and fear, particularly among those who felt abandoned by the political establishment. The party's xenophobic, nationalist rhetoric, combined with its violent actions against immigrants and left-wing activists, led to its rise in parliament, though its leadership would later face charges for operating as a criminal organization. Despite the initial bailout, Greece's economic situation continued to deteriorate throughout 2010 and 2011. The austerity measures, while reducing the budget deficit, had also deepened the recession, making it even harder for the Greek government to meet its fiscal targets. By late 2011, it became clear that Greece would need a second bailout to avoid default. In February 2012, the EU and the IMF agreed to a second bailout package worth €130 billion. This second bailout also included a private sector involvement, PSI, initiative, which involved a voluntary restructuring of Greek debt held by private creditors. Under the PSI, private bondholders agreed to take a 50% haircut on the value of their Greek bonds, effectively reducing Greece's debt burden by €100 billion. While the second bailout provided Greece with temporary relief, it did little to alleviate the suffering caused by austerity. The Greek economy continued to shrink, and the social consequences of the crisis became even more severe. Public healthcare and education systems, already under strain, began to collapse as funding dried up. Hospitals ran out of basic medical supplies, and teachers went unpaid for months. The crisis also had a profound impact on mental health, with rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide rising sharply during the austerity years. Many young Greeks, seeing no future in their own country, chose to emigrate, leading to a significant brain drain that further weakened Greece's prospects for recovery. The crisis in Greece was not an isolated event but part of a broader Eurozone debt crisis that affected several other countries in southern Europe. The financial instability in Greece threatened to spread to other indebted Eurozone members, particularly Portugal, Ireland, Italy, and Spain, which were also struggling with high levels of public debt and weak economic growth. The crisis raised fundamental questions about the sustainability of the Eurozone's common currency and the ability of the EU to manage economic crises within its member states. The European Central Bank, ECB, under its new president Mario Draghi, played a crucial role in stabilizing the Eurozone by pledging to do whatever it takes to preserve the euro. The ECB introduced a series of unconventional monetary policies, including quantitative easing and the outright monetary transactions (OMT) program, which helped to lower borrowing costs for Eurozone countries and restore confidence in the euro. However, for Greece, the combination of ECB monetary support and IMF fiscal austerity remained a deeply contested issue, as many Greeks felt that their country was being forced to bear the brunt of the Eurozone's systemic flaws. In January 2015, the growing discontent with austerity led to a political earthquake in Greece when Syriza, the left-wing anti-austerity party led by Alexis Tsipras, won a decisive victory in the national elections. Tsipras, who had campaigned on a platform of renegotiating the bailout terms and ending austerity, became prime minister. His government, which initially included the far-right Independent Greeks Party as a coalition partner, promised to stand up to the EU and the IMF and restore Greek sovereignty over its economic policies. Upon taking office, Tsipras and his newly appointed finance minister, Yanis Varoufakis, began tense negotiations with the Eurogroup, the informal body of Eurozone finance ministers, over the terms of the bailout. Tsipras sought to roll back many of the austerity measures that had been imposed on Greece, while Varoufakis argued that the Greek debt was unsustainable and should be restructured. However, the Eurogroup, led by Germany and the Netherlands, rejected these proposals, insisting that Greece adhere to the existing bailout agreements. In July 2015, after months of failed negotiations and mounting pressure from Greece's creditors, Tsipras called a referendum on the EU's proposed bailout terms. To the shock of European leaders, the Greek people voted overwhelmingly to reject the bailout conditions, with 61% voting no. Despite this mandate, Tsipras was forced to make a difficult decision. Facing the imminent collapse of the Greek banking system and the possibility of a Grexit, Greece's exit from the Eurozone, Tsipras ultimately agreed to a third bailout package worth €86 billion. This third bailout, like the previous ones, came with strict austerity conditions, including further pension cuts, tax increases, and labor market reforms. The acceptance of the third bailout was seen by many of Syriza's supporters as a betrayal of the party's anti-austerity platform, and Tsipras faced significant backlash from within his own party. Varoufakis resigned as finance minister, and Syriza split into factions, with some members forming a new left-wing party. However, Tsipras managed to hold onto power, calling snap elections in September 2015, which Syriza won, though with a reduced majority. The years following the third bailout saw Greece make gradual progress toward economic stabilization, though the road to recovery remained long and difficult. The Greek economy finally began to grow again in 2017, after nearly a decade of contraction, but the recovery was fragile and unemployment, while falling, remained high. By 2018, Greece had successfully exited the bailout programs, though it remains subject to ongoing supervision by the EU to ensure that it met its fiscal targets. The social scars left by the crisis were profound. Austerity had led to a significant deterioration in public services, a sharp increase in poverty, and widespread emigration. Politically, the crisis had reshaped the Greek landscape, with the traditional dominance of PASOK and New Democracy giving way to new forces like Syriza. The crisis also left deep divisions within Greek society, as the austerity years had pitted different social classes and political factions against one another. In conclusion, the Greek financial crisis was one of the most significant events in modern Greek history, with far-reaching consequences for the country's economy, politics, and society. The crisis revealed deep structural flaws in Greece's economy and in the design of the Eurozone, and it forced Greece to confront painful choices about its place within the European Union. In the next chapter, we will explore Greece's post-crisis recovery, the challenges of rebuilding after austerity, and the country's evolving role within the European Union in the 21st century. The aftermath of the Greek financial crisis, from 2018 onward, marked a new chapter in Greece's economic, social, and political history. Having successfully exited the bailout programs after nearly a decade of austerity, Greece embarked on a long and challenging path toward economic recovery and rebuilding trust in its political institutions. This period saw significant efforts to repair the damage done by the crisis, but the scars of austerity were deep, and the road to recovery proved uneven. The crisis left behind a legacy of unemployment, social inequality, and emigration, but it also spurred a new wave of political change and a redefinition of Greece's role within the European Union (EU). This chapter explores Greece's post-crisis recovery, the challenges of rebuilding after austerity, the political realignments that followed the crisis, and Greece's evolving relationship with the EU in the 21st century. In August 2018, Greece officially exited its third and final bailout program, which had been funded by the European Stability Mechanism, ESM. The end of the bailout marked a symbolic moment for Greece, as the country regained full control over its economic policies for the first time since the onset of the financial crisis in 2010. However, while Greece was no longer dependent on external financial assistance, its recovery remained fragile, and the country continued to face significant economic challenges. One of the immediate concerns after the bailout was Greece's ability to service its debt, which remained exceptionally high. At the time of the bailout exit, Greece's public debt stood at approximately 180% of GDP, one of the highest levels in the world. Although Greece had received debt relief measures from its European creditors, including extended repayment periods and lower interest rates, the burden of servicing such a large debt posed a long-term challenge to the country's economic stability. To meet its fiscal obligations, Greece agreed to maintain high primary budget surpluses, the budget surplus before interest payments on debt, for several years, a condition that would limit the government's ability to engage in significant public spending. Another key challenge was the labor market. During the years of austerity, unemployment had soared to record levels, with the jobless rate peaking at over 27% in 2013. By the time Greece exited the bailout in 2018, unemployment had fallen to around 19%, but it remained one of the highest in the EU. Youth unemployment was particularly severe, with nearly 40% of young people still out of work. This had created a lost generation of young Greeks, many of whom had emigrated during the crisis in search of better opportunities abroad. This brain drain had long-term implications for Greece's economic future, as many of the country's most educated and skilled workers had left, reducing the pool of talent available to drive economic growth and innovation. To address these challenges, the Greek government, led by Syriza under Alexis Tsipras, focused on attracting foreign investment and promoting economic reforms that would enhance Greece's competitiveness. One of the key priorities was to boost tourism, which had become a vital part of the Greek economy during the crisis years. Greece's natural beauty, rich history, and cultural heritage continued to draw millions of visitors each year, and the sector had remained resilient even during the worst years of the recession. By 2018, tourism accounted for nearly 20% of Greece's GDP, and the government sought to further expand this sector by investing in infrastructure improvements, such as expanding Athens International Airport and upgrading ports and marinas to accommodate more cruise ships and yachts. In addition to tourism, Greece also began to explore new sectors for growth, including renewable energy. Greece's geographic location, with its abundant sunshine and strong winds, made it an ideal candidate for the development of solar and wind energy projects. The government encouraged foreign investment in renewable energy, aiming to reduce Greece's dependence on fossil fuels and capitalize on the growing demand for clean energy in Europe. By 2020, Greece had set ambitious targets for the expansion of renewable energy, with plans to phase out coal-fired power plants and increase the share of renewables in the energy mix to over 30% by 2030. Despite these efforts, economic recovery remained slow, and many of the structural weaknesses that had contributed to the crisis persisted. Greece continued to struggle with low productivity, a complicated bureaucracy, and tax evasion, all of which hampered the country's ability to achieve sustained growth. While the economy began to grow again in the years following the bailout exit, with GDP growth reaching around 2% annually by 2019, the pace of recovery was slower than expected, and Greece remained one of the poorest countries in the Eurozone in terms of per capita income. Political realignments and the 2019 elections. The financial crisis profoundly reshaped Greece's political landscape, leading to the decline of the traditional political parties that had dominated Greek politics for decades. The Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASIC, which had been one of the two main parties in Greece since the Metapolitefsi of the 1970s, was particularly hard hit by the crisis. PASIC had been in power when the crisis began, and its association with the unpopular austerity measures led to a collapse in its support. By the early 2010s, PASIC had been reduced to a minor party, with its former supporters turning to other political movements, particularly Syriza on the left and New Democracy on the center-right. Syriza, under the leadership of Alexis Tsipras, had emerged as a major political force during the crisis, campaigning on an anti-austerity platform that resonated with a population frustrated by years of economic hardship. After winning the January 2015 elections, Syriza initially attempted to renegotiate Greece's bailout terms with the EU and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. But after months of tense negotiations, the party ultimately agreed to a third bailout package in August 2015, which included further austerity measures. This decision was seen as a betrayal by many of Syriza's supporters, and while Tsipras managed to retain power in the September 2015 elections, the party lost much of its radical edge as it shifted toward the political center. The July 2019 parliamentary elections marked another turning point in Greek politics. New Democracy, led by Kyriakos Mitsotakis, won a decisive victory, defeating Syriza and returning the center-right party to power. Mitsotakis, the son of former Prime Minister Konstantin Mitsotakis, represented a new generation of conservative leadership that emphasized economic reform, foreign investment, and digital modernization. His government promised to reduce taxes, simplify Greece's complex bureaucracy, and attract more investment to boost economic growth. Mitsotakis also pledged to restore Greece's credibility with international markets, which had remained skeptical about the country's long-term financial stability. Mitsotakis' government immediately set to work on implementing a series of pro-business reforms aimed at improving Greece's investment climate. One of the key areas of focus was tax reform, with the government reducing corporate tax rates and offering incentives for businesses to invest in Greece. At the same time, Mitsotakis pursued policies to digitize public services, streamline licensing procedures, and improve e-governance, all of which were intended to make it easier to do business in Greece. The government also worked to accelerate the privatization of state-owned assets, including regional airports, ports, and energy companies, which had been a key condition of the bailout agreements. Mitsotakis' victory also reflected a broader realignment of Greek politics, with the decline of the old Pasik-centered political order and the rise of new political forces. While Syriza remained the main opposition party, its shift toward the center after 2015 had alienated some of its more radical supporters, and the party faced challenges in maintaining its position as the voice of the anti-establishment left. At the same time, New Democracy under Mitsotakis sought to position itself as a modern, reformist party that could appeal to both traditional conservatives and younger, urban voters who were focused on economic issues rather than ideology. Throughout the post-crisis period, Greece's relationship with the European Union remained central to its economic and political future. The financial crisis had tested Greece's place within the EU and the Eurozone, but the country remained committed to European integration despite the hardships it had faced. Under both Syriza and New Democracy, Greece worked to restore its credibility within the EU and rebuild trust with its European partners. One of the key areas of focus for Greece in its post-crisis relations with the EU was migration. Greece, due to its geographical position at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, became a frontline state in the European migrant crisis of 2015 to 2016. As hundreds of thousands of refugees and migrants fleeing Syria, Afghanistan, and other conflict zones arrived in Greece, the country faced enormous logistical and humanitarian challenges. The Greek islands of Lesbos, Samos, and Chios became the first entry points for many migrants, and the government, already strained by the financial crisis, struggled to manage the influx. The EU responded by negotiating the EU-Turkey agreement in 2016, which aimed to stem the flow of migrants into Europe by returning those who arrived illegally in Greece to Turkey. In exchange, the EU agreed to provide Turkey with financial aid and resettle a limited number of Syrian refugees directly from Turkish camps. While the agreement helped to reduce the number of migrants arriving in Greece, the conditions in the Greek refugee camps remained dire, with overcrowding, poor sanitation, and inadequate access to healthcare leading to a humanitarian crisis on the islands. The migration issue highlighted the broader challenges facing the EU's asylum policy and the strain placed on countries like Greece and Italy, which bore the brunt of the crisis. Greece's post-crisis period also saw a renewed focus on geopolitical and security issues in the Eastern Mediterranean. The discovery of significant natural gas reserves in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly in the waters off Cyprus and Israel, created new opportunities for regional cooperation but also intensified tensions with Turkey. Greece, along with Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt, sought to develop energy cooperation in the region, but Turkey's aggressive stance, including maritime claims that overlapped with Greece's exclusive economic zone, led to a series of diplomatic and military confrontations. Mitsotakis' government worked to strengthen Greece's alliances with the United States and France, both of which supported Greece's position in its disputes with Turkey. The Prespa Agreement, signed in 2018 under the Syriza government, resolved one of the most long-standing diplomatic disputes in the region, the Macedonia naming issue. Under the agreement, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia agreed to change its name to the Republic of North Macedonia, in exchange for Greece lifting its veto on North Macedonia's accession to NATO and the EU. The agreement was highly controversial in Greece, particularly among nationalists who opposed any compromise on the use of the name Macedonia, but it was hailed internationally as a major diplomatic achievement and a step toward greater stability in the Balkans. Just as Greece was beginning to see signs of recovery from the financial crisis, the global COVID-19 pandemic hit in early 2020, bringing new challenges to the country's economy and healthcare system. The pandemic led to a nationwide lockdown in March 2020, which severely impacted key sectors of the economy, particularly tourism, which accounted for a significant portion of Greece's GDP. With international travel restrictions in place and a sharp decline in tourist arrivals, Greece's economy contracted by 8.2% in 2020, reversing several years of modest growth. The Mitsotakis government responded to the pandemic with a combination of fiscal stimulus measures and public health interventions. The government provided financial support to businesses and workers affected by the lockdown, including wage subsidies, loans, and tax deferrals. Greece also benefited from the EU's Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, which allocated billions of euros in grants and loans to member states to help them recover from the economic impact of the pandemic. The Greek government developed a national recovery and resilience plan, which outlined key investment priorities, including digital transformation, green energy, and healthcare improvements. While Greece's handling of the first wave of the pandemic was widely praised, the country faced ongoing challenges in managing the economic fallout from COVID-19. The recovery of the tourism sector, in particular, remained uncertain, as the global travel industry continued to be disrupted by the pandemic. At the same time, Greece's high public debt, which had been exacerbated by the crisis, limited the government's ability to engage in large-scale fiscal stimulus. The years following the Greek financial crisis have been a period of slow and uneven recovery. While Greece has made significant progress in stabilizing its economy, reducing unemployment, and restoring its position within the European Union, the legacy of austerity and the social scars left by the crisis remain deeply felt. The political landscape has been reshaped by the crisis, with the rise of new political movements and the decline of traditional parties like PASOK. At the same time, Greece has had to navigate new challenges, including migration, regional tensions with Turkey, and the COVID-19 pandemic. As Greece looks to the future, it faces both opportunities and risks. The country's recovery is still fragile, and the impact of the pandemic has added new layers of uncertainty. However, with the support of the EU and its focus on new sectors like renewable energy and digital innovation, Greece has the potential to emerge from these challenges stronger and more resilient. In the next chapter, we will explore Greece's future prospects, its role in the European Union, and the ongoing efforts to rebuild trust and prosperity in the post-crisis era. As Greece began to emerge from the economic devastation of the financial crisis and the early stages of recovery, the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 posed new challenges for a country that was just beginning to stabilize. This chapter will provide an in-depth exploration of Greece's response to the pandemic, the impact it had on key sectors of the economy, particularly tourism, and the long-term consequences for Greece's economic and social structure. It will also examine Greece's relationship with the European Union (EU) during the crisis, its participation in the EU's Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, and the broader implications for Greek politics, society, and future prospects. When the COVID-19 pandemic began to spread across Europe in early 2020, Greece, like many other countries, faced a critical test. After years of austerity, Greece's healthcare system had been weakened by cuts to public spending, hospital closures, and staff shortages. Nevertheless, the New Democracy government under Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis acted swiftly to contain the virus, adopting a strategy that was initially seen as highly effective in limiting the spread of COVID-19. In early March 2020, as the virus spread across Europe, the Greek government implemented a nationwide lockdown that restricted movement, closed schools and businesses, and banned large public gatherings. The lockdown was enforced with strict penalties, and authorities ensured compliance through a combination of curfews, digital permits for essential travel, and restrictions on non-essential movement. These early measures helped Greece avoid the catastrophic outbreaks that were seen in neighboring countries like Italy and Spain, where healthcare systems were overwhelmed by surging COVID-19 cases. By the summer of 2020, Greece had one of the lowest COVID-19 infection rates in Europe, and it was widely praised for its proactive response to the pandemic. The early success in controlling the virus allowed Greece to reopen much of its economy during the summer months, which was particularly important for the country's tourism industry. Tourism, which accounted for nearly 20% of GDP and employed more than 25% of the workforce, was vital to Greece's economic recovery after the financial crisis. The government implemented strict health and safety protocols in an effort to attract tourists, particularly from Northern and Western Europe, while minimizing the risk of a new outbreak. Greece's success in containing the virus during the early months of the pandemic became a selling point in its efforts to position itself as a safe destination for foreign travelers. However, the reopening of the economy and the influx of tourists in the summer of 2020 led to a sharp increase in COVID-19 cases in the fall. By late October, the number of infections had surged, and the Greek government was forced to impose a second nationwide lockdown. This time, the lockdown was more prolonged, lasting from November 2020 into early 2021, as the country struggled to contain the second wave of the virus. The healthcare system, already stretched thin after years of underfunding, was once again tested. Hospitals in Athens, Thessaloniki, and other major cities faced severe capacity constraints, with shortages of ICU beds and medical staff becoming critical issues. The second wave of the pandemic also exacerbated the economic damage caused by the virus. The lockdowns had a devastating impact on businesses, particularly in the tourism, hospitality, and retail sectors, which were already fragile after years of economic hardship. Greece's GDP contracted by 8.2% in 2020, reversing several years of modest growth, and unemployment, which had been steadily falling since the bailout exit in 2018, began to rise again, reaching around 16% by the end of 2020. Youth unemployment remained particularly high, with nearly 35% of young people still out of work, further entrenching the problem of emigration and the brain drain that had intensified during the financial crisis. The tourism sector was the hardest hit by the pandemic, as international travel came to a virtual standstill. In 2019, Greece had welcomed a record 33 million tourists, generating nearly 20 billion euros in revenue. By contrast, in 2020, the number of tourists plummeted to just 7 million, with tourism revenues falling by more than 80%. This sharp decline had a ripple effect throughout the Greek economy, as hotels, restaurants, transportation companies, and small businesses that depended on tourism saw their revenues collapse. To mitigate the economic damage, the Greek government introduced a series of fiscal stimulus measures aimed at supporting businesses and workers affected by the pandemic. These measures included wage subsidies, loans to small and medium-sized enterprises, tax deferrals, and rent reductions for businesses forced to close during the lockdowns. The government also provided targeted support to the tourism sector, offering grants to tourism-related businesses and launching marketing campaigns to promote Greece as a safe destination once travel restrictions were eased. Despite these efforts, the overall impact of the pandemic on Greece's public finances was severe. The government's fiscal response, combined with the sharp drop in tax revenues caused by the economic contraction, led to a widening of the budget deficit, which reached 9.7% of GDP in 2020. Greece's public debt, already one of the highest in Europe, rose to over 205% of GDP, raising concerns about the long-term sustainability of the country's debt burden. While Greece had benefited from debt relief measures agreed upon with its European creditors after the financial crisis, the pandemic created new fiscal challenges that would need to be addressed in the years to come. As the pandemic took its toll on European economies, the European Union launched a historic recovery plan to help its member states recover from the economic impact of COVID-19. The Next Generation EU Recovery Fund, agreed upon in July 2020, was a €750 billion package of grants and loans designed to support the recovery of EU member states, particularly those hit hardest by the pandemic, such as Greece, Italy, and Spain. Greece was allocated €32 billion from the Recovery Fund, with €19.3 billion in grants and €12.7 billion in loans. The Greek National Recovery and Resilience Plan, titled Greece 2.0, outlined how the government intended to use the funds to support the country's post-pandemic recovery. The plan focused on 4 key areas: digital transformation, green energy, infrastructure, and healthcare. These investments were seen as critical not only to address the immediate economic fallout from the pandemic, but also to ensure that Greece was better positioned to compete in the global economy over the long term. Digital transformation was a major focus of the recovery plan, with the government aiming to modernize Greece's public administration, improve the country's digital infrastructure, and promote innovation in sectors like e-commerce, artificial intelligence, and fintech. Greece's slow adoption of digital technologies had been a long-standing issue, and the pandemic underscored the need for greater investment in this area, as businesses and schools struggled to adapt to remote work and online learning during the lockdowns. Green energy was another key priority, reflecting both Greece's commitment to the European Green Deal and the country's natural advantages in renewable energy. Greece set ambitious targets to increase the share of solar and wind energy in its energy mix, with the goal of phasing out coal-fired power plants by 2028 and achieving climate neutrality by 2050. The recovery plan included investments in solar farms, wind farms, and electric vehicle infrastructure, as well as funding for energy-efficient building renovations and sustainable agriculture projects. Healthcare also received significant attention in the recovery plan, as the pandemic had exposed the weaknesses in Greece's healthcare system. The government pledged to invest in new hospital infrastructure, improve primary care services, and increase the number of healthcare workers. These investments were aimed at building a more resilient healthcare system that could better respond to future crises and provide high-quality care to all citizens. While the next generation EU funds offered a lifeline to Greece's recovery, the successful implementation of the projects outlined in the Greece 2.0 plan depended on the government's ability to overcome long-standing challenges, such as bureaucratic inefficiency, corruption, and administrative delays. These issues had plagued Greece's public administration for decades and were seen as major obstacles to the effective use of EU funds. The European Commission, which closely monitored the implementation of the recovery plans, urged Greece to take steps to improve its governance and ensure. The push to improve digital infrastructure was also aimed at attracting tech companies and startups to set up operations in Greece, particularly in Athens and Thessaloniki, which were positioning themselves as emerging tech hubs. The development of 5G networks and the expansion of high-speed broadband internet were key priorities, with the goal of providing nationwide coverage by 2025. The government also focused on improving cybersecurity, recognizing that Greece's increasing reliance on digital technologies required stronger defenses against potential cyber attacks. Green energy was another major focus of Greece's post-pandemic recovery efforts. The country's abundant solar and wind resources made it ideally suited to become a leader in the renewable energy sector. By 2022, Greece had already made significant strides in expanding its capacity for wind and solar power, and the government set ambitious targets to increase the share of renewables in the energy mix to 60% by 2030. The closure of the country's last coal-fired power plants was planned for 2028, as part of Greece's broader commitment to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Greece's green energy revolution also included investments in energy storage technologies, which were essential for ensuring that renewable energy could be stored and used efficiently. The development of large-scale battery storage facilities and hydrogen projects were part of the government's long-term strategy to reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels and create a more resilient energy grid. Greece also sought to position itself as a key player in the European energy market by participating in regional energy projects, including the East Med gas pipeline, which aimed to transport natural gas from the Eastern Mediterranean to Europe. Social challenges, inequality, emigration, and the brain drain. While Greece made progress in rebuilding its economy after the pandemic, significant social challenges remained. The austerity measures imposed during the financial crisis had left deep scars, particularly among the lower and middle classes. Inequality continued to be a pressing issue, with many Greeks feeling left behind by the country's slow recovery. Although unemployment had decreased from its peak in the early 2010s, it remained higher than the EU average, and many jobs were low-paying or temporary. The problem of youth unemployment was particularly acute. For over a decade, Greece had struggled to provide meaningful job opportunities for its young population, leading to mass emigration. By 2022, it was estimated that nearly 500,000 young Greeks had left the country since the financial crisis, many of them highly educated and skilled workers. The loss of this talent was a major concern for Greece's long-term economic prospects. To address this, the government launched programs aimed at incentivizing return migration by offering tax breaks and financial incentives to young professionals who returned to Greece to start businesses or work in key sectors like technology and healthcare. The emigration issue also highlighted broader concerns about demographic decline. Greece, like many other European countries, faced the challenge of an aging population and a declining birth rate. The fertility rate had fallen to around 1.3 children per woman, well below the replacement level of 2.1, raising concerns about the sustainability of Greece's social welfare system, particularly its pension system. The government sought to address these demographic challenges by offering family-friendly policies, including childcare subsidies, tax credits for families, and efforts to increase access to affordable housing for young couples. However, reversing the trend of demographic decline would likely require long-term structural changes, including efforts to attract immigrants to offset the population decline. The political landscape in Greece continued to evolve in the years following the financial crisis and the pandemic. The New Democracy government, led by Kyriakos Mitsotakis, remained in power after the 2019 elections, but political dynamics were increasingly influenced by the country's economic recovery efforts and social challenges. Mitsotakis, who had positioned himself as a pro-business, pro-European leader, focused on maintaining fiscal discipline while promoting economic growth through foreign investment and modernization. Syriza, under the leadership of Alexis Tsipras, remained the main opposition party. However, the party faced challenges in defining its post-crisis platform. After having governed during the peak of the financial crisis and negotiating Greece's third bailout in 2015, Syriza had shifted toward the political center, leading to some disenchantment among its more left-wing supporters. Tsipras sought to reframe Syriza as a party of social justice, focusing on reducing inequality, improving labor rights, and advocating for stronger social safety nets. Nevertheless, the party struggled to regain the political momentum it had during the height of the crisis. The center-left in Greece also saw a resurgence, particularly with the rebranding of PASIC under the new name Movement for Change, KINAL. After years of political decline, PASIC's legacy continued to attract voters who had been disillusioned with both New Democracy and Syriza. Under the leadership of Nikos Androulakis, KINAL sought to position itself as a centrist alternative to the two major parties, advocating for pro-European policies, sustainable growth, and social justice. Far-right political movements, which had gained prominence during the financial crisis, saw their influence wane in the post-pandemic period. The neo-fascist Golden Dawn, which had won seats in the Greek parliament during the crisis, was effectively dismantled after its leaders were convicted of operating a criminal organization in 2020. However, concerns about xenophobia and nationalism remained, particularly as Greece continued to grapple with migration challenges. Greece's relationship with the European Union remained central to its political and economic recovery. The Next Generation EU Recovery Fund provided Greece with the financial resources needed to modernize its economy, but it also placed Greece under continued scrutiny from Brussels, particularly regarding fiscal discipline, governance, and the rule of law. The European Commission closely monitored the implementation of the Greece 2.0 recovery plan, ensuring that the funds were used effectively and transparently. At the same time, Greece took an increasingly active role in shaping EU policy, particularly in areas like migration, energy, and climate change. As one of the frontline states in the European migrant crisis, Greece continued to advocate for a more equitable distribution of refugees across the EU, calling on other member states to share the burden of migration. The government also played a key role in the development of the EU's Green Deal, pushing for greater investment in renewable energy and sustainable agriculture as part of the bloc's efforts to reduce carbon emissions. Greece's geopolitical role in the Eastern Mediterranean also remained a top priority. The country's long-standing tensions with Turkey over maritime boundaries, energy exploration rights, and the status of Cyprus continued to shape its foreign policy. Throughout 2021 and 2022, Greece and Turkey experienced periodic diplomatic standoffs, as Turkey conducted exploratory drilling in disputed waters. While both countries made efforts to resume diplomatic talks, the underlying issues remained unresolved. Greece strengthened its alliances with key regional players, including France, Israel, and Egypt, as part of a broader strategy to counterbalance Turkey's influence in the Eastern Mediterranean. Greece also deepened its security ties with the United States, which maintained military bases in Crete and Larissa. In 2021, Greece and the U.S. signed a mutual defense agreement, reaffirming their strategic partnership and underscoring Greece's role as a key NATO ally in southeastern Europe. As Greece moves forward in the 2020s, the country faces both opportunities and challenges. The post-pandemic recovery, supported by EU funds, has given Greece the chance to modernize its economy, strengthen its social fabric, and position itself as a leader in green energy and digital innovation. However, the country must also confront long-standing issues such as inequality, youth unemployment, and demographic decline, while navigating complex geopolitical tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean. In the decade following the financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, Greece has been navigating a period of significant transformation. This chapter will delve into the social, political, and economic developments that define Greece in the 2020s and beyond, focusing on how the country is addressing the long-term impact of both crises. The focus will include the challenges posed by demographic decline, youth unemployment, and the brain drain, as well as Greece's efforts to modernize its economy, strengthen democratic institutions, and deal with geopolitical tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean. Additionally, we will explore the country's growing role in the European Union (EU) and its evolving climate change agenda as it positions itself as a leader in green energy. One of the most pressing challenges facing Greece in the post-pandemic period is the issue of demographic decline. Greece's fertility rate, which stands at around 1.3 children per woman, is well below the replacement rate of 2.1. This demographic crisis, coupled with high levels of youth emigration during the financial crisis, has left Greece with an aging population, a shrinking workforce, and increasing pressure on its pension system and social services. The aging population presents a dual challenge for Greece. First, it creates fiscal pressures on the government, as fewer workers are paying into the social security system while the number of retirees continues to grow. Greece's pension system, already one of the most generous in the EU before the financial crisis, underwent significant cuts during the austerity years. However, the long-term sustainability of the system remains in question. By 2030, Greece's over 65 population is expected to account for nearly 30% of the total population, further straining public finances and the healthcare system. Second, demographic decline is exacerbated by the brain drain, the emigration of highly educated and skilled young Greeks who left the country during the financial crisis in search of better opportunities abroad. By some estimates, over 500,000 young Greeks emigrated between 2010 and 2019, with many settling in Germany, the UK, Australia, and the United States. The loss of these young professionals, many of whom hold advanced degrees in fields like engineering, medicine, and computer science, has hindered Greece's ability to rebuild its economy and innovate in high-growth sectors. In response, the Greek government has implemented a series of policies aimed at reversing the brain drain and encouraging return migration. These initiatives include offering tax incentives and financial grants to Greeks who return to start businesses, particularly in high-tech sectors. Additionally, the government has launched programs to reskill and upskill the domestic workforce, with a focus on digital technologies, renewable energy, and tourism-related services. However, reversing the effects of demographic decline is a long-term project, and Greece will need sustained investments in education, healthcare, and infrastructure to create the conditions for young people to remain in or return to the country. Youth unemployment remains one of the most enduring legacies of Greece's economic crisis, and it continues to be a central issue for policymakers in the 2020s. While overall unemployment has gradually decreased since its peak during the financial crisis, youth unemployment continues to hover around 30%, making it one of the highest in the EU. The inability of young Greeks to find stable, well-paying jobs has not only contributed to the brain drain but also fueled social discontent and eroded confidence in the political system. To address this issue, the government has prioritized the creation of jobs in sectors that are expected to drive future growth, such as renewable energy, technology, and digital services. A key component of this strategy is the Greece 2.0 recovery plan, which allocates substantial funds from the EU's Next Generation EU program toward digitalization and the green economy. These investments aim to create thousands of new jobs in the tech and energy sectors, while also preparing the Greek workforce for the demands of a rapidly changing economy. Vocational training and apprenticeship programs have also been expanded in an effort to align the skills of young workers with the needs of the labor market. By improving the education-to-employment pipeline, the government hopes to reduce youth unemployment and ensure that Greece can retain its young talent. However, critics argue that these efforts must be accompanied by broader labor market reforms that reduce the reliance on temporary contracts and low-wage employment, which have become prevalent in the post-crisis years. Greece's path to long-term economic recovery hinges on its ability to modernize its infrastructure and diversify its economy. The Greece 2.0 plan, backed by EU funds, is central to these efforts, as it prioritizes investments in green energy, digital transformation, and sustainable tourism. The plan envisions Greece becoming a leader in renewable energy, capitalizing on its abundant solar and wind resources, and positioning itself as a critical player in Europe's transition to a green economy. By 2030, Greece aims to produce 60% of its electricity from renewable sources, with plans to phase out coal-fired power plants by 2028. The government has also set ambitious targets for the deployment of electric vehicles, EVs, with plans to build a comprehensive network of charging stations across the country and incentivize the purchase of EVs through tax breaks and subsidies. The development of energy storage technologies, such as batteries and hydrogen, is also a key component of Greece's energy strategy, as it seeks to ensure that renewable energy can be efficiently stored and integrated into the grid. In addition to green energy, Greece's digital transformation is a central pillar of its modernization strategy. The digitalization of public services, including e-government platforms that streamline administrative processes, is intended to reduce bureaucracy, improve transparency, and make Greece a more attractive destination for foreign investors. The government has also invested in expanding high-speed broadband and 5G networks, which are essential for supporting the growth of tech startups, e-commerce, and fintech industries. The political landscape in Greece remains shaped by the long shadow of the financial crisis and the political upheaval it caused. While New Democracy has remained in power since its victory in the 2019 elections, political dynamics continue to evolve as the country seeks to rebuild trust in its democratic institutions. Under Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, New Democracy has positioned itself as a center-right, pro-European party focused on economic reform, attracting foreign investment, and ensuring fiscal stability. Mitsotakis' leadership has been marked by a pragmatic approach to governance, with an emphasis on maintaining fiscal discipline while promoting economic growth through investment in infrastructure and technology. His government has sought to present Greece as a stable and attractive destination for international investors, particularly in sectors like renewable energy, tourism, and technology. However, critics argue that the government has not done enough to address social inequalities that have been exacerbated by austerity measures and the pandemic. The opposition parties, particularly Syriza under Alexis Tsipras, continue to challenge New Democracy's economic policies, arguing that they prioritize the interests of international capital over the needs of ordinary Greeks. Syriza, once a radical leftist party, has moderated its platform in recent years, seeking to appeal to a broader electorate by focusing on issues like social justice, labor rights, and healthcare reform. However, Syriza faces internal divisions between its more radical elements and its centrist wing, making it difficult for the party to regain the political momentum it had during the height of the financial crisis. Kinal, the rebranded center-left movement that emerged from the ashes of PASOK, has also seen a resurgence in recent years. Under the leadership of Nikos Androulakis, Kinal has positioned itself as a centrist alternative to New Democracy and Syriza, advocating for progressive economic policies, environmental sustainability, and European integration. The party has capitalized on the dissatisfaction of voters who feel alienated by the polarized political environment, and it has made gains in regional and local elections. The Eastern Mediterranean remains a hotspot of geopolitical tensions, with Greece at the center of regional disputes over maritime boundaries, energy exploration, and Turkey's assertive foreign policy. The discovery of significant natural gas reserves in the Eastern Mediterranean has heightened tensions between Greece and Turkey, as both countries lay claim to overlapping exclusive economic zones, EZs. The issue is further complicated by the long-standing dispute over the status of Cyprus, where Turkey has maintained a military presence since its invasion of the island in 1974. Throughout the early 2020s, Greece and Turkey engaged in a series of diplomatic and military standoffs over maritime rights and energy exploration in the Aegean Sea and Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey's decision to send research vessels into disputed waters, accompanied by naval escorts, provoked a strong response from Greece, which mobilized its navy and sought support from its European and regional allies. The European Union has repeatedly called for de-escalation and dialogue between the two NATO allies, but the underlying issues remain unresolved. To strengthen its position in the region, Greece has pursued closer ties with key regional powers, including France, Israel, and Egypt. In 2021, Greece and France signed a mutual defense agreement, signaling a deepening of their strategic partnership. This agreement was significant not only for its military component but also for its broader implications for the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean, as France has supported Greece's position in its disputes with Turkey. Greece has also continued to play a leading role in regional energy projects, such as the East Med pipeline, which aims to transport natural gas from the Eastern Mediterranean to European markets. This project is part of Greece's broader strategy to position itself as a key energy hub in the region and reduce Europe's dependence on Russian gas. At the same time, Greece has sought to maintain diplomatic dialogue with Turkey, recognizing that the risk of military escalation in the region remains high. The two countries have periodically resumed exploratory talks aimed at resolving their maritime disputes, though progress has been slow. The broader geopolitical context, including the role of the United States and NATO, continues to shape Greece's foreign policy, particularly as Greece seeks to balance its relationships with both Western allies and regional powers. As Greece navigates its post-pandemic recovery, climate change has emerged as a central issue in both domestic and European policymaking. Greece, with its vulnerable Mediterranean climate, has already experienced the effects of extreme weather events, including wildfires, heat waves, and droughts, which have devastated rural areas and placed increasing pressure on urban infrastructure. The Greek government has aligned itself with the European Green Deal, which aims to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. Greece's green energy targets, which include a 60% renewable energy share by 2030 and the phasing out of coal-fired power plants by 2028, are central to its climate agenda. The next-generation EU funds are being used to finance large-scale investments in wind farms, solar energy, energy-efficient buildings, and electric vehicles. In addition to domestic efforts, Greece has taken on a leadership role in advocating for regional cooperation on climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean. In 2021, Greece hosted the Athens Climate Summit, bringing together regional leaders from Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, and the European Union to discuss joint initiatives for addressing climate risks in the region. The summit highlighted the need for coordinated action on issues like water management, disaster preparedness, and the protection of biodiversity. The 2020s mark a critical decade for Greece as it continues to rebuild from the twin crises of the financial collapse and the COVID-19 pandemic. While Greece has made significant progress in stabilizing its economy and modernizing key sectors, deep challenges remain. The country must address its demographic decline, tackle youth unemployment, and reverse the brain drain if it is to achieve long-term growth and prosperity. At the same time, Greece's geopolitical environment remains fraught with tensions, particularly with Turkey, and its role in the Eastern Mediterranean will continue to shape its foreign policy. Greece's success in navigating these challenges will depend on its ability to leverage EU support, foster innovation, and build a more resilient and inclusive society. The country's deepening relationship with the European Union, its leadership on climate change, and its strategic alliances in the Eastern Mediterranean will play a central role in shaping Greece's future in the 21st century.